10 minutes. So this has caused a slight delay. We will be starting in around 10 to 12 minutes from now. supply chain professionals. Pharma, currently valued at around USD 55 billion. India's pharmaceutical sector is expected to reach US dollar 130 billion by 2025, registering a 10 to 12% growth rate, making it one of the largest markets in the world. Fueled by its robust domestic manufacturing base, with exports currently contributing to USD 27.85 billion. India is solidifying its position as the pharmacy of the world, ranking third globally in drug and pharmaceutical production by volume. India exports to approximately 200 countries and territories. Notably, India's drug and pharmaceutical exports increased by 8.36% from USD 2.13 billion in July 2023 to USD 2.31 billion in July 2024. Most remarkably, in the fiscal year 2023 to 24, India's drugs and pharmaceutical exports showed a notable increase of 9.67% year on year, reaching US dollar 27.9 billion. This rapid expansion has not only fueled economic progress, but also created a substantial impact on employment, directly providing opportunities to over 4.7 million people and contributing an impressive 1.72% to the nation's GDP. The significance of India's pharmaceutical sector extends from beyond its borders. As a global hub for affordable and high-quality generic drugs, India plays a critical you to engage fully and leverage this platform to shape the future of the pharma supply chain ecosystem. Let's together unlock new opportunities, address challenges, and drive progress for the betterment of the industry and society at large. Once again, welcome at Pharma Connect 2025 Pharma Supply Chain Conference and Awards, and let's make this a memorable and transformative experience. Thank you. Now I would request my colleague Ms. Sandhya to take the proceedings ahead for the day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we will move forward to the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony, seeking blessings of the Almighty before we proceed with the day-long event. Please join me in welcoming the following dignitaries to the stage. Mr. Lalit Seth, Group Chairman, Eastern Cargo Carriers. Please sir. Then may I have Mr. Rahul Bhomik, Regional Chief Operating Officer, ISS Global Forwarding, India. Mr. Kafil M. Sheikh, Vice President, Exim India Distribution and Global Logistics, Indoco Remedies. Mr. Ugrasen Singh, Associate Director, Lead Import and Export and Logistics Procurement, CIPLA. Mr. Animesh Gupta, Decision Scientist, Strategic Supply Chain Movements, and ex-President and Group Chief Logistics Officer at Jindal Steel and Power. Mr. Manish Gehlot, Vice President, SCM Tata 1 MG. And Ms. Smriti Suri, Editor and Publisher, Cargo Connect. Please give them a huge round of applause. Lighting a lamp at the outset of any auspicious event or occasion symbolizes enlightenment and signifies the spreading of the Almighty's divine grace throughout the house. This ceremony not only honors our cultural heritage, but also inspires us to move forward with clarity and purpose. As such, we believe this auspicious ritual will make the start of a new journey filled with hope and positivity and serve as a reminder of the knowledge and insight we seek to gain throughout the conference.
Okay.
Please gather for the formula.
I'm just feeling my vibe right now. I'm feeling myself.
Thank you, everyone. With this, I would like to ask our dignitaries, please take their respective seats. Now, I would like to call upon stage Upamanyu Bora, Sub-Editor, Cargo Connect, to take this forward.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Upamanyu, and I'm thrilled to welcome you at the 10th edition of Pharma Connect, an annual endeavor aimed at exploring and addressing the evolving landscape of India's pharmaceutical industry and the supply chain ecosystem. You might all know, with expanded product offerings and ranking third globally in drug and pharmaceutical production by volume, the time is now for the long-term pioneering pharmaceutical industry to build on capabilities and tap into the growing demand globally and re-innovate services and experiences for customers and the entire value chain. Well, achieving this would require the implementation of continuous improvement programs and focusing on identifying inefficiencies and areas for optimization. These efforts are not only critical to business success, but are also essential for realizing the shared vision of positioning our country as the top-ranking pharmaceutical hub by 2030, an ambitious goal, a collective objective set forth by both the industry, which comprises you, and the government. We eagerly anticipate engaging discussions, productive evaluations, and concerted opinions aimed at exploring the potential of value-proposing SCM models underpinned by intelligent and smart transport systems built to offer optimized, cost-effective, and elevated service delivery excellence. Thank you for joining us today, and we trust that this conference, a mega confluence of industry leaders and experts, will prove both informative and inspiring. Wishing you all a fruitful day ahead with a lot of learnings, networking opportunities for growth and collaboration. Well, later during the day, we'll also host the Pharma Supply Chain Leadership Awards and invite you all to join us as we honor the trailblazers shaping the future of this industry. With the promise and commitment to making this day much, much enlightening, let's begin off with our very first session with retrieving and sharing of knowledge echoing the corners of this hall. The first session theme couldn't be more apt: transforming pharma supply chains, mitigating risk with innovations. I'd request the following dignitaries to please come on stage, join me with some round of applauses. Mr. Ashish Mohan, Vice President, Procurement and Supply Chain, Bharat Serums and Vaccines. Give it up for Mr. Ashish Mohan, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Ugrasen Singh, Associate Director, Lead Export and Import and Logistics Procurement from CIPLA. We have Mr. Ansul Agarwal, Head of Supply Chain and Strategy at Olon API, India. Welcome Mr. Manish Agarwal, Lead Logistics, Pharma International Business, Kusum Healthcare. We have Mr. Suhas Subhushan, Associate Director and Head of Supply Chain at Origin Oncology. Mr. Kruthar, the moderator, is on the way, as you are already informed. He's the Senior Division Head for Procurement at Otsuka Pharmaceutical, India. Mr. Rajesh Srivastava, General Manager and PR Indirect Procurement at Lupin. Give it up for Mr. Rajesh. Mr. Angad M, Senior Vice President Procurement at Intas Pharmaceuticals. He's on the way. Until then, we'll start off with the session without any delay. The pharmaceutical supply chain is very intricate, ladies and gentlemen. You would be more aware of that, involving multiple stakeholders and extending across countries. It's segmented into 3 levels: sourcing, distribution, and consumption. And the supply chain's complexity and unpredictability often lead to inefficiencies and disruptions, today further dampened by geopolitical factors and various other nuances. The key risk factors include disconnections and lack of accountability among supply chain partners, long lead times and the bullwhip effect, where demand changes cause supply fluctuations, high operating cost due to maintaining optimum inventory levels, transportation-related risk like delays and damage to goods, and the impact of natural disasters, political instability, and the pandemic-like crisis on the supply chain. Regulatory challenges also include documentation changes in standards and drug recalls, which also impacts the supply chain. We'll be touching strategically on all of these factors, and we'll try to evaluate how we can optimize the supply chain throughout the stages, throughout at all levels, and we can ensure this long-term pioneering sector tries to lead the value chain with utmost confidence and the commitment of providing drug at the right time, at the right condition, in the most optimum manner. I'd love to first start off with Mr. Ugrasen Singh. The microphones. As per the latest update, the moderator should be here in 10 minutes. Mr. Singh, from the position where you sit, I'd like to know what are the current challenges you see and how you believe could be tackled.
So good morning everyone. Thank you for inviting me and giving this opportunity to share my experience with all you people. So if I need to describe the challenges what we feel. So my portfolio, what I take care of global procurement of freight, apart from the import-export operation of the CIPLA. And as a company, we export to 100 plus countries. The current challenge what I see is the reliability on the LSPs, whether it is sea transport, air transport, or the domestic transport. If I talk about the international transportation, the biggest chunk of or dream country of every pharma company is USA. And the best shipping company to work with is Merck's. But if you see in today's scenario, even Merck's is not really ready, able to, meet their lead time what they used to do prior to all these geopolitical political instance which is taking place, across Red Sea and all those sectors. So the biggest challenge is the, delivering my material as per my, lead time, what I got from my, marketing team. Number one. Number two is the cost, which is always a challenge. In company like CIPLA, where we always try to keep our operational cost as low as possible to, so we can reach to the each and every individual of the, the life-saving drug. So that again become a challenge. And third challenge what I see in India, where we work with all the, custodian, whether it is airport, seaport. See, pharma is very compliant industry, and we make our product with high compliance, safety, security, because ultimately it is going to impact a human life.
Right.
But the moment my goods is out from my factory or my warehouse on his journey to the end customer, it touch base to the airports with the multiple handlers. And the way goods are still being handled in India, whether it is JNPT port or Mumbai port or be it any airport, I see a lot of improvement to be taken care by the custodian to safeguard the material. Still, that piece is always a very critical for all, not only for CIPLA, for all the pharma companies, and which remains a very wise gray area, and where lot of temperature incursion exertions happen. So these are some operational challenge which comes in my mind while I'm responding to this question. And I'll my request to all LSP provider, all the airports, airlines, to at least take pharma goods as a very different category, because we are not a steel or mechanical company where goods can be transported in a way. But our products are going to impact human life, and which is very important. If I am sending any critical drug to any part of the world, and if material goes in a damaged condition or it is not meeting the quality requirement, then that product is for me and for that patient is for no use.
Right.
And which is a huge loss in entire supply chain value chain. Not only the company is suffering, but all the associated partner who has put their money, time and efforts to deliver that product, entire value chain is going for a loss. So these are some points which comes in my mind. Hope I'll answer your question. Thank you.
Right, right. Appreciate that. I'd request all of you stakeholders from the outbound supply chain to keep a record of this and decipher on what could be the prudent next steps to mitigate some of the complexities that you just mentioned about. Within the scope of operations and procurement and sourcing side, I'd love to ask you, sir, Mr. Ashish, what are those intrinsic challenges that you believe have amplified in the recent couple of years, and what could be the way to kind of mitigate those, and how we could lead the way?
A very good morning to everybody. Firstly, I would like to thank Pharma Connect, the team and the sponsors for giving that time and opportunity to be here to share my views. And just to quote and quote, my views are based on my experience from the corporate governance per se. But yes, the idea here to gather together to share the thoughts so that we as a farmer community improve overall. To start with, I think that's a good year to start 2025. A very happy new year to everybody. And we are one of the nations that we start with some of religious festivals to start. Lori, Makar Sankranti. I mean, wish you all very best. And that's how we kick off the religious feelings with a good spiritual mindset. So to me, the challenges in pharma are going to be continuous and evolving. This is how it gives us on the toes to keep on thinking with the innovative ways to find a mitigation way out. COVID was one, which taught lot many things. I think everybody has learned and move ahead for this how to mitigate. But one thing it was, pointing out, it was the agility. We need to keep our agility agile with a proactive thought if possible, and if not, we need to really wait, watch and take the actions forward, which we did in COVID. When we talk of pharma supply chain is really complex hub wherein the deliverables are from lab to the patient, the product to be delivered, which involves the entire manufacturing, procurement, quality, our distribution. So every step which we talk about, it has their own challenges and areas to overcome. From the segment of particularly the procurement, as the question is, the challenges were two, the controllable challenges and non-controllable challenges. The controllable, what we know that okay, the manufacturing lead time, which we can plan in advance, the cost which we know how this getting escalated or how to mitigate the cost by AVDs or de-risking or making a new supplier onboarding. The non-controllable factors were more challenging, like geopolitical situations, Russia crisis, the Red Sea crisis. These we cannot predict. The only thing is when the moment we know, we have to find alternate ways. I would focus more instead of telling the issues, because we all know the issues. I would focus how we can mitigate and what as an industry we have been doing and we can do more. I would just call about 4 C's to make it more effective. The collaboration, communication, competitiveness need to be maintained, and the cash to the cash management. These 4 C's if we are able to manage, I think all the challenges can be in line to the what organization goal is. That is the good product and profitable business. How part I am coming to that? Only 4 or 5 measures I can just say about. One is we need to have the end-to-end visibility on the entire product supply chain, from where it is coming, when it is coming, and is it really meeting our OTIF. So please build in your KPIs in a way that on weekly or monthly basis you are monitoring your KPIs to track the organization goals. Use some predictive analysis or insights based on the market information, based on your networking with the suppliers. The best source of information is our suppliers, our colleagues, like here we are gathering, and on the of course the media which is available. Do your assessments wisely with your partners. When I say partners, this is your all supplier network. If you can do on your own, otherwise you can get your third party risk assessment, whether your suppliers are capable, they are for long term, your partners are scalable to the new heights and volumes what you're looking for. So there are a lot of agencies available. In fact, one assessment what we all pharma companies do with our quality, on quality aspects, the assessment piece, that is a important piece. But now important getting is the health of the company financially as well as on compliance piece. Why I'm focusing more on compliance is we might have seen few companies because of non-compliance they had to shut down some operations for certain period, which impacts the supply availability. Need to be, when we say of the cost management, please build in certain strategic things on every year of your whole KPI. What you are going to do new to mitigate the cost increase, If we talk of Europe geography, US geography, all suppliers will come back to you I think in December or January asking that okay, energy prices gone up, manpower cost gone up. So that's an annual increase they have to ask, because there is a definite increase, but on contrary that's a business model. We need to mitigate that either buying a long-term contract or have an AVD from different geography. And when I say in different geography, I would first prefer and recommend everybody to look for India geography. Lot of capability, lot of technical know-how, lot of talent is available. You have to handle. There could be small companies in any of the pharma units, pharma hub like Hyderabad, your Bangalore, your Mumbai, Maharashtra, Delhi. So you have to scale out, discuss with them, handle. I mean, I cannot disclose much, but there are certain partners we have worked in India, and they have really turned out to be equally good compared to US and Europe or China suppliers, and better than the cost. The best part is you are close to them. You can translate your thoughts, your product requirement to them very well, and you can control the cost overall. In short, just to conclude on these 4-5 factors together, build a collaborative network with your suppliers, with your peers, with the industry experts there. We'll get to the new heights there. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you, Ashish, and thank you, organizer, to take up this. Thank you for taking up this role. Sorry for the delay. Flight schedules as one core challenge of timings. So resilience, at best, we have tried. Myself and Angad, we are from Ahmedabad, and we took some time. We changed our mode of transportation, rather the services of transportations, but the results remain same. But still, we tried our best and to reach on time. And thank you, organizer, for allowing and accommodating all the panelists, accommodating our delay. So moving forward, the agenda, which includes geopolitical situation, the pandemic situation, the operation efficiencies, the challenges, the resilience part, the 360-degree review of supply chain, and building not just over the panel discussion, but later building over the putting it to the actuals at the business core, adding value to the business. That remains the responsibility and the core of this discussion. Taking up this, I'll go with the starting with the supply chain resilience part with Mr. Anshul. How do you see the perfect supply chain design with the business contingency plan at every point of critical to ensure the continuity? How's your thought? Where do you see these challenges and how you like to address it, Anshul?
Thank you. Thank you, Kratart, and thank you, organizers. Very warm good morning. And before I start a quick introduction, I'm Anshul Agrawal. I represent Olon. So we are an API manufacturing company having 14 API manufacturing sites across the world. So coming to the topic, as some of my colleagues have already touched upon. So we all know that we are living in a VUCA world. The uncertainties are all everywhere. So the best way to deal with uncertainties is predict the future. But this is easy saying than doing. You can predict the future to an extent, but the uncertainties are like that, they will always surprise you. So when I see the end-to-end supply chain, the resilience, the challenges that comes starting from your planning part. So we have to start from the strategic piece. When we do this, make our strategic plans. You need to have a backups. If possible, try to have multi-site scenarios where you can do a networking site scenarios. Products where top 80% of your revenue is coming from which products. Try to have a backup plan. So if God forbid, if anything happens to your one of the sites, your business can continue from other sites. So this is a part of the strategic plans when you make long-term planning, 3 to 5 years plans. If if in your company, in your organization, the multi-site planning is not possible, you can have within the sites also different blocks for your star products. In case any breakdown happens, you can still continue your production, your supplies from the different block. So this is how you can plan the strategic plan. When it comes to short-term plannings, you need to have a flexibility in all your operations. You can have a different batch sizes, your flexible equipments, which can be tailored to meet different requirements, different process requirements. And then when it comes to the sourcing part, as Ashish was also mentioning, now you need to have a multi-supplier strategy. So not only one, you need to identify where you are single source. You need to have a dual source, triple source strategy, and it's not always that whoever is quoting lowest, you have to give order to them. Sometimes you have to make a balance, make your judgment. In how to keep the interest of your suppliers alive. So in our organization, we have done a lot of such initiatives where we are handholded our suppliers. We have invested in their facilities, to level up their GMP requirements, and they can match the our requirements. Now, of course, the commercials can be discussed. There are different ways of balancing those commercials, but the idea is to handhold your supplier. So now, gone are the days when there was supplier-customer relationship. Now our vendors, our suppliers, our logistics partners, they are our business partners. So they should be equally responsible and aware about the business needs. So what we do in our organization, a lot of us we conduct SNOPs with our customers. We go one step ahead, we conduct SNOP with our suppliers as well. So every quarter we tell them what are our forecasts, how our demands are changing, so that they are also equipped to meet our demands. They can make their plans. So the constant dialogue between a supplier and customer is necessary. This is the need of the hour. Similarly, in terms of our operation, as I said, we need to have flexibility in terms of resources, manpowers, the processes. For our logistics partners as well, we have to have our requirements clearly spelled out. As Ugrasen was also telling that, in pharma we are dealing with the human lives, and some of our logistics industry somehow is still not up to the mark, but I will say it's improving. Now I was talking to a couple of our logistics partners. They have set up their dedicated healthcare divisions. They are hiring people from pharma background in logistics industry so that they understand our needs. What are the GDP requirements? You must have seen in the past, if in a temperature excursion at airport, the standard investigation was, temperature gone at a tarmac. But why? What are the right root causes? What are the kappas we need to take? Until unless you have a right skills, right resources in your organization, you cannot address that needs. So the idea is to have a constant dialogue, spell out your requirements, and continuously work improving your requirements and your capabilities to meet the customer demands. And another very important way to have a resilience in your supply chains is do scenario plannings. As I said, we cannot predict, so we have to build the scenarios and we have to prepare like this. Like COVID, most of us know, pharma companies have responded to COVID very well. But there are some scenarios which you cannot predict. For example, in our plant is in Maharashtra, in very near to coastal region. It is a very high rain-prone area. 3 years back, we had a massive flood in our area. Up to 48 hours, there was no internet, no power, no man movement, but still we continued our operations. How? Because we did the scenario plans. Every year we build our business continuity plan and we do mock plannings. So we were somehow, you know, aware and ready to tackle those situations. So we activated our business continuity plan without SAP, without internet. We still continued our operations. So this is how we can build more and more resilience in our supply chain. So these are my initial thoughts. Maybe our colleagues can add something more on this.
Thank you, Anshul. If anyone wants to add something. Or fairly covered? Yeah. Fine. While you say the process excellence, it is a subject in itself as a whole. So I'll go to Saurabh, one of our esteemed speaker, Saurabh. Process excellence. How important is operational excellence for building effectiveness in the business? And can you share some real life examples to us and to audience, please?
Sure, thanks. So we'll start with an Indigo flight, right? So my work location is in Hyderabad and I'm stationed in Mumbai. So there was one Indigo flight which used to fly at 9:55 from Hyderabad and used to touch at 11 in Mumbai, right? So I used to frequently travel from there because family is there, family is here, and I'm stationed there. And what used to happen is, week after week and day after day, that Indigo flight used to get derailed by 1.5, 2 hours. So there was no specific timeline when that Indigo flight is going to take off, right? So what will we do, right? We supply chain guys, we always think about process excellence sometime or the other, right? What will we do sitting in the airport? So we started blogging, we started chatting with the Indigo guys, right? And they came out after many LinkedIn posts and many to and fro exchanges. They came out with a fundamental of we can't do anything. It's air traffic control which is delaying this flight continuously. So I came back with a suggestion saying that when you know that this flight is going to get delayed and you have a historic trend of this flight getting delayed over a period of time, why don't you change the actual timings of the flight, right? So that was a fling at process excellence, which I was trying to suggest to a giant like Indigo, right? And eventually what they came out with, and it was great on their part to be responding continuously to my irate messages, right? So kind of them. So what they came out with is core root cause as the Mumbai traffic control or the ATC. The air traffic control in Mumbai is always choked up, which is resultant in our flights getting derailed. So I came back to them saying that why are the other flights not getting hampered, right? Why at this specific point of time? So this, when I was traveling today, a simple case of process excellence came across my mind, right? So Indigo, the giant, right? They think that they have crossed all barriers of process excellence, which happens in many of the matured organizations, right? That we have reached a stage of process excellence in which we have excelled everything. We have excelled at everything. We are the supreme. We are number one in customer service. We are number one in execution. We are number one in everything. But what we fail to understand, right, is process excellence is an unending journey. This journey never ends, right? You will never be able to reach the destination of this journey. Process excellence is constant. If you excel at a particular process, you can be ahead of your peers, but you cannot be at an end stage wherein you can claim that I have reached the penultimate of process excellence. So how does it start? Whenever we all here are supply chain candidates from the pharma industry, right? So basically when we join any supply chain organization, when we join any pharma organization, so all the organizations in supply chain is a constant state of flux. So hardly anyone amongst all of us will be able to say that my supply chain is the most stable supply chain across, right? I have achieved process excellence, I have achieved everything. I am in a state of nirvana, which is known as supply chain nirvana. So there is no fundamental known as supply chain nirvana. So when we join any supply chain in any pharma organization, the first thing that we have to embark upon is a journey of process excellence. And in a constant state of flux, how do we identify that particular process excellence journey? Because there are 1,000 different elements to be performed in supply chain, right, which needs the theory of process excellence. How do we embark upon them? Because X is in a turmoil, Y is in a turmoil, certain processes are in extreme shambles, right? So what we generally do is we identify a core process with limited interlinked processes, and we embark on that, trying to create a process excellence pathway which is recommendable to the team and which has a buy-in from all the inter-departments or the cross functions, right? They have a complete sign-off in that process excellence journey, and we embark on that journey, right? That at least we have something to start upon. And slowly, slowly, as you gear into the corner, I'll give you a classic example. When I started my current journey in Orbicular, right, we had a good purchase team, and they were thorough procurement professionals who were excellent in pharma procurement, but the major problem was they had nothing to measure against. Neither the leadership has anything to measure against them, right? Nor they had anything to sustain and measure against. The reason being, we are into R&D, right? We are into R&D procurement, wherein most of the API, excipient, packing material components get developed along with the formulation. So there's nothing to negotiate for. There's nothing to bring into as savings. There's no tangible savings which you can affiliate to a particular procurement department or a project, right? So how can the procurement department help, or how can the procurement department measure it KPIs, right? How do we bring in process excellence in such a complex procurement periphery, right, in which everything is happening for the first time? You are completely dependent on your vendors. Most of them are your partners who are co-developing that API, excipient, or that complex packing material for you, right, for the first time. Possibly they must have done that for the innovators, but you don't have a alignment, because the innovator pricing, if you see the formulations pricing of the innovator versus the generic first to file generic pricing, there's a hell lot of gap, right? So how do we do that? So we thought about process excellence, but what process to excel, we were not sure. Neither the leadership was sure on which process to excel. So slowly and slowly, we started studying that, right? We started with Pareto, we failed, because API comes number one in Pareto, and we didn't have any conclusive evidence where to start our process excellence journey from, right? We already had filed DMFs, etc., etc. We went into a later stage of packing material, right? Because what we are developing is GLP-2 drugs, right? They have complex packing material periphery, the reusable pens, the single use, the multi-use pens, all these are imported pens. So we attack the process excellence part on the imported side of elements, right? And slowly and slowly we started developing KPIs around it to them, right? Not in terms of cost, because as procurement professionals, the first thought of process excellence is cost. That is also the leadership mindset of any organization. Procurement matlab paisa bacha ke dega. So that becomes the process excellence at the end, which shouldn't be the dynamism, because cost is an end result. Cost cannot be the prime parameter of a process excellence journey. It should be something else, which will eventually result to the ultimate result of a cost. So I can't name it, but one of the vendors we started working on in co-development of a particular device, right? That device was a GLP-2 diabetic device, which has multiple usages, multi-times usages, I can say. We started identifying his components, where he is procuring the components. The vendor was kind enough to give us that kind of visibility, because he was into it for a long span of time, or he was into our contract for a long span of time. And slowly and slowly, we started developing, to put in a mild way or in a summarized way, we started developing a process excellence model of procurement at the vendor's end, not at our end. Eventually, it resulted in tangible savings by way of lead time. I won't say cost, because we have yet not materialized it. I won't claim cost at this point of time. But the tangible savings were by way of lead time, and lead time in GLP-2, that is peptides, is a commendable quantum to go. You can capture additional market share, you can capture additional bottom lines, etc., right? So that was a journey into process excellence. So this is it. Anyone would like to add anything, please welcome.
Hello. I think I echo with your sentiments, and I think if anyone makes a statement that he has reached the nirvana, I think he or she is fooling him or herself. That element, what more, what better, that has to get inculcated right on your frontline worker to the top, because only then you will be able to identify opportunities, not necessarily cost saving, but eventually, whether we like it or not, the report card of any company is a balance sheet. So whether you save 2 minutes or 2 hours or 2 days, it translates. Somewhere it will translate, maybe not directly, but indirectly. Inventory carrying cost. For that matter, hardly any company publishes or measures it. Does my store person know, or does my quality person know if it takes 2 days or 10 days to do a testing, what is the inventory carrying cost? Implicit. It's somewhere somebody is funding that. So I think every sphere of supply chain, every element of supply chain needs to look at it, and one good way of looking at it, translate every metrics into finally rupees, because everyone understands rupees or the dollar value. You say 2 days delay, 10 रुपया ज़्यादा लगा या 20 रुपया ज़्यादा लगा. That will trigger a chain of thought or innovation ideas across the chain. At the end of the day, we are all looking for efficiency.
Thank you, Rajesh, and thank you, Saurabh, for your views. While we are talking about the selection criteria and the dynamics of the business, how good standardization and global competitiveness? Angad, I wish to, and we all wish to know your views. It's this.
Good morning to all. I am Angad. I am leading the sourcing and procurement function at Intas Pharma. So, when we talk about standardization, we all are from pharma industry, and pharma industry is all about standardization. Our work starts with various standards, be it the documentation standards like SOPs and GMP practices, the various reference standards, innovator samples that we refer our product with in the generic industry. So, standardization is one aspect which has led Indian pharma industry to compete globally and to be, have a strong footprint in the global market. So what is standardization all about? Basically, it is a process of identifying, establishing, and following the practices which are uniform in terms of documentation, specifications, or the end result or the customer requirements. So why standardization is important? It brings in the transparency, it brings in the efficiency in the system. Standardization helps to achieve the cost excellence also. With standard processes, you can save a lot of time in terms of release of the batches. Various companies follow the trend data, and based on the trend, they follow the reduced testing, which helps to speed to the market, getting your products early to the market. So having the product available early or on time launch is one of the competition that the industry has to face or is facing. So the one who gives the product on time, like some products, like he mentioned about GLP-2, there are timelines, there are launch dates. So the companies which research and establish the standards and deliver the product in market in a timely manner will win in the race. So standardization is very important in global market to compete as well as establish a good footprint. Anybody wants to add?
Thank you, Angad. Thank you for your views. Very true. while we say the supply chain part, the outbound supply chain is also an integral part of supply chain across. Gurasen, how about your views in the efficiencies of outbound supply chain? How it contributes to business and the challenges?
See, I'll like to highlight 2 points. As Saurabh said, moment you feel nirvana, then you're finished. There is always an opportunity to improve your processes, whether you are in industry for number of year and performing good and all those things, but you always have an opportunity to improve. I just wanted to give a simple example what I felt in my outbound team. There's always a ambiguity in knowing when my goods are getting ready for dispatch. Until and unless quality release, I cannot move my consignment out of my warehouse or my plant. But as a logistic team, we come to know the final date of dispatch or readiness of material at the very end of the supply chain. So one thought trigger, because once marketing place an order in system, SAP system, and every order has a delivery date. Probably my order is getting punched in system 90, 100 days back, with a delivery date. If I am able to pull that date and populate that date to my logistic team who is doing my operation part, believe 100 days before he knows my consignment will getting ready by 100 days, he can be prepared. He can plan his transportation, he can plan his warehouse, packaging, international transportation, and that will give him a lot of space to work. Most of the time what happen, we get an intimation prior to a week or 10 days that is consignment getting dispatched from plant and you need to ensure the international logistics. Instead of taking a decision in 10 days and getting a leverage of 100 days is make a very huge impact. Though the data is available in system, but nobody, like there's many gap within the supply chain, within the company, planning doesn't talk to procurement, planning doesn't talk to, or I'm not blaming, I'm just putting an example. Nobody doing it by willingness, but it happens. Everybody is under so pressure. Everybody is there to manage their KPI, manage their portfolio. Probably nobody think to pass on this information to the operation guy. But this information is available in system, and if I am able to pull that information and put in system, which can give 90 days or 100 days advanced intimation to logistic team, the preparation can be, and the the education time or the cost efficiency is much more what we are doing it. So this is one thing. Second thing what I feel is selecting a appropriate LSP. So technically in India, when we go for a negotiation or selecting a LSP, the price component which is come first in the mind. Who's going the lowest price, do the business with them. But my request to all of you, this is my thought. Instead of costing, please go and do your mathematics on the serviceability. If I am onboarding a partner who is less competent, having less reach, and having less experience, I have a high possibility that my consignment may not picked on time. It may get delayed at the final destination, or in case of any exceptions, the partner will not able to help me because his competitiveness is less. Rather, I am paying a cent or even to a more to a LSP who is more competitive. He has robust processes. He understands the shipment. He understands the pharma requirement, and he has a good rapport with the airlines and shipping company. So I have a high probability of delivering my consignment on time, even anything happens to the schedules or flight or anything. So this is my thought, and I had tried implementing this in my organization, and we had seen a good result. Whether I'm paying little more on the cost, but I am ensuring all other parameter like serviceability, the experience of the partner, his collaboration with the airlines and shipping line. These are very small things, but when you start implementing when you start thinking over this will definitely going to improve your time. Just to give an example, if I am sending a material from India to US, and if my consignment is getting delayed by 5 days, or my consignment getting part delivered, transshipped, think if my consignment is getting transshipment in a country where the temperature is 35, 40, there's a high chance of, getting the temperature exertion as a temperature, because all the operation will happen on runway, and no airlines or no airport can, protect your product on the runway. Though there's a concept of cool dolly and all those things, but no airport have that much of cool dolly where they can, transport or transshipment all your consignment with the help of cool dolly. Or if your consignment reaching in US in part, for example, I have a 20 pallets of consignment, and this consignment is reaching in 3 part. See the kind of chaos is getting created at the end, and I am paying damages. There is a high chance of getting the consignment contaminated because it is lying in a common area at airport. So before planning your shipment, and if you really think to improve your supply chain, improve your transportation, you need to think out of box, in terms of price. And believe me, price is not is the only factor which is going to give you 100% assurance of the your delivery. So always select a appropriate LSP with his experience, with his partnership collaboration with the airlines, and his understanding of the pharmaceutical consignment. Otherwise, even you are saving some money, but end of the day you are certainly going to make a loss by not delivering your product on time. If your product is not reaching in market on time, you are not able to book your sale, and the consequences will be more than rather than saving a a small amount on the freight. Thank you.
Kutat, I would like to add something here. See, that's one reason why in pharma supply chain procurement we have moved away from unit cost or the negotiations of the material cost to the TCO approach. I think everybody here can concur to that. Now procurement is not looking only for the material cost per kg. It is to end deliverables, and that too, just to give you one example, one material, how much it gives a yield in the production and as an output, maybe the number of tablets or number of vials, that really is now counting as a whole accounting procedure. So therein we discuss to that level, so that the entire team, that is procurement, manufacturing and finance, together are hand holding each other, that can deliver to the business. So that's I think the new normal which is now moving forward, and we are working on the same line. Coming to one piece, as you rightly mentioned, collaboration and communication, this is the key there. And for this thing, what I suggest, and we are also trying to implement, is a portal in place that is called Digitalization way. We can see when the order is being punched by the customer in the system, how the manufacturing timelines are there as per the lead time, and when the expected delivery timelines are there. So this is going to help in a big way how to automate and get some answers upfront in advance, so that we can plan well. Thank you.
Hello. 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 I just wanted to pick up further on what Ugrasen was mentioning, selecting a partner, give weightage to different parameters apart from just looking at the unit cost. I am throwing up an open questions to LSPs and also to friends from pharma, procurement or logistics side. Can we all develop a KPI or a set of parameters which everyone agrees? So then you have an objective assessment of whether a LSP or B LSP is performing better or not so good, where is room for improvement. Maybe Cargo Connect or Pharma Connect magazine could take that lead, build up a KPI which is published. Let's know the ranking. I'm taking the analogy from the GST portal. Now they are publishing your compliance score. So why don't we have a similar metrics which will give out that A LSP or B LSP understands pharma better than somebody else, and for B it is an opportunity to improve.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Good point. So while we see the supply chain discussions all around, compliance is also a cost. Compliance is also a cost apart from supply chain. So let's have views from Manish on this, on regulatory part. And so if anyone wish to add their views on compliance part, regulatory part, if someone can add your views to it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So compliance is the need of the hour. It is not nice to have, but it is must to have. So we need to be compliant in all manners, be it quality compliance or regulatory compliance. And nowadays, day to day, the standards are increasing. What we were doing 10 years back is outdated, and the compliance standards are increasing day to day. So what we need to have is a constant update of our knowledge, a constant update on our skill sets, and we have to build the programs in our organizations that somebody is tracking what is happening in the industry and passing on the information to the colleagues. That's how you can be compliant at every point in time. Now gone are the days when the auditor, FD auditor used to announce and then come to your factory and you get time to get prepared. Now we have seen in the past, FDA auditor comes at your factory gate and then you get to know that there is an FDA audit. And that has happened in our factory as well. So the mantra is to be audit ready anytime, any day. You work, you plan your operations in such a way that there is an audit today, tomorrow. So that is the need of the hour. You have to be compliant and you have to be aware about the industry needs, what is happening, what health authorities are asking for, in which directions we are going for. So that is the way we can be ready and compliant. And compliance is not I would say it's not an expense. It's an investment. It's like your term insurance policy. A lot of us say that in term insurance, why I should take this? This is just an expense. I'm not getting anything back. No, it's an investment for your future. It's an investment for your well-being, your family. So similar way, the compliance is an investment. Thank you.
Yeah, one observation, I don't know whether in the pharma industry, we all have similar kind of observations about the regulatory compliance, right? As we grow as a nation, right, and as we become more and more quality and regulatory compliant, one of the things which I have observed across my 25 years in the industry is we also have developed the tendency and the power to question FDA on deficiencies, right? This is just an observation, but things are going to change pretty much soon as this power increases, as the buying power of markets diminishes, right? We all understand the criticality of compliance, but withholding approvals, right, by various agencies, I'm not citing only US FDA, withholding approvals without any genuine reason, right, under the influence of innovators, doesn't hold true too much at this juncture of time, right? This is just an observation. I would like to hear views from counterparts and everyone. No views, right?
I would echo your sentiments. Before pandemic, I think we all believed that whatever regulatory authority says is good, perfect. But I would like to take you back just in first week of April or first 15 days of April 2020, just after lockdown was announced. And I don't want to name the drug, I don't want to name the company in India, but US FDA approved that location, which was 3 years or 4 years in import ban, and the drug was moved out from there, and US Air Force cargo planes took it to US just because that drug supposedly had an impact on COVID treatment. So post that, my sentiments tend to be that many times I think this is a non-tariff barrier which is being put in place, maybe not explicitly. US government normally declassifies, I think 50 years later, the documents and things like that. Maybe 50 years down the line, this so-called Today we can talk conspiracy theory, but it may come to light.
Thank you, Rajesh, for your views. Sticking to the agenda we have, we talk about the data, the company, the strategy, the business, the continuity. But it is imperative to have team along with you when you walk. So Manish, how about your views about the supply chain team and your team or your company's team for adaptability and to take up these challenges which is coming up? How you prepare and how you prepare your team for this?
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all. I am Manish from Kusum Healthcare, Delhi. I will start my quote with the Bhagavad Gita. That is very near to my heart. Even it should be near to every supply chain professional. Hatova prapasi swargam jitva va bhokshase mahim tasmad uttishth kaunteya yuddhaya krit nishchaya. We have to work, we have to fight. Either we will win or we will lose. We cannot sit idle. Our cargo is safe in the warehouse. Our raw material is safe in the store. Our FG is safe in the warehouse. But it has to travel, it has to reach to the destination. And for this, there are lots of uncontrollable factors. Like currently we are facing, seeing in the news, California wildfire. That is due to climate change. Then again, in team handling, one thing, there is no set of target. In sales, you can recover your past quarter loss in next quarter. Sir, next quarter mein ho jayega. But in supply chain, it can remain in the balance sheet for next 2-3 years until last time due to these mistakes, this was the setback we faced, or we have to compromise in so many orders. And then karmanye vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Whenever I see my team, this shlok always come in the mind. You cannot always wait for the fruit. You have to concentrate on your work and your process excellence. And in supply chain, what I face, although currently so many colleges are providing courses, MBA, operation management, international business, but in supply chain, currently in India, people are maximum by choice, not by chance. Because it is not a lucrative job or well-paying job. And while team handling, we have to be polite and be progressive. And if we harsh to our team, we don't know what blunders they can do. With the same people, we can do either blunders or we can do wonders. How many of you used Zomato for any food stuff order? Can you raise your hand? Okay, if he called the person and asked, sir, I am stuck in the traffic, I am getting late. If you used harsh word, can you imagine what can he do with your food stuff? Think, in the same manner in supply chain, we have to be very, very careful while handling the team. We have to be very patient. And don't control the people, don't handle the people. Train them, develop them, let them free. We cannot hold the glass the entire day in our hand. Ultimately, we have to keep it on the table. And do not micromanage our team. And one thing, is there any fitness freak who do push-ups or exercise regularly? Please, 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 raise your hand. Okay, who do your push-ups? You, or you have hired someone, or you depend on someone? Exactly. In supply chain, I always, if I see any fitness freak who is very enthusiastic for his body, his physique or fitness, means he is sincere. Because in supply chain, we have to do our own push-ups. We cannot assign or shoulder our responsibility to others. Even in there are so many uncontrollable factors. Earlier, when there is a new business or some new country development, we do pestle analysis once. But now I think we have to do pestle analysis every quarter or every week or every month. Anybody know about pestle analysis? Political, economical, social, legal, and environmental analysis. Like currently we all are facing environmental challenges. I would like to add one thing. Due to Red Sea is blocked. We were sending our shipment through Odessa port, Ukraine. Everything was going smooth. There was war, but we are into pharma, so there is always demand. So now what happened, our shipments are moving through Cape of Good Hope. Now there is another environmental challenge. While opening the container, our pallets were getting down or moved from find in topsy-turvy conditions. We put mesh, we put space bar, we doing all things. We found one, we are called our logistics service provider. He said, sir, we do everything, we take your each step, we take care of your cargo. We did transport validation also. Ultimately, we found that in Cape of Good Hope, there are hot stream and cold stream. They collide to each other. And there is always high tide situation. And that's why mostly while opening the container at Copper Port, we found boxes and shippers are shifted here and there. And like team handling, there is change management and time management. And there is set skills and attitude. Set skills we can teach, we have SOPs, we can checklist. And can anybody tell me why checklist is very important and SOP is very important in supply chain? Is there any idea? As I feel, we all human are emotions. Lots of things are going on because there is lots of targets. In supply chain, we have bundle of targets, not one target. We have delivered 2 consignment but fail in 1 consignment. Again, we are in the thick soup. So we are always in a, sorry, I missed. So like a change management and time management. How many of you anything bought from any traffic signal just for that to help the vendor or for any purpose, or sometimes we find this is useful for me? Anyone bought anything from traffic signal? Just raise your hand. Yes. So we can learn time management very well there. How many times for the traffic signal? Hardly 60 seconds or 70 or 80 seconds. 10 seconds it took to settle down the traffic. Have you ever noticed the vendor? He just see, as soon as eye contact is there, he immediately rush to you, make a sales pitch, convert the product into cash, and just vanish. If we learn that, if I teach so many times to my team, just learn time management from daily traffic. Just wait and watch traffic signal, how those vendors are selling. And again, change management. Now it is requirement, change management. Same traffic signal, same vendor, but season is changed, his stuffs are changed. During Independence Day or Republic Day, their stuff are changed. They are selling their flags. How many of you purchased some roses during yes, Valentine Day? So if they will not change their stuff, selling stuff, small stuff, will they survive or not? So I try to communicate this message, change management. We have to ready to adapt. If we are in supply chain, if we are into logistics, we have to be always ready to accept changes. And we have to accept, otherwise we cannot survive. And in terms of logistics service, I can say cheap, good, and fast. Simple, my funda is very simple. If I go for fast, it will never be cheap. It will be good. If you go for cheap, it will be good, but may not be fast. And if I'll go for good, sometimes it will be cheap and sometimes it will be fast. So this is all my submissions. Thank you.
Anyone wish to add to these views? Or while we talking about the business, we should talk about the geopolitical crisis what we are facing as a whole, industry as a whole now. So how India pharmaceutical industry can adapt those challenges which is unavoidable in nature, and how we progress through it. Swaz, how are your views on that?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Feels great to meet you all. So, see, I look at geopolitical disruption or challenges. This all leads into a risk mitigation of suppliers or vendor base, basically. So, I would classify this into two. So, let's say diversifying your vendor base and looking for opportunities in India, right? So when we say, I think most of the pharma industry in India, I think we are dependent on China, right? Post-COVID, most of us start thinking China-free. I think a lot of committees were formed. There were groups in the companies to look at how do we de-risk China. Maybe every company has a fancy name though, the committee. But end of the day, the goal is how do we de-risk China, right? So is it really possible in the present scenario? May not be, right? The share because of scale that China handles in terms of supplying APIs or pharma product. So that is where we as a supply chain team, I think there was a split in supply chain groups. One is the operational group who only handles the operational part of the supply chain, which is procurement basically, and there is a sourcing team which has a very key vision on de-risking suppliers or de-risking your critical products where you're dependent on single supplier. So I think this is what most of the supply chain people start looking at India-based suppliers. I can tell about my view, what we practice at Origin Oncology. We are a mid-size biotech company who are working towards cancer molecules, oncology molecules, and we're also working with a new therapy, I think, which is CAR T cell and gene therapy. So this is posing a lot of pushes towards de-risking supply chain, right? So what we do here in Origin, we look at a domestic sourcing strategy, which is domestic as in anywhere in India, and something called hyper local, right? Where we look at anything which is less than 200 kilometer. We identify people who are into custom synthesis who can support us. So in your domestic, what I feel in domestic vendor development, your backward integration plays a major role, right? If you're not able to find an alternative to China in US or in Europe for the product that you are looking at. So there are strategic partnerships done with the local manufacturers, right? And if required, the technology has been transferred to them. Needed capex backup has been given to them, which enables them in establish in a much better way and start supporting the main ecosystem. So I can give an example to it. So there was a product that was imported from South Africa. So that was trypsin, basically bovine trypsin, which is based out of animal. So all of a sudden, we get to know that there has been a stringent ban of importing that product from South Africa due to animal origin. So where resilience come here, resilience is not when there is an event already happened, then you react to it. So resilience is basically you plan for it, you forecast it, and then you act on it. So the sourcing team as a sourcing team, we had identified a vendor who was about 50 kilometers away from the main facility, and the needed technology transfer was done, and this was a synthetic root synthesized trypsin, right? And this did not allow us to collapse the business because that was a mainstream business for the organization. So this was taken as a backup, and this was just plugged in the right time where we could be able to sustain our business. So I rather say like how somebody was mentioning collaboration. So I would look at it as collaboration, consolidation, and contracting basically. So wherever we can collaborate with vendors who are more of our business partners nowadays, they're no more suppliers, and consolidation plays a major role when we are talking about vendor database or vendor base reduction, where the vendor is interested to do more business with you or invest on behalf of you in terms of technology, in terms of capex, in terms of manpower. That is where your consolidation plays a major role, right? and again contracting wherever we do not have the scope of consolidation or collaborating with vendor. There we are looking at contracting. How can we bind them in a legal contract so that our supplies are not struggled, and there are supplies kept on time, which does not hamper our production facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Suhas. Thank you for views. While we talk about the supply chain, compliance, regulation, ESG is not only important but is imperative. So sustainability plays a major role in the business, core business. So Rajeshji, how's your view on sustainability, ESG, and not just as a slogan, how this strategy complements the sustainability and the business?
Thank you, Krutarth, and thank you, Pharma Connect and Cargo Connect, for having me here. A very good morning to all of you. ESG, like you just mentioned, should not remain a slogan. Unfortunately or fortunately, it is still at a very stage where still relegated कि वो EHS वाला आके कुछ करके जाएगा, या वो एक क्वेश्चनेयर आ जाएगा और हम सब भर देते हैं. Well, that's the reality as of now. Do we have some time? Okay, yeah, thank you. So very quickly, so ESG, I think has to be everybody's baby, and when you look at it from a logistic professional lens, well, let's take the E part of it. Are we sustainably sourcing? Now, we have data available, at least within India, with the advent of e-way bill. You know exactly how many kilometers your cargo has traveled to you, and you can download it, do your analysis, and then incorporate that can you source the same material maybe locally, or maybe more nearby than to getting it from outside. It's just a point of way of thinking. Data is available. Energy efficiency, everyone talks about it. Now people are talking using EVs. Now EVs, long run EVs or heavy load EVs, still a distant dream. Do we get into hydrogen powered buses or trucks? It could be employee transportation, it could be goods transportation. Now these will be new technologies, maybe because there is no larger adoption, the cost is still high, it may come down. But this thought has to be there. Year on year you have to keep on checking. Okay, can I do my last mile trips if we are doing the last mile delivery, let's say to the retailers, using EVs? Some companies have started doing it. Can it make it a practice? Waste management. Interestingly, we look at it, waste management ends with our ETP plant. But I'm sure a lot of us know there is EPR. That means every blister pack you send into the market, you are supposed to recover it and pay for it. You have agencies collecting that piece of blister or even a plastic bottle back into there, and there are CPCB guidelines. You have to do it, you have to pay for it. I think larger companies such as ours, or maybe Cipla, DRL, we must be getting into hundreds of tons of such recovery being done at a cost. Can we look at optimizing that? Blister pack का वजन कम कर सकते हैं, या उसका साइज छोटा कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये डिज़ाइन से चालू होगा. It will start from design. If you are designing it that maybe your bottle, it could be your tablet size reduction, which may lead to bottle size reduction, which may lead to your less sustainable practice. Now these are ideas which needs to be sustained, kept on working on it. Every year there will be a new idea, every moment there will be a new idea. Every organization should adopt. And when it comes to logistic partners, they have equal role to play. They have to come up with innovative solutions. I'm sure every one of us, when we buy, let's say, API from a contract manufacturer and it's a cold chain, it's a 25 kg or a 50 kg consignment. You send a truck with all those, उस ट्रक के अंदर बहुत सामान आ सकता है, बट आएगा एक 25 kg का डब्बा या 50 kg का डब्बा, और you pay for both the sides. Can the logistic fraternity work out? Okay, you create a smaller container, innovation, जो उसमें सिर्फ 25 kg का डब्बा आएगा और उसको एक पावर सोर्स दे दो. Or there is collaboration, what our earlier panelists have made. I know we are all competitors, but then there is an area where we can collaborate as well. Logistics service provider, let's say every company which has a 25 kg cold chain movement, you give an expected date, a portal, common portal. Let all logistic service providers consolidate that. It's a thought process. Maybe today it is not there, but tomorrow if the dates and the, let's say the lane of delivery or the location manages, impact किधर है? कहीं ना कहीं आपका green footprint better होता जाएगा. Your carbon footprint will go down. Coming to the social part of it, fair labor, community engagement, diversity, inclusion. I am sure all of us are getting constant reminders from our, typically driven by the HR team. But how many of us do recognize that is our logistic partner compliant to PF laws? You are the principal employer. आप बोलते हो मैं पर किलो इतना रेट दे रहा हूँ या पर किलोमीटर दे रहा हूँ. Sorry. You read the law, you are still liable. If your logistic service provider is not providing adequate minimum wage or whatever regulation and depositing the PF month on month, I don't know how many of us really have looked at it. Are we getting that compliance statement from our LSPs? Well, even a CHA for that matter, if we are talking import or export. It will eventually point out somewhere, someday, as regulations keep on getting strengthening, and with the current government regime of digitizing, connecting everything and everything, somewhere this question will come. Are you compliant with the PF, ESI laws? Is your LSP compliant? Is he depositing the PF or ESI dues month on month? Coming off governance, ethical sourcing, transparency reporting, risk management. Now all these are important factors. Larger companies are already under BSR, SR reporting stipulated by SEBI. Today it is 500 companies, next day it will be 1,000, some days later it will be few thousand. All this ESG has to become a way of working, and it saves money, provided either it saves money or, more importantly, it's your license to do business. If for PF dues of your LSP you get shut down one day or given a notice and give public disclosures, you have a problem. Your brand name suffers. So ESG has to be a way of life. It has to get inculcated in everyday working, and the leadership from the company side as well as from the LSP or any other partner has to take into account that how things are getting digitally connected. It's no longer a way that I will not tell, you will not tell, and we will be safe. Somebody else is watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amen. I truly believe their experts' insights have undoubtedly enriched your understanding of the critical factors paramount to today's business success. how to build up on the effective strategies and successfully lead on the key parameters across the domain. Once again, would request all of you to give a round of applause for our panelists. I'd request Mr. Nishant Lalit Kumar Seth, Director, Eastern Cargo Carriers, to come on stage and felicitate our panelists for the very dynamic session 1. Give it up for Mr. Lalit Seth. We have Mr. Ashish Mohan, Vice President, Procurement and Supply Chain at Bharat Serums and Vaccines. I'd appreciate some music in the background. Mr. Ugrasen Singh, Associate Director, Lead Import and Export and Logistics Procurement at Cipla. Give it up for Mr. Ugrasen Singh, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Anshul Agarwal, Head of Supply Chain and Strategy at Olon Active Pharmaceutical Ingredients, India. Round of applause for the moderator, Mr. Kruthar Mankar, Senior Division Head Procurement, Otsuka Pharmaceutical, India. Next we have Mr. Rajesh Srivastava, GM and PR Indirect Procurement at Lupin. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Rajesh. Would request Mr. M to come forward. He is the Senior Vice President Procurement, Intas Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Angad M, ladies and gentlemen. you a wonderful day ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have an exclusive presentation session by one of our supporting partners, Godrej & Boyce Manufacturing Company. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Sumit Bansal. He's the head of marketing at Godrej & Boyce Manufacturing Company, to the stage to deliver the presentation.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Surecom to give us an opportunity to be a part of supply chain pharma stalwarts. And the first session itself was very insightful. There were challenges, solutions discussed within the supply chain and beyond. People talk about sustainability, and it was good that a lot of discussion happened on logistics service providers and how we can partner together. So as an organization, we also believe strongly not a vendor and a solution provider, but to have a very, very strong business partner solutions. So about my presentation, I'll have a couple of slides on what Godrej Enterprise Group is, and then couple of slides how we are dealing in intra-logistics solutions, because most of the discussions happened today was about inter-logistics. So intra-logistics is within your factory and within a warehouse. And when I present my solution, it will not be the traditional way of forklifts, stackers, or BOPTs what we know, but understanding the challenges, the VUCA world, and when the business grows, the movement of raw material, the movement within the factory, the movement at the warehouses increases, and it is not easy to increase your space. So how you use a cubic space rather than a square meter space. So I'll be first talking about how you do the cubic space. So we are present in 14 business verticals, whether it's consumer business, nation first business like aerospace. We are into furniture. We also do a lot of work in engineering and green building. Someone mentioned about sustainability and green products, and even giving an employment to the low set of the Indians. So we as a company spend a lot of thought and time in order to provide good and green products, as well as we work on lot on sustainability. Though our energies, the usage has gone up in terms of compared to last year's, but overall there is a reduction of 52%. We are water positive since 2018. So coming to intra-logistics space, we have 4 business verticals within Godrej Enterprise Group. The one is material handling, which I am representing today. Other is a storage solutions. Then we have a joint venture with Cobber, which is a European company. And then we have arm of Godrej Automation, where we give an integrated solution with the equipment, with storage, and leading to WMS. So just a glimpse what we do and how we touch lives of maybe hundreds and millions of people every day.
On a summer morning, a child bites into an apple that was plucked 6 months earlier in Kotgarh. A woman treats herself to a new pair of shoes online, and a warehouse in Bhiwandi fulfills the order. Passengers read the day's newspaper that was printed early that morning in Thane. A baby gets a life-saving vaccine, synthesized and transported from 1,000 kilometers away in Bengaluru. On a rugged mountain, soldiers protect the nation. Every day, we touch the lives of millions of Indians in big ways and small. Handling material movement across the country, whether it is through our equipment at cold storage facilities or at paper processing units, at pharmaceutical laboratories. The key role our machines play in steel and manufacturing our contribution to defense, to cargo, retail, and e-commerce. Everything that's important to India is important to us. We ensure that diverse businesses deliver happiness to their customers while growing smarter, cleaner, and friendlier. When we empower industries, we empower people. Godrej Material Handling Equipment and Storage Solutions, lifting India and the world to new heights.
So we are the largest manufacturer of forklift trucks in India and rank among 20 global players. And we have been pioneering a lot of new products in last 3 to 5 years which are towards green and sustainability. And we also strongly believe that it's not a product. When we talk about a material handling equipment, it's a lot about service. So we do provide a product, then manual maintenance contracts, and depend on rental, so that you focus on your core business and we take a responsibility within the intralogistics space to move your goods and material. So any warehouse has different spaces. You have a docking, you have a staging area, you have a order picking area, you have a shelving, and you have a selective pallet racking systems. So each of the areas need a different type of equipment so that you can move your equipment fast to increase productivity, as well as safety is also important when you are moving the material. So here we come that whether you have a double D racking system, you have a single pallet racking system, or you have drive-in pallet racking system, we have a solution for each and every storage solutions with the equipment. So here we bring, we are the only manufacturer in India who manufacture articulated as well as reach trucks. So reach trucks, I'm sure you will have a very common understanding of a product, but articulated could be a new product. So why these two equipment are important? Because this can store 4x to 5x more pallets than the traditional metal handling equipment like forklift trucks or stackers being used today. So the cost per pallet of the movement reduces drastically, and you can go up to height of 12 meters and can work at an aisle of less than 2 meters. So how does that happen? So if you see this particular equipment, it's called an articulated forklift truck because the front face of the equipment can move, which means you require a lot less space. The advantage of it is a versatile equipment because it takes advantages of a counterbalance forklift truck and a reach truck, which combines together makes it a articulated forklift truck. So it has bigger wheels, which means it can be used within the rack as well as it can be used at the docking area. So you don't need to have multiple equipment for different metal handling movements. So it can be used in a factory as well as in a warehouse. So this clearly shows the width or aisle width is required for using a equipment. So if you are using articulated forklift truck, you can go up to 12 meters as I mentioned, and you can work within 2 meters of aisle. So it saves a lot of space. So a forklift, reach truck, and turret stock picker, these which are generally known, can be fed together into one product which is called a articulated forklift truck. So coming to a reach truck, again we are the only manufacturer who is manufacturing this product in India. We introduced 4 or 5 years back, and we are selling a lot to pharma companies and chemical companies, and it can go up to 11 meters, and it requires aisle width of about 3 meters. So this product has a lot of inbuilt safety features, because when you go up more than 6 meters above, you need to have a camera system, you need to have an ergonomics design such that when the operator is working at heights for a longer period of time, when he has to give a throughput, he is not strained. So all those safety features which increases productivity and safety is inbuilt into the product. So when I talk about that the space is getting squeezed, people are moving vertical, then there are certain solutions available which has further increased the efficiency of the products. what we call as double deep articulated trucks and double deep forklift trucks. So what does that mean? I'll just play a video that if you see on the left hand side the equipment, which itself can do 4x or 6x pallet locations, it can be further increased by 30 to 40% because now this equipment can either place or retrieve the material from the second rack. So what does this mean? That you spend less space for the movement of the material, but you are placing more and more material. It increases your pallet locations. So these equipment are available for normal temperature conditions, cold storage, as well as freezing condition up to minus 30 degrees. So apart from that, we all know about BOPTs, which are very, very general product which is used. But what I would like to focus is on a combination which is a notch up on a hand pallet truck. It increases your productivity by 4x or 5x. At the same time, this product comes at almost half a price of BOPT. Okay. So this is a product which is widely being used in retail and e-com industry because they need to move a lot of material which is ground movement, and the traditional way of pushing or pulling the material in hand pallet truck is gone, which means an operator is not using his manual power to move the material because it is battery powered. And we say on a thumb rule that this particular one product can replace 3 to 4 hand pallet trucks, and it has a double the lifespan of a normal hand pallet truck. And we talk about energy savings, we talk about sustainability. So we also offer, because all these are battery operated equipment which needs a charger. So we also give a smart charger. The advantage of the smart charger is that it gives a current at a very, very constant pace, which makes the temperature of the battery when you are charging at a very optimal rate. So what the advantage is that you are able to get 10% more in battery life. See, average battery is designed for about 1400 cycles, but when you charge with a normal charger, you can only operate maximum up to 1200 cycles. So if you're charging or discharging a battery once in a day, it means you have to change after 3 to 4 years. But if you're using a smart charger, you can actually go a 1 year more. Plus, the way the smart charger is designed, the energy consumption reduces by 25 to 30%. Again, the money saved is money earned. So this particular product also has a versatility because you don't have to buy multiple chargers with the equipment. It has a capability that it can work for 48 volt, 8 solutions, and we would be happy to be a part of the journey in pharmaceutical industry, more and more bigger, and to grow at a pace of double-digit growth, what we just listened in the first session. Thank you.
In case you have any queries you want to discuss with him on the services and solutions, you can take it outside.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sumit. And I would request Mr. Angad to come on stage and felicitate Mr. Sumit. do we have the panelists of session 2 inside? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pharma Connect 2025, Asia's biggest and unrivaled pharma supply chain conference, the biggest footfall, the biggest destination of pharmaceutical supply chain professionals. Well, Pharma Connect 2025 is being supported by our esteemed partners, ISS Global Forwarding India, JW Ventures, Balmer Lorry and Company, Uniworld Logistics, Medcover Global, Boots Coles Chain, FleetX, and Godrej Enterprises Group. I believe you had a delightful time meeting and networking during this brief IT session. Well, since we're already running a slight delay as per the stipulated time, we will now commence with our second panel session without any more further delay. The topic being agility, key to optimizing production and logistics. Very highly anticipated panel. The experts to chair this session will tend to keep your finger on the pulse and offer real insights into best practices for adaptive supply chain management, showcasing and deciphering on case studies that highlight successful transformations, providing a step-by-step approach of how companies can optimize and increase the flexibility of their supply chain system. Join me in welcoming to the stage with some round of applauses, Mr. Krishnakant Parab, Senior Vice President, India Business Operations and Cube Ethicals, Dr. Arlof John Vieira, Vice President, Supply Chain, Bajaj Healthcare. We have Mr. Vidit Nagpal, Director Sales for India at ISS Global Forwarding. We have Mr. Kapil Dwivedi, National Manager, NAM Accounts, V Express. We have Mr. Deepak Khurana, Vice President, Supply Chain and Procurement, Suven Pharmaceuticals, and Mr. Tejas Mehta, Assistant Vice President, Head Logistics and MSS Reliance Life Sciences, will take up the distinguished role of the moderator for the session. With a round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I would request Mr. Tejas to carry forward.
Am I audible? Yeah, good morning everyone. I think still it's morning. So good morning and welcome everyone. First of all, my compliment to Cargo Connect team for making this effort and bringing us all together. Thank you for my fellow panelists for being part of this event, and thank you for the audience for being with us today. Once again, a very good morning. And we are going to talk about agility and production and logistics. So what do we mean by agility? Agility is nothing but responding quickly and rapidly. And what does it mean to supply chain? It means that we as a professional are ever ready to ensure that any eventuality, any unforeseen events, or anything that is going to disrupt our business, we remain proactive and ensure interventions that helps our organization to meet the customer expectation, ensure that we have uninterrupted processes, and most important part is we remain committed to our core objective of what? ensuring that our top lines, that is revenue, is achieved, and while we do so, we contribute to a great extent to our bottom line. Am I right in saying this? Do we do this? Yes. So as we have said, we help them managing customer expectation, improvise the cost, ensure that revenues are done. We do two critical functions. One and most important part is we remain agile while we do so, and most importantly, we create real-time data. How does the data help us? They help us to give an insight, actionable items, so that we come for a meaningful decisions that leads to favorable outcomes. And what are the expectations from us as far as our behavioral tactics are concerned? So always being alert, always easily accessible, ensure that our decisions are decisive, no more flip-flops. We are swift in our action, and we are flexible in our approach. Am I right in commenting all this? Yes or no? So that's an expectation, that's agility. So bottom line is, be on your toes, and that's what we end up in. With me, we have great panels. So what as a team we are going to talk about is
bounce back. How quickly we can recover from wherever we are, We face disruption, we face so many things, but how quickly we can come back? Because disruption can put you down completely on the mat. And COVID not only put on the mat, some also went up, But having said that, we have to understand that it doesn't happen overnight. I think in the first session somebody said about resilience that, it's not about reacting, so we have to be proactive. But then for that, you got to really plan things, you got to really do things. And you got to do things in good times. Then only you will be ready for the bad times, okay? That's the key. Because in good times we are making merry, and in bad times we start reacting to things, So we have to learn that first, that in good times, always have things ready for our bad times. That we say in our personal life also, we say, we do this, so many things. So practically in professional, in resilience, that is the key for us. Now, broadly, if you see for resilience, there are, few enablers. The biggest one is technology. That's the biggest, technology is the biggest enabler for resilience. Second could be our processes. And then of course the people ourselves. And our complete focus for resilience should be on visibility, on, flexibility, on controls. Now, it's okay for me to say theoretically all these things, then you must think what it means practically, Now, if I say something, I think it doesn't make sense just saying, something bookish like, from the book. I'll give you some examples of how, we could do it in pharma industry. What is my few examples? Like when you talk of technology, for example. When we look at the processes or our infrastructure or anything, you have to look at, is our technology good enough for the bad times resilience? Because in disruption, what happens is you lose time and you have to make up that time and give quickly and still be on board. So your technology has to be automated. Your technology has to be in today's time. So, we have to really, like for example, forecasting has to be AI generated. It has to be big data analytics. We can't go by those spreadsheets and typical, sales marketing, 10%, ye mahine mein 5%, 5%, wo forecast ready ho jata hai. Template is ready. I don't know if any sales marketing, sub templates are ready and forecast is the biggest issue. So can we have a lot of technology in it, lot of algorithms used for getting real good forecasting? Secondly, like even if you see, if you want to do something on the processes, can we build in something that, we are ready? The machines are ready. We have to see that our weak points, weak machines, weak areas, we take care because these are going to fail when the really bad times come. So you have to be ready for it. So that's how you can quickly bounce back. Now when you go to procurement side also, in procurement also, like Indians and China, we are good negotiators. हम थोड़े कंजूस हैं ना हमारे. We are negotiating so hard with the logistics service provider, procurement. इतना खींच लेते हैं कि that fellow said, ठीक है sir, कर लेता हूँ. And then we are sticking to that guy. And what happens if that guy in COVID times, then what happens? So we need to have a strategy of 70-20, have tier 2 suppliers, dual suppliers, but don't, and secondly, we have second supplier only in COVID times and first supplier in merry times. Nobody will come. No supplier will give you supplies. You have to keep a balance, 20-80, 30-70, keep both suppliers running at the same time. We have done it during bad time. So when you do all this, Then the second supplier becomes 80% in COVID times, and 20% the first supplier will go down. So you still have your business running. That's how resilience is built up. On logistic, my friends will talk on logistic front. But I would say there are many more things where, now imports. I don't have to tell, somebody said, China may depend ho sakte hai kya? Can we depend fully? Everybody knows, but do we have an alternate solution? I'm telling you, I was in a company, I can't tell you the name of the company. Our China suppliers were even for Europe market products where we had registered. And we used to do a lot of filing variations here, there. Finally, what happened? We could not supply. Then we realized we made contracts with all the Europe suppliers. We contributed all. This is something we learned. I think resilience we learned the best during COVID times. Abhi ye wo HPMNC ka aaya, everybody is doing risk management. Arey abhi aur kuch ho jayega COVID ka. Have you not seen? Suddenly all those guys are going now. We have to be ready, we have to be ready. You should have been ready 1 year back, na? When the COVID happened 3 years back, 2021. But abhi wo HPMV ka aaya, immediately something in Karnataka, something in Kerala, everybody jumped up in pharma. So we can't be reactive. We have to be ready for it, And there are so many things in logistics also. We are looking at one route, one supplier. We don't divert. We have a diversified supply. There are so many strategies you can have. The problem is they are all on paper. The problem is everybody talks in boardrooms, but actions, and we don't test those. The most important, we need to test these plans. We need to test whatever we do at least 6 months, 8 months. Are we ready? नहीं तो बोलते हैं ना वैलिडेशन किया दूसरा फैक्ट्री में कि कोई आया तो दूसरे फैक्ट्री में बनाएंगे बट बनाते ही नहीं हम लोग इफ यू डोंट मेक एंड व्हेन यू गो टू मेक यू विल कम टू नो ये प्रॉब्लम है वो प्रॉब्लम द प्रोडक्ट कैन नॉट बी मेड ओनली सो इन गुड टाइम्स मेक योर सेकंड फैक्ट्री में वैलिडेशन स्प्रेड योर एग्स इन डिफरेंट basket, do your validation in this factory, that factory. Can you spread your resources, manufacturing resources also, do some near shoring, offshoring, friendly shoring. If you are a global company, be ready. If it happens in China, still you can do somewhere else. You can do in Sri Lanka, you can do some. So we are not used to this. We are used to milking at the best. ये पैसे में करना उतना ही करते बैठने का पैसा बनाओ यार बाद में देखा जाएगा. Our approach is what? होगा तो देखा जाएगा, isn't it? This is our Indian mindset, We are not this backup and alternate वगैरह. मिल रहा है ना पैसा कमाते जाओ, बाद में देखा जाएगा. That is the most difficult part in resilience. Resilience teaches us to be ready anytime, 24/7. And we got to test and be ready. Of course, there are many more things, but I don't know if I have overbrief. I'll keep on talking on that. So I'll leave up to the others to say.
Thank you, Arlof. I think what he has brought up a point is spread thin and never have your backup as a backup. Make it as a front up also, so that in the time of need, he can be there as a tested option. Thank you, Arlof, for your initial views. And I think all of us are part of supply chain and we deal with production. Most of the time, they are the people who keep us on toes, apart from logistics. And they always believe that we need everything before the time so that we can plan our things the way we want. And in that manufacturing, it has moved in pharma from batch processing and it is moving towards continuous processing. Gone are the days where we'll have batch to batch. It's a matter of 2 or 3 years down the line where FDA is going to insist on say that I want a continuous manufacturing for your plants. Considering this, my question to Deepak is, Deepak, how do you invest in manufacturing 4.0?
Yeah, thank you. So being in procurement, I have very different perspective about it, not in a technical domain, but I would say, every organization at one point of time definitely go for, manufacturing, adopting manufacturing technologies and implement that and buy those technologies. So, but there are pros and cons for that, So what kind of, technology one should go for, and because any technology upgradation or getting into new technology definitely, has a focus to bring in more customer, maybe getting into new product line, maybe developing a new product, new, a global market. So there can be different reasons for that. But before you get into, any kind of a technology advancement or buying into any new technology, it is imperative to say that, companies should look at, current infrastructures, their current operations, what is their future needs, and that is where they need to decide whether they really need to go for the technologies, new technology or not. Because technology can, bring in a lot of value addition, but at the same time it can be disruptive as well. So if it is you are not, choosing the right technology for your products or for your organization. So Here, like, there are a few points I would say that, every organization should, consider before they get into any, technology buying or, going for any new technology. Because it is again something like, it is a strategical decision. So it should be well planned, right? So you should always note down all your pros and cons and, how this is going to get evolve with your current, operations, and how this is going to, get into adjusting into current manpower or infrastructure. So whether you have that kind of infrastructure or not, but sometimes it may happen, you want to go for some kind of technology, but that really need a, very different kind of infrastructure, and you never thought of that. And that is where, you stuck, and, you then realize, oh, we need to, go for a, capex investment over there. So this is a very, serious subject, and that needs to be, discussed within the organization with the technocrats, IT people, and maybe, directors, board of directors, and all. Everybody should sit together, and then only, decide whether they should go for, any new kind of manufacturing technology or not. So there are other things like, I would say that, as I said, it requires a huge investment as well. So it is imperative. It is good to say that, organization or company must, look at their cost breakup, cost benefit analysis. Then they should look at ROI. Then they should fix up a timeline by when they want to, implement that. It cannot be kind of, open-ended kind of a time frame where they can, implement something whenever. But there should be very fixed timelines. By that they should implement it and start, getting the value addition and results out of that. Okay, that is the crux of everything. And whenever somebody is going for new technology, other challenge comes, when about their existing employees and, people who are going to, use that technology. So they need to be well trained. That has to they have to upskill their talent and learn those technologies, and, and it is again kind of, sometimes it is like, cultural change, I would say. So they have to, instill that culture of, learning and, adopting those new kind of, way of working. So those are, if your employees are not, supporting you in that new technology adoption, that is going to be failure, and that failure may be a very, bad setback for any organization. You cannot come over that. So those are a few things, which every organization should, look at before going for any, adopting a new technology. Then again, it comes to, how you want to, collaborate for that technology. Whether you really need to, outrightly buy the technology, or you need to collaborate with some other collaborator. You need to, collaborate with your suppliers and, work together. So there are different ways of, getting into that. But yes, technology upgradation and as digitization, automation is definitely which is, which every organization need to take a call at some point of time. Yeah.
So thank you, Deepak, for your views. He says very clearly, be wise, have all stakeholders be part of it, and ensure that you build something which is there for your need, mitigating all the risk. So thank you, Deepak, for your views. And logistic disruptions, I think we all are part and parcel of it. I jokingly always say in all the forums that we as supply chain professionals, we are excellent crisis manager. Do we all agree? We are excellent crisis manager. But the first thing we wait is crisis to happen so that we can manage it. That's a beautiful way of putting a logistic industry. So
you said crisis to happen. Sometimes we also create crisis,
of
and
course,
then we only solve the crisis. Just to extend it further.
It's called as Mahadev's creative destruction. We create, destroy, and create one more time so that we have something beautiful which was not existing earlier. So fantastic. Thank you. Of course, yes. Of course, yes. We have our two freight forwarders and logistic partners, Vidit and Kapil. So my question to Vidit is, Vidit looks after international operations. So my question to you is, how do you mitigate disruptions in logistics?
Thank you, Tejas, for that question. But I think the way you put it is very interesting. But what also is important is all these crises, all these disruptions has actually brought logistics to the fore as well. Before 2020, I think to an extent, not only in pharma, but a lot of industries, logistics was an ignored vertical. Now, the entire management, all the CEOs, all C-suite executives know what is happening and follow what is happening in logistics. So this disruptions has actually been good for our community, for everyone here in the room. And disruptions have been many. So after COVID, there's been one after another disruption. So it started with COVID, then the Russia-Ukraine war, the Red Sea. There have been wars, there's been regulatory change shifts. So there have been different regulations impacting different industries. So what I think we need to understand is, what is the impact of these disruptions that come in? I think we need to look at that. So if we want to quantify the impact, so like COVID had impact in a lot of ways, but eventually there was delays in getting raw materials, production delays. There were increased shipping costs. If we talk about Red Sea, there was increased transit time, but which eventually is increased shipping costs because it made more air freight. So if I have to quantify in two broad criteria, the impact of the disruptions if we have can be quantified into two heads. Either it is accept high shipping costs, or mitigate, or delay, accept loss in sales or loss in reputation. So I think it boils down to either of the two. So most important thing, I think now that we've got the voice within the organizations, it is to communicate exactly what is expected. So that the first part, maybe our sales team could go to the customer and actually try and negotiate, mitigate the loss that is happening in terms of excess shipping costs, which we all know seldom happens, right? It eventually boils down to us to mitigate those increased costs and get it back. So how do we do that? I think and that's the most important thing. How do we mitigate the costs? So I think multiple things, and depending on the disruption, the answer is actually different. So during COVID, there was a time when long-term contracts were very useful, and then after a year or so, then the market started falling, long-term contract became absolutely useless. So what is right, long-term contracts or no long-term contracts? To be honest, I think COVID was an exception. You cannot plan your supply chain to a pandemic or a disruption like a COVID. I hope such an extended disruption, so yes, the others can happen, but COVID was an exception. So I would still want to believe long-term contracts is the way, because that way I think suppliers, they get their skin in the game. They would want to invest for you, and there is a partnership approach that comes in. So one, I think it's long-term contracts and maintaining those partnership approaches. And then I think there are multiple ways you could have done it. Like during the time of Red Sea, I remember, so transit time all of a sudden to Europe had become 45 days overnight. And you had only one option to fulfill your obligations, is to air freight cargo, and the costs were crazy. So we came up with a solution where we were shipping the cargo from India to Dammam, where the transit time was 7 days, and trucking from Dammam to Jeddah. So if anyone knows Saudi Arabia geography, this is trucking from one part of Saudi to the other. So it's like shipping from, trucking from Kanyakumari to J&K. That's how big the geography was. But we gave that solution and eventually were able to cut the transit time by hardly 10 days. So instead of 45, we were delivering in 35 days, because from King Abdullah, you've already crossed the Red Sea part.
So basically you're talking multimodal transport.
Multimodal. So there was a new way. So you need to explore new ways how you're doing it. And the cost was actually double what the normal container cost was. But it ended up saving huge air freight costs. And it ended up giving the customer additional buffer of the inventory which they needed. See, the other ways, I think a lot of, especially the pharma companies, where they can, I think where this shelf life allows, I think we've seen inventory buffers being built up. We've seen the mode of air freight getting shifted to ocean as well. So if pharma generics possibly was 90-10 in terms of air ocean, it's now shifting more towards ocean than to air, and that is because of the cost. And thanks to our e-commerce guys, they've ensured that the air freight market remains super strong, which is not coming down. Let's see how this pans out in the future. But I think these are the points. So I think you need to figure out alternate ways. You need to have long-term relationship with your vendors, but treat them as your partners. And depending on the disruption, figure out if there are any alternate ways. We can use sea air, we can do a multiple things. So I think those are the ways you can mitigate it.
I think I see Deepak roaring to go.
Yeah, raring to go.
Yeah, that's what I say.
No, no, as Vidit is telling about, getting into long-term contracts and all. So I think that, it's a practically, I'm saying that, last year we had a, lot of challenges in getting into long-term contracts. Now they straightforward, or, see, these people were, able to commit anything. And we were literally, getting into 2 months contract, 3 months contracts, okay? And it is still a challenge. It is still a challenge. So having said that, I think there are lot many, logistic guys are there, right? But there are few only people who are actually controlling this, right? This freight business, and so I think they need to collaborate more, right? So they need to collaborate more and come out with some kind of solution for the customers, like how they can cater us, because our customer, like for me, like my customer is never not going to wait for me, right? So they need to get their material on time. So yeah.
With it, 2 points. First is a little scary for me what you said, but I'll tell you the good part of it. From a supply chain guy, I always admire logistic guys, because in a relay race they are on the last. They सब delay करते हैं, right from planning, manufacturing, and everything, and then finally you have to run the fastest to deliver. I appreciate that. But you said either loss of sale or image, ना? वो मत बोलना, कंपनी का इमेज गया तो सप्लाई चेन वाला घर जाएगा. So don't say that. You have to deliver at higher cost, whatever cost, air freight cost, but deliver it. But we cannot ever say that it has to be either higher cost or loss of sales or loss of image. No company will withstand that, okay?
No, again, that is what I'm saying, that the impact of these disruptions can be either accept that or pay the cost. So eventually no one wants to lose reputation, no one wants to lose sales.
That is blanked out, only higher cost.
Only high. So it eventually comes to us as logisticians to mitigate the higher costs that are getting impacted. So that was the point coming down to it.
Can I add something here? We all talk everything, but the final solution or answer to this is capacity constraint. The day airlines puts few more freighter, they will struggle to get this cargo fully loaded for that. So today the entire industry is being controlled in a way that capacity constraint continues. The day you have more, I'm sure we will have our solutions in place. That's fine, it's a cycle, it keeps on happening. So now this brings it to me, to Kapil. So what do you feel, Kapil, about anticipating market needs that you can address with automation?
So first I would like to thank Mr. Alof and Mr. Deepak to share his views on agility and the technology here. And Vidit has also shared their concerns with the freight forwarding global logistics. But yes, I would like to share you that from the technology and automation perspective view, business anticipates in market and customer needs proactively if we can provide them some advanced technological innovation tools also. As in V Express, we are a 65 years old brand, VTrans Logistics, and currently we have launched our Vision, which is a internal CRM tool, which actually help us to understand various automation updates from the ground and from customer end. Like we are using real-time data analytics, where my operation team can see the actual demand, actual customer demands, and the inventory management in our hubs or the warehouses, in our last branches also. Parallel to that, when we are talking about the dynamic route optimization, we need to ensure that whatever the route we have added in our operations should have to adjust the routes as per the capabilities of the demand of the market. Like if customer wants delivery on priority, so we can have customization of the routes. If there's a traffic in the routes, so we can change the route of the our vehicles, and we can align the deliveries on priority basis. So we have different type of automation in place in our company. We have also provided collaboration supply chain platforms to our manufacturer, dealers, clients, consignees, all the people. So through API integration, we can connect all the customers from order booking till the order delivery at the consignee end. We will have AI-based demand forecasting with us, through which we can see what is the demand patterns, shifts in which month, seasonal trends. We all know whenever in domestic logistics, whenever Diwali, Durga Puja comes, most of the operations or logistics provider logistics service provider fails to handle the cargoes and shipment at Kolkata, at Bangalore, and all the major hubs. So we have that AI pattern demand forecasting through which we can analyze the data, the past historical data, and we can align our operation accordingly with that trend, basically. We will also providing end-to-end visibility solution to our clients. Through API integration, we have providing portal to all the clients which can see their order booking, they can track their shipments, they can see the service level performance which we are giving to them, and they can also see the transit time which we are committing to the customer and is it aligned with our commitment or not. So we have various automation that we are using to provide in the industry, in the pharma industry, and we are very much equipped with to provide speed, accuracy, and responsive to our clients.
So thank you, Kapil. I think he's talking about keep your fingers on the pulse of the market. Be updated and be real time. As I said in the initial, real time data which helps you to take meaningful decisions. That's what is next question coming to you, sir. Flying to you.
Okay.
You go ahead, sir, please.
Yeah. Actually, I just thought I'll add one point on resilience, since the thing is, and we are all to be very resilient. One of the major one is our inventory management. Inventory management, I'll tell you, again, in Indians, we are a little conservative. We want the lowest inventory, ज़्यादा खर्चा नहीं होना चाहिए, inventory carrying cost कम है, ये है, everything we do. So tightly we control, and I'll tell you one or two examples from my experiences, okay? We control the inventory so much that forget COVID, if there is a small pneumonia virus also, तो हमारा inventory फट हो जाएगा इधर. So what I'm trying to say is, like I know one, I will not tell the name of the company or the person. I was a general manager in charge of supply chain of a good company, growing company. And suddenly, we had this system where we had to have one batch quantity of packing material to be kept in stores. So there is any extra consumption of any line में कुछ machine problem आया, कुछ भी, we can use that at one batch of each product we used to keep as an excess inventory for every product. So that anything happens, packing material is never short, machines are never idle, everything went good. Anyway, unfortunately, I had a great wiser boss of mine who suddenly saw inventory values, ये वो फटवा जारी किया, all buffer stock निकाल दो. And this is in the ERP system we are doing. This has happened practically, and you won't believe, within 10-15 days, we had tuck, one or two machines all lying idle from the factory, 2-3 factories, and suddenly within 15 days we had to redo the policy of no buffer stock. We had to keep buffer stock. Now why I am giving this example is, this is what penny wise pound foolish strategy. आप समझ गए? Sometimes it is better to spend little more for inventory, but see that the higher cost of machine idle, product non-availability, manpower idle, overhead cost, all this can be brought to lowest. और थोड़ा inventory cost से किसी का जेब में margin ज़्यादा नहीं जाने वाला. It's hardly small percentage. So always in your strategy, please be sure you should never be penny wise pound foolish. I deliberately gave this as a practical experience I shared. The second point I want to tell you is, we had a monopoly supplier, and I can tell you the name of the product, but not the company. We had one product, a top A-class item of my company called beta-methazone dipropionate for a cream we were doing, okay? You will figure out which company if I tell you a little more, but I don't mind that. So we had one supplier only in the whole world for that. That was Sicor, Italy, from Italy. And you won't believe, I'm talking of 1995. And my MD was such a visionary. He used to keep stock of that item for 2 years. That API had a shelf life of 5 years. We used to keep stock of 2 years. It was so costly, we had bought 2 Godrej lockers in lock and key and kept it in the factory store. And the keys were with the MD. Why I'm giving you this example? That's now, if COVID would have happened, we would have still survived. That time there was no COVID. Today, if there was a COVID, it would have. So what I'm trying to say is, for your top A-class items, for your bread and butter item, for your largest value, sales value item, you have to have inventory covered at least for 6 months to 1 year. Now somebody will say, "Kai ko kharcha karne ka?" You never know which virus will come when now, which pandemic will come, when there will be war, when there will be floods. We don't know. So we have to be ready. And that's what all resilience.
I love, you are one of the luckiest person to have such boss. 2 years inventory.
I would like to add one more point to Arlov, that most of the freight forwarding companies and the domestic logistic pair are providing OMS, CMS, order management systems, and the customer management system, which actually help us, everybody, for order creation till order fulfillment to the last mile delivery. So when there's an order booking, you can say, your inventory you can analyze your inventory stock at that particular point. In freight forwarding, it will take 1 month to move that inventory from your warehouse to
Talking of the API, not the finished good.
Yeah. So API
and it was contributing to 40% of our turnover.
Absolutely correct.
That's why I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So it's a big ticket item for us.
Absolutely correct. Right.
Like, for continuous products, like for APIs, let's say, or for formulations, customer, like as an organization, we always have a very fair idea about what consumptions are going to happen during the year, right? And we have pre-booking of the orders as well. But in certain cases, like in CDMO business, or a contract development and manufacturing business, things are very dynamic. Okay, so I can say, our company, used to still used to manufacture one product, that is agro product, and I can see, they hold it in inventory for 2 years. Okay, and it was a huge value, right? And suddenly what happens, similar way, like we are holding inventory, so our customer is also holding inventory for the final product, right? So suddenly they said, no, we are holding inventory for next 2 years. Now policy is changed. So what we don't need this material for another 2 years. So what to do with that inventory? We are stuck, right? So convincing again to the customer and saying that, no, I'm holding this inventory for you, it doesn't work. Your big customer doesn't listen to you, right? So they have contractual we have contractual obligations, and we need to follow those. We cannot ask these things to our customer, because we never asked them when we were holding inventories. So inventory is again a very critical aspect for any organization. We need to very careful what inventory we should be maintaining. So it all depends. So
and there could be change in compositions as well, right? So you can maintain the inventory, the composition could change, that inventory.
So that is true. That is, we are see, whatever we do, we are into chemical industry. Correct. Right? Whether it is API, it is all we are talking about chemistry. Correct. Right? So there is a chain reaction always. So we need to say that what is validity of these products, what is shelf life of these products. So that matters. You cannot hold something for forever. So here a lot of still work needs to be done.
So as a group, we are not keep more inventory to go through disruption.
Never.
We are saying that
we are saying optimize the inventory.
You need to look at where you can keep a buffer, where you should optimize it depending on the options you have to supply.
You need to look at a lot of factors, in and around what all is,
especially for our critical products, which makes a difference to us and they contribute to our revenue. I am very sure each one of us are mindful of a trade-off where time, quantity, and availability, and the time which is required, probably we put a trade-off. And we don't mind carrying little extra inventory, we call it a strategic inventory. And that's part and parcel of our overall inventory. So trade-off items will always continue with a lower turnover, at the same time others will be managed accordingly. So good to have the all perspective. All said and done, my one question keeps coming, we said we will do this, we will do that. Who will do it for us? People, right? All of us are supply chain professional. We are sitting here, I think one of our panelists earlier, they say that we are having a shortage on crunch. He said that people in logistic and supply chain are by choice and not by chance. I have a different feeling, reverse. It's a reverse always, it's by chance, not by choice. Recent past, I think 3 to 4 years, lot of universities have come with supply chain management courses, understanding the need, and the COVID, thanks to, I should not say the COVID was a good event, but thanks to COVID, we got rightful place in our organization. Today, supply chain is part and parcel of every boardroom discussion. Prior to that, we were only people who will just be part of the implementation, go and get this, that's it. Today we said, is it possible to get it? How fast you will get it? What cost you will get it? So we got a rightful place in the organization, and we are happy about it. My only question to all of you, how do you take a talent pool or importance of people within our entire supply chain community? Can I have views from Arlov first?
Actually, managing people is the most difficult part. Managing any other resource is easy, but managing people, the resource, is the most challenging part, for only reason people have emotions, and really to manage emotions is not easy. Okay, having said that, if you want to really manage talent, all you need to do is understand what is that person's aspiration, what is that person's, talent you have. You have to only boost the talent. Unfortunately, without disrespecting all the seniors here, because I'm also 60 plus, but I'm telling you, we have all these inflated egos, and we are unable to respect the younger and the talent which is there, because somehow or the other we feel, how can he know more than me, sort of. The best way to manage talent is to give them space, to give them a lot of responsibilities, and to allow them to take decisions. COVID time taught us who were the real managers, not those who sat in the offices or in the homes fearing COVID, but those frontline guys who went on the field, not only from the logistics side, supply chain side, manufacturing side, all those feared and they took their own. When the calls were coming during COVID time, kya karna hai, tumhara decision le lo yaar. Most of the senior guys gave this decision. And finally they took the decision and they ran the show. And that 1 year brought out the talent pool up. And we had all the hiring and firing of senior managers during COVID time. You must all be knowing that. So the best way to manage talent and to really give them is to allow them to work in simple line. Somehow or the other, we seniors don't allow them to work. If you allow them to work, allow them to take decisions, allow them to give them space, your work is done. All you have to do is mentor and guide them. Don't teach them. Don't tell them. Don't instruct them. Okay, don't micromanage them, detail them. Just allow them. And I'm telling you, these guys are much more talented and much more updated than anybody of us, because they are in today's time. We are outdated. Even they are more tech savvy than we are. Honestly, they are more tech savvy. They may not be able to take decisions, they may not be able to get complexities, but you can help guide those complexities, isn't it? So I think that's what I feel as a manager, but I don't know what is
Give them operational freedom, what they need for.
No, I agree with you. Very recently I had a chance to work with the organization wherein I can very well differentiate between the people, the capabilities and intellect of those people as versus any other same employee working in some kind of MNC or bigger organization. So what happens, it is a mistake of I would say leadership, that they don't trust their employees, or and they never grow. So micromanagement is the disease basically, I would say. So people like people at CEO level or at higher level, if they are doing micromanagement and seeing that how functions are working on day-to-day basis, I don't think so. That company can grow anytime, right? So you need to trust your people. So empower them, train them, mentor them, and I can see there are many people who are have a hidden talent. You never because they never come up and talk to you. You never know that those are the they have capacities go further in their careers. So once you deliberately identify those, you can always help them to come out, and I have done so many. Okay, I am proud of that, doing that. And people whomsoever I used to work, I trust them, give them all kind of freedom to take decision making is not only for managers. Okay, so they should be taking decision operation, they should be managing the operations, right? So we should be there, managers should be there to guide them, make strategies, or think something bigger for the organization, right? It is not for a manager to guide them and tell them every time what you need to do, what you should not be doing. So yeah, I agree on that.
Trust your team, I think probably the sense of what Deepak is talking with it to you.
I think from our side, from the service provider side especially, there's no school, college which actually who gives out people who have got the knowledge that we are looking for. So we are just dependent on two ways. One is getting people from the market, and they're the same people who are going from one place to the other, or hiring people from colleges and training them. One good thing, I think, again, thanks to COVID, and we should not be thanking COVID, right? It's done too much wrong. But during this time, what has happened is people have started imagining their career in supply chain. Yeah. If I now go to a college to recruit, there are people who are keen on having a career in supply chain because they see this as a good career. So I think as an organization for us, what we've taken, how we have attacked this problem is that we've wanted to get people who are fresh, who's got fresh ideas, giving an outside perspective. Spend time with them, train them, mentor them, and then once they're ready, give them wings to fly. So I think that is what has worked for us, because the space, so the space at which we have grown as an organization, and as at the pace at which as the industry or the people requirement we have in this industry, if we don't start attracting people, training them and giving them the wings, I think it will be a problem. We'll have problem of qualified people to do this business. I think this is something which we are very carefully doing it, so that's how it is for us.
Thank you, Vijay. I think it's hire the young talent, train them, upskill them, so that they live up to our expectation. And more the people come, probably I think we'll be more enriched as a overall as a fraternity. Kapil, your views?
We all know there are so many challenges in the pharmaceutical industries, and if you are talking about the talent, pharma people, of course there is a scarcity of the pharma people in the market. I'm talking about from service provider also. I was in freight forwarding also, where we come to know that we should have to understand the global regulatory frameworks of the government. We all know that pharmaceutical have a major export-import from US, Africa, European countries, and their government's regulations are very tough for import-export. So we would require some people who understand this type of regulations also at our end to understand the customer's requirement, right? So from the LSP side, we should have to take manpower from the colleges which have pharmaceutical colleges, you can say. We should have to train them, we should have to explore them to handle dedicated pharma business, because now this is a fashion in the market that most of the LSP have their different verticals, auto verticals, pharma verticals, that pharma manpower can handle only pharma verticals, pharma clients. So, and it will help them to be specialized in particular vertical and to understand the criticality of the pharma business. So I would suggest that it should be important to train them, motivate them for the particular segment of the market.
Tejas, I'll just share for the benefit of everybody, and this is practically which has happened, you know. In one of our board meetings, you know, the MD decided that, you know, he thought a change is required, some new talent is required and all, you know. He said, get the best management institute students, you know, we'll get 4, 5, give them good salaries and let us train them, mold them and all that thing, you know, bright idea and all. So I literally told him, and I'm telling you a fact what I told him. I said, it's really a good idea, great idea. But my problem is not about those students who will come. My problem is, will our guys be able to handle those students? You know, and this is the problem. Will our senior guys, with all the stature that they have, will be able to handle these young guys? Because please remember, the generation gap is so much, and if you really don't handle them with care, and I'm telling you because I was a director of a management institute, I know what is management college, what are students. I've been in full-time 2-3 years, you know, before I went back to consultancy in pharma. So I can tell you with great honesty that handling talent, young talent, you got to really handle them well. Especially in the larger corporate or those which are growing companies where everything is happening at a blistering pace. And then what you do is, you know, ek kaam karo yaar, photocopy karo, band ye karo, udhar jaake aao, ye karo. We give them some mundane jobs, you know. They get frustrated and they go away. So where is talent gone? Wasted. So handling talent and bringing in and then nurturing them, it's a great skill, and that's where a lot of HR and everything comes into play, you know. So I just thought I'll share that.
I would always say with a lot of pride, saying that supply chain professionals are one of the most flexible guys within the organization. I don't have seen anybody saying that this cannot happen, I will not do it, this will happen in this way only. We will say, tell us it has to be done, we will get it done. Do you agree? I think your claps tells me, thank you very much. So it's fantastic to know that supply chain professional, and most of the time people who are sitting in senior positions, we never were into supply chains. Let's accept it. Supply chain entirely as a concept in the last 10 years which has come up. Most of the time it was separate entities, production is separate, logistics is separate, and together now we are becoming a community. And I'm very sure the new talent which is coming is taking this to a newer level with a lot of technology driven advancement. And all of us, probably when we started our careers, we were not new to technology, we were very new, but I think all of us adopted, and that's made a difference, right? So if I ask everybody, we are second of the entire discussion, quickly sum it up in 1 minute, all 4 of you one by one. We can start with Deepak.
See, rightly said, so talent management is a problem, not a problem, but a challenge. So if you don't handle them properly, they get frustrated. So we need to be very, very, like careful about it, handling them. And when as far as procurement is concerned, I would say procurement people are the most efficient people in the organization. They are the catalyst in the organization. And when I meet my people, and my only motivational words are, you know in the entire organization, right, does anybody has any power to spend any money, 1 rupee, without you? No. You are the people. Without you, without your approval, without your involvement, even a managing director is not allowed to spend 1 rupee. So see how powerful you are. Okay. And I have seen, I don't know why procurement people think that they are the backbenchers. They always keep quiet. I say no. You should be people who should be always be vocal. You are the authority, right? Until unless we procurement think that they are the people who has the most of those kind of authorities to do the things and have a decision making. So nobody will look up to like that. So first of all, you need to be very, very confident that wherever you are in procurement, you are the best one.
Thank you, Deepak.
In very short, I'll tell you, whether you are agile, whether you are resilient, or whether whatever it is, whether COVID is there or not there, supply chain has one goal: just make it happen. There's only one sentence, and I am telling you, I know one MD of a company who today they are 12,000, 15,000. He used to only tell me in the quarter end, Arlov, just make it happen. Na? Itna orders aa gaye aapke paas. Point I'm making is, this is the sales requirement. Ab make it happen means utna sales mein convert hona chahiye. So one line, make it happen, guys. Whether you are agile or no agile, whether you are resilient or not resilient, okay? Whether there is COVID or no COVID.
Karke aana.
So we all know that pharmaceutical industry, as per the current market scenario, that they are growing a lot, and from the different verticals in industry, this is one of the vertical which actually requires critical and on-time delivery compared to other sectors. Recently, as in we Express Logistics, which is Express Distribution Logistics Service Provider, we have recently launched OTP-based deliveries for the B2B cargoes in the pharmaceutical business. So that is one of the initiatives that we have recently taken, and we have also providing multiple API integration in our all the verticals of the pharma industry, which really help us to manage agile, transparency, speed, accuracy, and the responsiveness. So I think this is a few important parameters which actually looking for this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Kapil.
See, all I can say is disruptions are here to stay. We don't know which next disruption is going to hit us. There could have been one happening few days ago which got called off, which is the labor strike in the US. So there's going to be something which is going to come up or not. So what all of us can do is, I think what the best thing out of the last 4 years that has happened is that there is a respect between the service providers, the manufacturers, the asset owners like shipping lines and the airlines. There is a respect and the acceptance of importance of everyone that has come in. So all of us, I think, need to, and there is a partnership approach which is there. So it is together, if we are together and if we are transparent, if we are working in a partnership approach, there is no disruption that can come up in the future that we cannot sail through. So I think that is what I would sum up with.
Thank you, fellow panelists. I'll just put a concluding remark that all of us sitting in supply chain, we deal with product, process, and most importantly, people. And while we do so, all of us are enablers to business in terms of revenue as well as bottom line. And most importantly, all we do to create value for whom? To organization and for all of us. So thank you, my panelists, for fantastic insights. And we are left with 5 minutes. So I'll open up if any questions anybody wants to ask in the audience. Yes, please, sir. What's your name, sir?
True, but you make it happen on the last leg. Supply chain has to make it happen from the order till getting the finished good ready. Then you will make it happen on the last leg. So we are on the firing line right from the beginning. And when you fail, we also are fired for no reason, no fault of us, you know. So that's the reality I'm talking, especially those who are. But I just wanted to add to what Vidit said. Today we have to learn to predict the unpredictable, which is the norm now. Now, how to predict the unpredictable, don't ask me, but we have to do that job also, you know. So this is the current norm right now. So we have to be learning through experiences, I think. Yeah, sorry.
The forwarded is in the ICU, so you come to the...
I told you all on the last leg, so we expect you to run faster than even Ben Johnson and whoever you say.
In the ICU, right?
Rahul, it's a collaborative effort. I don't think you can do it alone. Neither we can fully depend on our providers. It's a collaborative effort. I think together we can make it happen. Individually, I'm sure we're destined to fail.
The best part is we have changed our mindset from vendor to partner. Now,
I agree.
Founder is called as a partner, which is, you know, integral part of your system, supply chain management. Thank you.
I'm sure all of us sitting here, we always consider as our vendor, as our partner. Gone are the days where we talk about we pay you and you give us service. We said let's build together something which help both of us. So that's, I think, thought process nowadays. Yeah. Last question, anyone?
So hi, I'm Animesh Gupta from Delhi. So no question, but one thing which is very sure, last 12 years, I am there in the industry for 32, 33 years now. Last 12 to 13 years, supply chain professionals have started moving the world around. And if we still think, like in the first panel we said last 4 years or last 7 years, we heard last 10 years. So I have started my career from the days when technology was like Pentium 486 we were starting, initial days. And then came into SAP, then now enablers are there, IT enablers. One question which comes to my mind to the August panelists, how much do you think AI can complement efforts what you are doing as a supply chain manager as of now? Artificial intelligence, AI.
I can answer this. I can try to. I will not say that I can answer this. I can try to.
Sure.
I have always belief in people. Remember, whatever we do, technology is going to complement your effort. It is never going to replace you. Look at the COVID, what happened? All technologies failed. Could they predict COVID? No. Who helped you? People. I apply same analogy to AI. AI is going to make your predictive analysis much more robust. It is good to hold for a planning perspective and execution perspective. However, any exigency, you have to deal by yourself. If I consider percentage-wise help, it will help you close to 35 to 40% in automation and predictive analysis, which will help you to prepare better for the eventualities. That's my assessment. I may be right or wrong. My perspective.
Add to it, let me tell you, AI is something which is going to be a game changer. Of course, human beings are important, but I'll tell you 3 areas, at least in pharma, which I am involved with. AI in demand forecasting is to stay. It removes all the errors, human errors, predictable errors, all that. So second, in designing the drug, right from drug development to this, it is playing a very, very big role to find out how many samples, what are the data, what type of analysis to do. So drug development, discovery development is, instead of taking 20 years, now it is reduced to around 10 years, thanks to AI only. And the third is, today with AI generative auto replenishment modes, today inventory is managed, auto replenishment instructions are given, auto replenishment orders are received and immediately sent. So AI is going to be a very helpful tool for us to go in the long run. So the sooner we adapt to it, the sooner we implement it, we are going to be much more effective and efficient. Take it from me. Okay.
So in future, you think supply chain managers will move out?
No, AI is a tool to help the supply chain manager.
Correct.
It's
So
not replenishing or not replacing. Okay, the supply chain. Yeah.
One word: 70%, 30%, 80%, 20, or 50-50.
I said already 35.
He said 35, 65.
I wouldn't like to go into a percentage because human being is final decision maker. How he uses the tool will depend on how effective AI is.
So
okay?
here
So
it goes.
percentage
about,
is difficult to say.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'll say something on that. So here it goes. Like in last 35, 40 years, whatever PPC, production planning and control, as an outcome of whatever the marketing or the sales people had predicted was not more than 30% true. Not more than 30%. 50% was very odd cases. Whether it is in pharma industry, I come from automobile also, petrochemical also, various industries. So nowhere it was more than 50%. But with this AI, probably that is going to get boosted up. But in the last leg, where one of the friend logistic partner was talking about it, it will not go more than 50% because what we know as of now कि ये हुआ था तो हमने ये किया था. That is what the AI will predict. AI cannot predict something which has not been fed to it. And every situation in logistics is dynamic. Every day is a new day. So you don't know what will happen next. And you have a new thing coming out of what experience you have. You have seen, अच्छा ऐसा किया था, चलो ये try कर देते हैं.
Can I request? I think
to
we
take
can.
this,
That's what I said. I
yes,
will
yes.
continue debate over the lunch. But thanks for your views, and we conclude the panel discussion. Thank you for
Thank you
the
so
audience.
much. Please, sir, remain on stage. Thank you. Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists for this enriching discussion. You have shared valuable insights on enhancing supply chain agility, fostering collaboration across networks, embracing technology, and empowering the younger generation to lead. Your thoughts have certainly given us a lot to think about and will inspire actionable strategies for all of us. Once again, we appreciate your time, expertise, and vision for the future. Please give them a huge round of applause. Now, I would like to call upon stage Mr. JPN Singh, MD Scorpion Group, to felicitate our distinguished panelists. Now we have Mr. Dr. Alof J. Vieira, VP Supply Chain, Bajaj Healthcare. Please, audience, please let's keep the claps going. Thank you. Mr. Vidit Nagpal, Director, Sales, India, ISS Global Forwarding. continuous evolution brought in by advanced tech and digital tools to improve traceability across the supply chain.
Business for pharmaceuticals customers. We'll do transportation and secondary distribution for entire pharma customers. We also have do value-added services for like kitting, bulk breaking, QR printing, and tracking serializations, all the things. So I'll just like to present my corporate video.
Trust is earned when action meets words and thoughts. In a world where promises are often just words, there exists a company that breathes life into trust. JW Ventures, the mark of trust. Our spaces are hubs of trust. Every product that enters is handled with care and precision, ensuring that your trust is safeguarded at every turn. In a continually changing business landscape, we promise reliability, consistency, and efficiency in performance, making us one of the most reputable logistics conglomerates in the country. Leveraging decades of experience, we at JW Ventures pride ourselves in always staying ahead of the curve. The group owns over 250 acres of sprawling freehold-owned land. Our container freight station business is spread across 85 acres, while the specialized logistics, 4PL warehouse, and cold chain businesses is spread across 165 acres in Mumbai, Delhi, and Bengaluru. All our facilities are IMS, CTPATS, AEO, and GDP compliant. We offer comprehensive logistics solutions tailored to meet the complex and growing supply management requirements of our customers. We offer quick and efficient last-mile delivery assurance through our pan-India transportation fleet of company-owned vehicles equipped with state-of-the-art tracking systems. We are strategically located near national highways and near ports. The group houses 2 distinct container freight stations, catering to the needs of FCL and LCL requirements, serving to India's largest marketplace for India's top 200 plus consolidators, along with catering to the needs of ODC, hazardous cargo, and temperature control cargo. We house various government offices of Customs, Drug Controller, and the Central Leather Research Institute. The best supply chains aren't just fast and cost-effective, they are also agile and adaptable. Our modern 4PL warehousing facilities promise flexible storage as well as targeted logistics solutions for smaller, seasonal, or e-commerce businesses. We have a dedicated hazardous warehouse that complies with strict safety regulations to protect our employees and the local community members. Our smart warehouses equipped with QR code scanning make inventory tracking easy and efficient while giving greater control and visibility to our clients. With our diverse and motivated team of individuals, a robust ERP and warehouse management system ensure that real-time inventory insights from our warehouses can be accessed seamlessly by our clients anywhere through their phones. Our dedicated automobile warehouse facilities safe storage being securely transported to the dealerships. We also have expertise in handling temperature control and over-dimensional cargo. The cold storage facilities located in Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore help in preventing the degradation of food and pharmaceuticals, while meeting compliance requirements for maintaining their quality, while also extending their shelf life. These multiple chamber eco-friendly facilities offer temperature as well as humidity controls. Processing, sorting, packing and labeling of fresh produce is also carried out here before supplying it to a third-party food logistics arm. We have created a hydroponic garden in the outskirts of Mumbai, and all the organic produce is processed, packaged and supplied to our third-party food logistics arm. Sustainability is at the core of every step we take. Our facilities harvest solar and rainwater to reduce the carbon footprint. We at JW Ventures are committed to building a secure delivery system while complying with international safety guidelines while handling cargo at the CFS. Our cold storage facilities are also fully compliant. All our facilities are under 24/7 CCTV surveillance and offer a working atmosphere that is congestion-free and efficient. Safety of our employees is of utmost importance to us. We have an emergency response team comprising of government-certified firemen and in-house firefighting vehicles and equipment. Trust is the foundation upon which we've built our legacy, guided by our visionary leaders and propelled by our dedication and innovations. We have been able to ride the crest of the booming trade wave and believe that with the support of our customers, we shall continue to do so. As responsible custodians of compassion, we strive to give back to the community in as many ways as possible. A resplendent old age home housing more than 80 senior citizens was established around 50 kilometers away from Mumbai in the Konkan region of Vajreshwari on the banks of the river Tansa. The group is also closely associated with the Sri Sadguru Seva Sangh Trust. The trust aims to serve the underprivileged by providing them access to food, healthcare and education. As we journey towards the future, we invite you to be a part of our story. At JW Venture, trust is not just a word, it is a value that drives us forward. With a vision to forge ahead with further expansion into other cities of India, we are JW Venture, the mark of trust.
I request everyone to visit our warehouse as per your convenient time. Of course, we are MHRA and GDP and GHP approved warehouses for pharma customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gauri Shankar. May we have Mr. Ashish Mohan, Vice President Procurement on stage, vaccine, on the stage with us to felicitate our Mr. Another exclusive presentation from Mr. Manoj Adlakha. May I please call him on stage for an exclusive presentation. He is the co-founder of Bootus Cold Chain, one of our valued partners of Pharma Connect 2025. Mr. Manoj Adlakha, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I can see very less energy in the room. I'm sure that we're all hungry. So you need to bear with us for some time more. So can we have the presentation, please? Can you go to the first slide, please? Yeah. So can we have the presentation here or no? Okay, fine. So yeah. So this is the first time. It's a privilege to be part of Pharma Connect, and it is for us first time that we are announcing our world's first net zero warehouse establishment. So we are coming up with world's first net zero cold storage in North India. And so when we say net zero cold storage, what does it mean? In a layman language, it means zero electricity bill. So imagine a cold storage where we have minus 28-degree temperature and there is no electricity bill coming up. So what impact it's going to create on the pharmaceutical industry and many more industries where we need ambient warehouses or cold storages. And another thing is, which is again a very big benefit we are going to give to the society, is the zero carbon emission. At least 90–95% less carbon emission from the normal traditional cold storage warehouses. And then the improved energy efficiency, because we'll be using very unconventional methods to generate energy. It is just not solar. So because solar is there for last 20 years and still it could not solve the purpose of creating net zero infrastructure. So what is it made us think about it that we need to create something, or we need to create an impact in society? So exactly after COVID, we got to know this news that approximately 25% of vaccines go to waste before reaching doctors and patients due to poor cold chain supply. And that really forced us that we need to do something in that area. We need to contribute as an organization, as a supply chain partner. And that's where this idea originated. So then we figured out what are the challenges we have in cold storage in India. So one of the challenges is the trackability of the cargo. And second challenge we found is the equipment failure. That is a very big challenge. When we talk to multiple cold storage warehouses owners, then we could figure out that because of the equipment failure, there is a very high cost of maintenance for them. And the third one is the high operational cost. And the fourth one is the lack of infrastructure. So all put together created an environment where we do not have enough ecosystem to, to carry our medicines or the entire, even not in medicines, in other areas also, where we can just have the ecosystem to support that. So then we figured out that it is not the, when we talk about the traceability issue, then that can easily be managed with the technology. We have enough technology today. It is the lack of intent. And the same with the equipment failure. We have best of the equipments available if we use them. So if we work on the operational cost, and if we can reduce that cost considerably to a level where it makes it affordable, then we can definitely work in that area. And that's where we start thinking how we can bring it down. And then we figure out that the biggest culprit is the energy. So energy cost is the biggest cost in operating a cold storage warehouse. And then we start thinking, okay, let's do something in that area. And from there, net zero cold storage warehouse idea originated. So this is our mission that is forcing us to do something in this, that no child, nobody on this planet should die because of lack of medicines. And that's where that's very inspiring for us, and that keeps us motivated and adding value to the entire nation. So why net zero ambient warehouses? So climate impact. If we see 2024 summer, we experienced the highest or longest heat wave in last 80 years. And our grids were short of 20% energy. So in that case, imagine our pharmaceuticals being exposed to 50-55 degree temperature all the time. If we talk about north, so temperature was 50 degree for a good stretch of 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So in that case, we can easily imagine the impact it has on the quality of the medicines and what we are consuming in that case. Just not the medicines. We feel so happy consuming the mineral waters what we have today here. So we do not know if it has come to us through a uncontrolled supply chain where it has been exposed to 40-45 degree temperature. So we are not drinking the right water. So we are consuming microplastic, and that is the biggest cost today for the cancer in the country. So we have to do something in that area, and we have to make sure that in this climate impact, and we can foresee that this heat wave will continue. That's the research we got, that for next 4-5 years. So we have to take care of it, and in that case, ambient warehouse is imperative for our pharmaceutical industry. Same with the that's a social cause, and not many pharmaceutical companies would be interested in that if there is no commercial benefits. So in that case, we will, every normal cold storage warehouse emit huge amount of carbon, whereas in our case, we'll be giving you carbon credits. So instead of from 2026, ESG compliance is supposed to be implemented. In that case, every organization has to have their ESG audit and has to buy the carbon credits, or they have to find different ways to create carbon credits to mitigate the carbon emission they are doing. So in this case, you are not emitting carbon, rather you will be getting carbon credits. So that's the direct advantage we are giving to our partners. And the control temperature, as I just discussed, that how it is important for us to make sure that the medicines we are supplying, the entire supply chain should be controlled, and then the medicines we are supplying should reach in the right quality. So I'll just give you some numbers that in pharmaceutical industry, medicine stays outside safe temperature 68 to 87% in winters, and 27% to 54% time in summer. So imagine 87% time this medicine is exposed to uncontrolled or unsafe temperature. So we need to do something in that area. So that's where all these information really disturbs us. And what is the impact of not being in the right temperature is the degradation of active ingredients. So the quality definitely gets down. and the change in physical properties of the medicines, the capsules and the tablets we are consuming, and the moisture absorption through the uncontrolled temperature. So we need to really take care of all that, and that is only possible if our supply chain is viable. So we really understand that it is easy to say that we need to carry we need to make sure that the medicines are reaching to the consumer in controlled temperature, but it's not easy due to the high cost of controlled temperature supply chain. So that's where we are creating this impact. And the operational resilience and future proofing, this is going to be the future. So it is matter of time, because we are making warehouse for 25, 30 or 40 years. So we know that if there is a technology where you can have the net zero warehouses, you are not going for the traditional warehouse going forward. Because if not today, down the line 3 or 4 years, it is going to be the must for you. So in that case, you are not going to change the entire system. So this is the time, and this will protect you from the future challenges of electricity or energy consumption. Or if tomorrow, like there are talks with the government where we want them to put on the every product which is to be consumed by the consumer, that if the product has reached them in controlled temperature or not. We cannot force them that every organization has to take care of it, that every product need to reach in the controlled temperature, but yes, we can make sure that consumers are aware that this Bisleri bottle is not reached them in the controlled temperature, and that's where this awareness will help the organizations to get into the controlled temperature supply chain. And of course, power crisis in India. So what is the difference between traditional and net zero cold storage warehouses? One is the energy consumption. So in traditional warehouse, we are using the energy from the grids, whereas in our net zero ambient cold storage warehouses, we are using different methods to generate energy, and the consumption is like very different from the grid we are using. So in fact, we are talking about having an off-grid net zero cold storage where we don't even take a connection of electricity. So imagine how portable it can be, that we can make the warehouses anywhere in India where even there is no infrastructure for the electricity. Like in the Chhattisgarh, where we have tribals, so we can have the warehouse there also where even there is no electricity connections. So that is what we are thinking about. And the operational cost, definitely the biggest culprit in the operational cost, the energy, and in this case there is zero electricity bill. So operational cost definitely is lower in this case. And the third is temperature monitoring. So in case of traditional grid-based warehouses, there is inconsistency in the supply of the energy, whereas in our case, energy is very consistent and there is no gap, like there is no failure of electricity in this case. And of course the maintenance cost, because in traditional warehouses versus net zero, in net zero we use a different HVAC, which is like 75% lower cost than the normal HVACs we are using in the traditional warehouses. So means we are using different HVAC technologies, and in that case the cost of maintenance, and in general warehouses we have to change the entire HVAC every 12 to 15 years, where in our case the life of the HVAC goes up to 25 years. So that reduces your maintenance cost. So rise in cold chain infrastructure lead to structural integrity and safety, control temperature and energy demand. So one way we are saying that we need to have more cold storages, and the other side it will require a lot of stuff, and these are the areas where we need to look into. So now let's talk about energy, that why it is imperative to look at the different areas other than the grid-based traditional warehousing. So one is that every 10 years, the demand of energy is increased by 100%. In case only if you are talking about the cold storage. So every 10 years, cold storage need double of the energy what they are consuming today. And every 20 years, the demand for the refrigeration increased by 5 times. So are we ready? Our grids are ready? Is our infrastructure ready? No, we are not ready for that kind of growth. So we need to have these alternatives. So again, this is a double-edged sword, that one way we are talking about increasing the infrastructure for the warehouses, but other side we have to take care of our planet as well. So the more cold storage warehouses leads to more emission of HFC and greenhouse gases. So how to take care of that? The only solution is net zero warehouses. If it is not being taken care now, if we don't consider it now, then we will be forced tomorrow to do that. So, and in that situation, it will be difficult because we do not have enough partners to create this. So, operational efficiency and management. So, all these warehouses, what we are creating, so they come with the best of the technologies available. So, we are using BIM. So, BIM LOD5, level of detailing 5 is the software which is only used by NASA. So we are using BIM LOD5 for our warehouses, and then in that case, we ensure that we can use every bit of the space available we have, and then we monitor everything from all the equipments and from the HVAC, and we control the temperature, and we even see that in next 5 days, this equipment may have the failure, and in that case, we can take action today. So it is very important, and we use that. And we use 90%, up to 90% less water through our rain harvesting. And we also have the patent technology, like the flushes we use at home, we waste 5 to 6 liters of water in every flush. Whereas in our patent technology, it is less than 1 liter, and now we are reaching to 200 grams. And that water itself will be reused. And at the same time, for the sewage, we are just converting human waste into fertilizers. So we are using every bit of technology, and we are not wasting anything. Along with that, we are giving, this is the biggest advantage we are giving to your team who are working there, that the AQI level in our warehouses is less than 10. Outside, it is 422. But the temperature in the AQI level in the warehouse is less than 7. Imagine the impact it has on the team working there. So we are giving you best of the water, we are giving you best of the air, and these are the two things. हमारे बड़े बोलते थे पहले like कि हवा पानी बदलोगे सब बदल जाएगा, isn't it? So we are giving you that water and air which will really take care of your team's health. So with this operational efficiency and management, we are not only giving you the best of the warehouses, but yes, we are taking care of your team, and we are taking care of every bit of wastage we can protect. Thank you. So there is more to come, yeah. So our partnership, so what makes us unique? So we are not a warehousing construction company only. So we have an entire ecosystem for you. So we have our partner, which is, we have a couple of partners with the Cargo People and OOBS. OOBS is a urban system, which is a Swedish technology company, and they have allocated $2 billion for Bootes, just to work in the area of cold storage warehouses. I think that's need a big clap from all of you, big hand from you, that we are ready to invest $2 billion. So if you have land, but you do not know what to do, you can connect with us. We'll make warehouses, we'll fund the warehouses, and we have an operating partner in the form of Cargo People. Cargo People is our logistic arm. So Cargo People will operate that. So OOBS will fund it, Bootes will construct it and build it, design it, and Cargo People will run it for you. So we have end-to-end for you. So if you are a pharmaceutical companies, you have a land, but you want to have a warehouse, but you do not know how to run it, you have money, that's fine. So we can use your money, we can use your land, we'll build it, and we'll operate it for you. So you can consume it, and you can have the other partners working with you in that warehouse as well. Or if you do not have money, we can invest the money with you, and we'll take care of everything. So it's an entire ecosystem we are giving you. So end-to-end solution, as I just said, that we have a funding, we have design and build, and we have operation and maintenance. End-to-end, whatever you want, we can give you in that. So the intent is not to make money out of it. We know that we'll make enough money. Intent is to make sure that we can inspire you all to get into that space. So this is our leadership. I'll take a minute. I'll just finishing it off. Yeah, so this is our leadership team under the guidance of Deepak Rai. Deepak is the brain behind what we are creating today. So he's an amazing guy, and you should all meet him. And then we have Oliver. Oliver is the guy who was the project consultant with Burj Khalifa. So we have best of the guys working with us. So this is again Will Sibia. Will is the CEO of OOBS. So OOBS is our technology partner. Yeah, thank you. I'm done with this. So yeah, thank you everyone. So can we have the video play? No, thank you. So that excites me whenever I'm talking about it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manoj. May I request Mr. Manish Agrawal on stage? He is lead logistics pharma for some healthcare. I want to invite him on stage. Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. Thank you, Mr. Adlaka. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move towards our third panel discussion for the day, enabling digitalized and intelligent pharma supply chains. This highly anticipated panel will deep dive into the continuous evolution brought in by the advanced tech and digital tools to improve visibility across the supply chain, streamline operations, and enhance communication both upstream and downstream. Know how companies are streamlining decision making and creating value, as well as the broad benefits of automation opportunities across procurement and logistics operations. The session will tend to explore innovative processes and systems that are being implemented to enhance resilience, bolstering responsiveness and overall performance. To chair this session, may I now request to please come on stage Mr. Rajesh Shetty, Lead Supply Chain, Roche Pharma India. Mr. Manish Gehlot, Vice President Supply Chain Management, Tata 1 MG. Mr. Himal P. Desai, Executive Vice President Supply Chain Management and IT, Sekhmet Pharma Ventures. Mr. Pramod Bansore, Head Warehouse and Exim Operations, Sandoz. And Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, Head Supply Chain, Reliance Retail Pharma, who will be the moderator for the session. Please give them a huge round of applause. I now hand over the charge to Mr. Gaurav as moderator to carry forward the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's amazing afternoon to be here for this August panel, and the best part is the very interesting topic that we have at hand in terms of digital and intelligent supply chain. I think somebody already mentioned in the previous panel that supply chain today has come on to the forefront of any boardroom discussion or any organization. I'm sure everybody agrees with that. So having said, first of all, why do we need I think a discussion here specifically on pharma supply chain? Let me give you few anecdotes, few data points to start with. Indian pharma as a hub, I think we all know pharma India is the pharma hub for majorly 2-3 reasons. One, I think we are the #1 supplier to the exports market, where we supply for US market. Almost 25% of the US requirements for pharma globally are supplied from India, right? So that's a big number. Secondly, for Europe, 40% of the supplies are supplied from India. for global vaccine requirement, 70% of the vaccines requirement are supplied from India, and I think it's this supply chain fraternity which takes care of it. So a big round of applause for all the supply chain fraternity, supply chain logistics members who are doing this entire, I think, the tough job here. So coming to the subject, coming to the topic, let me start with Rajesh, you first. So supply chain has always been very, very disrupted. While COVID, we all remember as one of the black swan event, but it is, we know supply chain challenges, the forecast will never be accurate. We know there will always be technical issues for sure. There will always be some quality issues, batch failures, technical issues. So I think it's always going to be their part of the life, right? So disruptions will be there. From Roche experience or from your vast experience in pharma, what do you think, how supply chain has been disrupted and will continue to be in future as well?
Thanks, Gaurav. I think one of the major disruptions which has happened is, as the last panel said, today supply chain is not just a silo function, but it's an enabling function. It's a very strategic function which enables the business, which realizes the potential for the organization. In Roche, how we have used disruptive technology is that we have full serialization, tracker, traceability across the entire supply chain. We have real-time granular data which is available to the commercial team, okay, for any of decisions which they have to take. So what I mean to say is that the mindset of the supply chain team today has evolved, has changed, and it is providing solutions. So we are looking at more solutions. We are looking at customer segmentation and developing solutions as per the customer requirements.
Perfect. So I think one key word or key takeaway that I take here is a mindset shift from a problem statement, from disruptions, from problems to solution focused mindset. I think that's important. Thank you so much for adding there. So moving on, I think we know the challenges has been multiple in both from a sourcing perspective. If we see China we are still very, very dependent on China for our raw materials, for APIs, etc. If we see from a logistics perspective, we have these disruptions from container availability to bridge falling from the Red Sea crisis, etc. So how do you build agility is my question, and Hemal, if I can maybe start with you, and maybe then I would request Manish to add upon that. So how do you build agility in your supply chain?
Yeah, and thanks Gaurav. And I was hearing, I got the opportunity, I came a little early today. Probably for the usual panel discussion, I am the last one to come, but this time I was pretty early, and I had the privilege of listening to other panelists as well, the first and second ones, and a lot of learning there. One thing which I would like to point out, and make the supply chain folks more proud, and why the agility in supply chain is extremely important and critical is, supply chain probably is the only function which touches the P&L statement of any organization at every level, right? So when you talk about sales, there is a contribution of supply chain. Gross margins, there is definitely a contribution of supply chain. In indirect costs, there is a contribution of supply chain. And leave the least, even inventory, which is coming below our EBITDA, that also has a contribution towards coming from supply chain. So supply chain is the only function, at least that I am aware from my experience, that contributes to each and every level, which is why it's important and critical for supply chain to be an agile function. And what do we mean by agility, right? So we have already discussed at length, and I will not repeat the same thing again, but at the same time, just emphasizing on the portion of agility in very brief. I am coming from a mostly a API background, right? So our organization is mostly into API. How we are trying to build agility is to bring in digitization in our supply chain, and The known areas of digitization are already forecasting and drug discovery, which are largely prevalent in the, the API side of it. But what is less prevalent is to use data analytics in the procurement side, right? So using indexing methods, using, levers, which can do data analytics, just like you do predictive analysis in forecasting, you do predictive analysis for raw materials. Have a, unexplored area, but we are trying to, build a ML model around it. So that's something which we feel that will bring in more and more agility and less dependency on manual decisions, and allow the system also to give a guidance to us to take the decisions appropriately. Of course, with human intervention.
Fantastic. So I think keyword that I take here on what you said, for building agility, there are multiple digital enablements that we can all do, and on top of it you came up with AI and ML being I think what we have all been talking about, and I think that's the way forward, where earlier we were saying that it is something which we will see in future, but now we are seeing it happening, or kind of
agility is very important, and as a lot of panelists mentioned, right, supply chain is now become a focus area, right, and more so, if I go back in history, right, when we started working, some of us, right, supply chain was non-existent, right, so we were talking about logistics, distribution, people in the factory were talking about PPIC, stuff like that, but as times passed, we saw that, okay, supply chain came into focus, right, and gradually, while Gaurav also mentioned that, COVID was a black swan event, but we saw that the focus shifted to supply chain, the interdependencies and also the importance of supply chain, took a huge leap, right, and obviously people started noticing us, and people started, looking up to us to, do the magic, right, and that's where we got our importance. In the previous presentation, I saw Modi ji's photo, right, and he talked a lot during COVID about supply chain, right? Why this word was alien to a lot of people, even in our families, people didn't know what we were doing, but suddenly the buzz was about supply chain, right? And the interdependencies that we have, and also, while we talked about P&L and balance sheet, right? Everybody is looking up to supply chain to give that agility, to give that, the strength, and also to bring in efficiencies. So a lot of job for us, people in supply chain, healthcare specifically, is about, being one step ahead of what is happening, right? And that's where the agility piece comes in. For people like me who are now, from the pharma world into, more e-commerce world, agility is a key. And AI ML, we had a discussion, somebody was saying, will it replace supply chain jobs, right? Will it impact logisticians? And people were putting a finger on whether it will be 10%, 50% or something, right? I would say it's a key enabler, right? AI ML is great. I've seen it in action over the last few, months and, quarters, and a lot of companies now are relying on AI ML. Huge amount of data, people are relying on information. They're doing a lot of data modeling, Dataverse is becoming important. People have huge teams now within organizations in engineering focusing on predictive analysis, focusing on forecasting, also for focusing on, somewhere anticipating events which could disrupt supply chain, right? So, to be brief, yes, there is great importance on supply chain, there is greater importance on AI ML, but yes, agility will become a key, and people are working on plan A, plan B, plan C, looking at different scenarios, looking at, okay, where the disruption can happen in the chain, right? Right from, say, sourcing of, APIs, KSMs to last mile customer service, right? So a lot of emphasis is coming on all the sub-processes within supply chain, and also looking at how agile those each pieces could be to deliver the end result. So I think agility is a key focus area for supply chain, for organizations, and also for organizations which are, into these new age distribution models like what we are doing in Tata 1mg.
Absolutely, fully agree. And I think one key point or key thought that I take from you is, I think data-driven decision making is something which is very, very critical, and I see a lot of change in how supply chains have been working, maybe a decade and a half, where a lot of decisions were taken based on gut feel. I think this looks better, so let's do this. Now it is all about data. People want data, people look at data, and people want inference of the data, right? So I think this, so as it's said, data is the new oil, right? So which will function your organizations a lot more smoother. But there's too much of data now. So how do you make sense of that data? How do you infer that data is also very, very critical. So I think that's going to be the new future, or the new challenge and new opportunity as well, where data is flowing from social media, data is coming from customers, data is coming from your primary, secondary, and even now like we have in retail, they are in 1mg. So we have that tertiary visibility. We know where the customer wants and what it wants by pin code, by address of the pin code. We know which pin code consumes how much of paracetamol, how much of clopidogrel, how much of rosuvastatin, etc. We know by pin code. That tertiary level data did not exist before these new age companies came in, right? So how do you infer that? Now is the new, I think, challenge as well as the new opportunity that we all have at hand. And for me, again, like you said, agility is how do you take quick decisions. For me, agility is also how do you change your decisions if you see you are not on the right track. So I think that's also very, very important for supply chain. So if you're not getting something on the air cargo, how do you make it very quickly happen on through other route or through other options, right? So I think that's also very, very important. Moving further, so I think this is leading me to another point in terms of multiple risk that we are at. So I think supply chain is all about risk management. If you do that very well, I think you are very much covered. And hence, Rajesh, if I may request you to add upon what are the kind of risk that you see in real life supply chain and operations, and how do you overcome, and what are the possible takeaways or solutions that you can give to our forum here?
Sure. So in terms of pharma, if you see at the end of the supply chain, there is a patient. Okay, so the risks are very, very high, and especially if you work for a multinational company, then any kind of a deviation, any kind of a compliance related issue actually goes, beyond control. And it goes to, because if it is a US headquarter, there is a lot of, US directives which guide us. Okay, so where do I look at risk management is, we look at our entire processes, all our processes. We look at where are the gaps. For example, in pharma industry, product diversion is a major risk. Product diversion is a major risk, where your products can be imported illegally from other countries, or it will be selling at a lower price in the market. There are players like IndiaMart, there are websites which are operating, okay, so where they are sourcing the material. So we look at this problem, all the problems are coming from the process. So we look at the entire process, we take proactive measures in order to mitigate those risks. And my personal experience is, sometimes we become complacent. We say that, our controls are very, very good, and nothing will happen, nothing will go wrong. But suddenly there is an incident which happens, and then you again look at your process and you say, okay, no, there are still more gaps to be filled. Okay, so how we, there can be proactive measures, there can be reactive measures. So like for product diversion, the proactive measures should be like, we implemented full serialization and track and trace. We have a very proactive measure in terms of we actually do surveys of online, online players who are there, okay, who sell our products, and we identify them, we go after them, we do investigations. So these are the various methods which we look. So it is not a very tactical approach, but I would say it is more, strategy where we support the commercial business also. Thanks.
Perfect, perfect. I think so. Key takeaway here is what I see here. One, I think the risk can be handled both in a reactive manner and in a proactive manner. That's very important. Now, a difference between a good supply chain and a great supply chain, I think, is this exactly. How your supply chains are made, is it always in a reactive mode to any disruption, to any orders, to any new problem that you see, or are we proactively thinking of lead indicators and kind of moving towards solving those problems? And secondly, what I note is operational plus tactical plus strategic solutions all have to come hand in hand. You cannot be only smart in operational and poor in terms of tactical or strategic, right? So I think it has to be hand in hand. And just to make it more interactive in terms of the format, I would also request the audience, if you all have any question, don't wait for the last, feel free to raise your hand and we can take it even in between. I think that would be a great idea to make it more interactive and inclusive. Manish, if you can also maybe chip in with certain ideas in terms of how do you manage risk in because e-com is very agile, it's very disrupted as well. There are a lot of risk. So how do you handle the risk at your part?
Sure. I think, Gaurav, I think just to add on to what you said and what Rajesh said, look, risk will always be there in any system, right? So what we have to do is, we have to first, say that, okay, if we have to de-risk something, we have to go into the design of it, right? And as we know, supply chain is actually a chain, and we say that, okay, a chain is as strong as its weakest link, right? So we need to see that, okay, where could be the risk or the vulnerabilities, right? It also extends not just to your enterprise, what is happening, say, from your sourcing, manufacturing, supply chain. You also have to look at who all are the partners who are involved, right? And also I heard it in one of the earlier panels that, okay, we also do risk assessment of our partners and also do hand-holding enablement and also, do some kind of interventions to see, okay, throughout the chain, are we de-risking it, right? So while companies have very beautiful business continuity management programs, BCP and BCM programs, but risk can occur or disruptions can occur anytime, anywhere, could be unforeseen, could be, as strange as, say, COVID, right? But the beauty is that, okay, what is your recovery time? How soon can you get into a BAU mode, right? So I think what is important from a risk perspective is that, we have to break down the supply chain or the enterprise into different silos and do a risk assessment, very detailed risk assessment, call out the risks, and also do some pressure testing. Pressure testing also becomes important. I heard that some people are also doing simulations where they, kind of simulate scenarios where some sudden risk crops up, right? So I think it helps there. And as sometimes some colleagues are also from the forces. They say that if you prepare or practice well in peace, you bleed less in war, right? So I think that approach somewhere helps. That, okay, you have to be very vigilant. That is, everybody wants to be vigilant, but you also have to do some scenario planning, scenario analysis, and see, okay, where can the risk crop up and how can you mitigate those risks, or, if the risk happens, still, how can you have shorter recovery period? So the thought has to be from the design stage, it has to be enterprise-wide, and, everybody has to be cognizant that, yes, risks will be there, but the beauty is how soon can we recover from the risk if something occurs which is unforeseen or which probably was foreseen as well. Right?
Absolutely. I think very well said. Risks have to be planned in advance, assessed in advance, and I think that's where I see personally a lot of public-private partnership also happening with a lot of government's intervention. So we all know the PLI schemes that have come up. So there was a lot of dependency on China for APIs. So there is now a PLI scheme on APIs. Then there is PLI scheme on chip making, on the digital and tech side. So I think these will also enable us more as a, not just as a supply chain fraternity to avoid dependence, but also as a nation, right? So I think we are in the very sweet spot right now for even getting kind of new orders, and the strength that we are getting on the raw material, API, excipient side as well. So I think fantastic points coming up. In case there are any questions from the audience, happy to take them between the flow as well. So please feel free to raise your hands in the points so far we have covered. And Himal, if you would also like to add how risk, because you come from the API side, you mentioned, right? So what are the risks that you see, and are we really covering some ground on these risks, especially on the API side?
Yeah, I think, so one thing which comes to my mind, which we are doing, which I am not sure how many of us did actually. I did not do it in my past organizations, to be honest. So having a risk register along with the SNOP process, right? So when you are planning your SNOP, you also have a risk register. You also think through as a team, as a leadership team, as well as the operational team put together, what are the risks which are associated and how are you planning to mitigate them. This comes all, not just for the short range planning, but also for the long range planning. So this, to some extent at least, brings up the elephants in the room, and you can actually work around as a team, and you never know from where the solution comes from, right? A supply chain solution might come from a manufacturing guy, a manufacturing solution might come from a production guy, a supply chain guy, and vice versa. So that is one area where I feel that there can be, some amount of work which can be further progressed on. And I'm not yet, I have not yet seen a tool comprehensive enough to capture the risks at each level and how to mitigate them, at the same time. So that's just a small contribution which I thought I would like to make.
Absolutely. I think well taken. I think the SNOP is again the backbone of supply chain, which I think helps not just in the short term from a SNOE perspective, but also on the long range planning from 1 year, 5 years SNOP and capacity planning that we all do, I'm sure, in our organizations, both on the demand side as well as on the supply side. Shifting gears, I think I would also like to touch upon how this agility and this, so we are talking about intelligent supply chain. So on, Pramod, if you could add, on the warehousing side, how are you trying to build in your organization at Sandoz the entire piece of risk management and also bringing that intelligent supply chain through various technologies and tools that we have, right? We all read about ASRS, etc. So how, or what have you done in Sandoz at your organization, and any solutions and tips for us?
Thank you, Gaurav. So this warehousing automation is a very important and need of our today. And as a supply chain, warehouse is very important because it starts, the supply chain starts in the warehouse and it ends also in the warehouse. So all the basically when there is a automation of warehouse, there are three parameters which we need to be very important. That is efficiency of the warehouse, then the accuracy of the warehousing, and the productivity of the warehouse. So these are the three important parameters which is very critical while operation in the warehouse. So it starts with the barcoding systems. So we have barcoding systems which starts of any starting material or all the types of raw materials, packing materials. So we have the barcoding for each and every pack, and based on the locations. So it is a huge response which we have received from the ASRS, and it also helps for the accuracy and the productivity. Also it saves the cost also. So the risk as well as cost, all the meeting while we are going into the ASRS. So we know, I have worked in the conventional types of warehouse where we do the the battery operated trucks operations, lot of labors, lot of mismanagement in the locations. So now the things are not there. So it is a far improved warehouses system is there.
Fantastic. I think I would request somebody to pass on the mic. One gentleman is raising for taking a question between. But just to summarize this point, I think from a warehouse perspective, what I understand, I think it's very rightly said, it's the backbone, right? It's where your entire inventory management, your entire order management happens in the warehouse, your supply chain. It's the center point of the entire or the action ground, right? Because incoming, outgoing, everything happens, the action happens there. And you said efficiency, operational management and accuracy of the operations that you take. And ASRS, yes, we have been reading a lot, and I think you have brought that case in point, which is very, very strong. Before I move forward, the
Hi.
gentleman wants
My
to
name
ask.
is Ravinder Katyal from ISSGF.
Please.
My basically observation and question is basically how to reduce the cost. We all are working very, deeply. How can we reduce our freight forwarding cost, freight cost? I have three ways to look into this. All of us are either shipping by ocean, by air freight. There is a product called sea air combination. If we can look into that seriously also, that will help you us definitely reducing your cost in future. That was one of the ideas in my mind that I'm sharing.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing this point, and I think we'll definitely cover as part of our discussion in terms of multimodal, right? So how do you bring in the hybrid transport, and in fact it's still very nascent in India, while it's part of the national logistic program that has been designed by the Ministry of Transport and under the leadership of Mr. Gadkari and Prime Minister Mr. Modi. So I think while we are there to cover a lot of ground, but it's very, very common when I read for US and Europe, they use it very efficiently, especially the rail, the sea and the air. I think they are using it in very good combination. But thank you for raising or suggesting this point. Moving forward, if I could maybe ask Manish, you to add more on the warehouse automation, because your warehouse would again cover more of B2C, right? So how or what automations or what solutions or how are you doing it differently from a B2C perspective? Because the order volume is high, but the value is low. The number of maybe SKU per order, value per order would be less, but you need it to kind of churn it at a very high speed, because the commitment is to deliver either same day or and now the expectation is to deliver in minutes, right? So how do you handle that pressure?
Well, that's a trade secret. I can't tell you that. Just joking. Look, I come from the pharma world, and traditional pharma companies, big multinationals, where the order volume were very predictable, right? Moving to a B2B, B2C, and e-commerce scenario, it actually blew my mind, because here we are talking about say 20,000 shipments per day from a warehouse, right? And this is not a large warehouse, this is a medium-sized warehouse, right? So coming to that, if you have to look at that scale and size where you are moving 20,000 shipments with a very, very small error percentage, you have to rely on technology. Obviously, people are there, but a lot of it is enabled through technology, right? So one of my, panelists confirmed that yes, the inventory has to be spot on, right? You cannot go wrong with the inventory. So methods like QR coding, barcoding is very important, right? So you, at any given point of time, your P is equal to V has to be sacrosanct. Your physical has to be same as your virtual, right? And also what happens is that the people have to be trained, while we talk about ASRS, automated retrieval systems, pick-to-light systems, where, a lot of enablement happens through technology, but still in most of the warehouses, in high-speed warehouses where, products are coming in boxes but going out in eaches, so box in, eaches out. You have to have very good systems, processes, and people expertise, right? While technology is important, but yes, people are also important. So we use technologies, we definitely use technologies, but for us, what is sacrosanct is your P is equal to V has to be perfect. There cannot be any error there. Your physical stock and your book stock has to be perfect, right? Second, enablement through technology, QR coding has been a big boon for us, right? What it has done is that, one, our error rates have dropped, right? We have almost zero errors at the point of shipment, right? How it has happened is that at the point of receipt, right, when the stocks come to us, we handle close to a million SKUs, right? So at any point inside the warehouse, when the receipt happens, the QR process, the QR coding and the barcoding process has to be on point, has to be absolutely correct, because that's the point where, if garbage in happens, garbage out is also, a possibility, right? So the QR coding process is very key to us. Second, the picking efficiencies through automation, through handhelds is very important for us, right? And what happened with QR coding was that we could, kind of remove certain QA/QC checks downstream, right? If you get it right at the first point, and you do enablement through barcoding, scanning and all, then the chances of error reduce, right? We haven't invested big time in some of these ASRS systems because some of them come with cost, right? But we are looking at some of these solutions as well, right? Pick to Light was another solution that we were looking at, but at this point, our error rates are very, very small, but it is all through manual processes with obviously technology enablement, but good training to our people, right? While, we've seen warehouses, and I've handled warehouses which had close to 50,000 pallet positions. Some places outside India, more in the developed countries, there is a lot of automation, but all those technologies are now coming into India, and they come at a cost definitely, but we are very open to looking at it. And some of these modern warehouses, even high velocity, high speed warehouses, are relying on a lot of technology, but the fundamentals remain same, right? Your products have to be at the right place. Your pickers, your packers have to do the right job, and your inventory has to be spot on, right? Technology, yes, enables it, but I would say that, yes, it's a mix of both technology as well as people skills, and we focus on both.
Absolutely, and I think couldn't agree more on what you rightly emphasize. While a lot of emphasis in each warehouse that I have visited in last so many years, I think the focus is lot in terms of bringing automation on the outbound side. People give it very, very high importance, and it is no doubt that's where the agility comes in, right? From a order servicing point of view, when you work in these age where you are where the customer is spoiled to kind of get stuff in minutes, right? Not even hours and days. So outbound is very important. But as you rightly mentioned, I think inventory is the backbone. So if inventory is clean, if your inventory is accurate, I think the chances of error, not just the error reduces, but also your chances of picking the right stuff and moving it faster also increases disproportionately, right? Because and I've seen the error is as common as, instead of giving I would say paracetamol 500, order has been given or supplied paracetamol 650. While I don't want to name any brands here, but I think all are blue in color, so I think even the packer gets confused, right? So it's the how you manage the accuracy. I think from our perspective in terms of warehousing, 5S is very, very crucial. So if you don't follow the 5S, you will have challenges, a lot of them. Moving gears, shifting ahead in terms of logistic, and I think as somebody rightly also pointed out from the audience, how can we make our logistics even more intelligent? Because for an intelligent supply chain, right, we need intelligent logistics. So one, I think multimodal, as rightly pointed out. What are the other ways? And maybe I can start with Pramod, and then maybe Rajesh, if you could also add on. Pramod, how do you make your logistics, your supply chain, your entire last mile more intelligent, more automated, or any from any process point of view also, please?
See, logistics, what we have supplied to the customers are with the all our aggregation and track and trace. That is the one systems we have. But that systems, once if goes to the air and sea, there are some gaps as of today. There is no any logistics which we can track from start to the end of the customers. So, but still, the major part of this is temperature controls. While transiting the transit, you have to maintain the temperatures, and for that we have a good amount of modified version of thermal blankets we are having. Then we use the data loggers which is connected as soon as it goes to the customer. We came to know that what is the temperature during the transits. So these are the currently what we have just made the implementation in the logistics.
Amazing, amazing. So I take few points. One, again, technology at the forefront, track and trace, giving you end-to-end visibility of all your shipments, added with GPS and GPRS systems and barcoding, I think makes it much more efficient. Rajesh, from your perspective, and anything specifically on cold chain also, if you would like to add.
No, I think from a cost perspective, it always has to go with the the strategy of the organization. Okay, as an organization, what are you looking at? In what space are you competing? Okay, today for you, is it a customer service important, or is it cost containment is important? Okay, so cost would be a sustainable thing, or we can say to have a sustainable cost. But at the same time, do we have, how do we use digitalization is basically to, give visibility in terms of our inventory, our secondaries. So we would rather, keep, zero inventory at the distributor level and, serve him at a quick response basis. So, there is a clear trade-off here where, I reduce my expiries, whereas my cost of transportation might slightly go up. So we need to see the whole picture before we, focus on only on one area, and that's what we supply chain is to be as a solution oriented. It cannot be singularly focused.
Absolutely. I think that again brings hands being raised. So I think makes it much more interesting from a discussion perspective. If somebody can pass on the mic, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I come from logistics tech implementation background. So while we talk of track and trace, visibility, and all those services, it just gives you one aspect of technology implementation, right? What we are missing here is the planning and the constraint-based optimization, because when we talk of last mile or even distribution operations, we have to factor in a lot of constraints. Maybe product constraints, maybe route constraints, maybe your vehicle constraints, or maybe even customer profiling constraints, right? So that's where the standard TMSs of today, they need to be complemented well with AI and ML to give that flavor of optimizing based on the constraints to give you the better optimized outputs in terms of visibility, in terms of planning, which is very crucial, like Mr. Gellert pointed out, for distribution and last mile operations. Because in last mile, the implementation of tech is to ensure maximum reach outs in OTIF, on time if full, right? While cost can be a factor, another operational factor is to improve efficiency in terms of per driver deliveries, per vehicle reach outs, or reduced returns, right? Because a return or a reback into your warehouse is again a reattempt tomorrow, which is again a cost to you, right? So all of those in your standard TMSs, where planning and constraint driven optimization is the need of the hour, can be well complemented with AI and ML, and that's where we strive to move towards, like very well pointed out in the earlier discussions, AI complements human efforts. Absolutely. That's the only flavor I wanted to talk of. Thank you.
Absolutely. And then while while there are more, please.
Yeah,
Manish.
so I think that's a great comment, right? And we see it work day in and day out. Technology is a big enabler, right, in terms of planning the last mile logistics. We use it even for first mile, mid mile, line hauls, and also the volume that we handle, right? And we do a lot of back end modeling. You would have heard of Stella modeling and all that, where we put in different constraints, different scenarios, and see, okay, what works best, right? And that's where we work very collaboratively with the Dataverse team, with the business intelligence team, and the technology team to give us that strength. Because gone are the days where it would be somebody's hunch or somebody's judgment of what route to follow, what conditions to map, right? It's all driven through technology now, and a lot of companies now are adopting technology in a very positive way, right from, as I mentioned, from the design stage, implementation, to also risk mitigation.
Absolutely. And I think just to also add one quick bite here, so while the traditional way of thinking, or I would say a decade back, the thought was these are all costs, right? But now I think the mindset shift has happened, as earlier also discussed. Mindset is that it is now an investment, right? So AI, ML, everybody is, I think all mature supply chains and organizations are moving towards AI, ML, to predictive analytics. A lot of pharma companies I know have implemented and are on the journey to kind of maturity on that. So I think that's very well pointed out, and I see that change happening. Most importantly, rather than, I should say, from a technical perspective, most importantly from a mindset perspective, I think that shift is happening from a cost to an investment perspective. I think.
Yeah, I'm Prem Kumar from Uniworld Logistics. Actually, in handling a warehouse, actually I've seen the batch control is very important for the pharmaceutical, because batch control is always linked to expiry date. But most of the time when we order in e-commerce, when you order in Tata and MGL, other things, if you order for a full month, I see mixed batches are coming. And one batch is a different expiry, and another batch is a different expiry. See, normally a customer would like to have the same batch with the same expiry, because at the time of buying, he will check the expiry or the batch number. Then after that, he doesn't monitor that. These pharma companies are looking into this, or they are looking into liquidating the first arrival, first expiry, and then send the balance one. What's the trend which is in the industry?
Sure. No, good question. Look, this is a problem which happens, right? So coding a FIFO, first expiry, first out, is not very difficult, right? But yes, ensuring that batch splits don't happen, expiry splits don't happen, is also equally important for us. And what happens sometimes is, I buy a medicine today, I get a newer stock, I order the same medicine tomorrow, I probably might get an older stock, right? That also happens because a lot of times, what happens is that different inventory is lying at different locations, or you might be having some inventory returns which would be there, or different batches coming in. So we have to manage all of that, right? But yes, ensuring we have minimal splits and multiple batches is a problem that all companies face, because sometimes the stocks are huge, the batches are huge, and also sometimes the inventory could be lying at different locations, right? And the consolidation also happens at times to ensure that, okay, split orders don't happen, things like that. So it is a good problem to have, and companies are ensuring that, okay, while FIFO is being followed, but minimal batch variances happen within the same shipment which is going out to the customer.
One more point here, while handling this first expired, first out, there is a batch determination process which we implement, and as a batch determination process, whatever the stocks available, each batch is having manufacturing date and expiry date. So it will be allocation is as per the first expired, first out. So picking person will get those batches for the WMS instructions.
Just to add, before taking another question, just to add from my experience, we at Reliance Retail or NetMatch, what we do is we display the expiry date while you are placing the order from a customer perspective. So you always have a proactive information, because entire inventory, as we were discussing, is batch managed, and it's there, right? So you have that in the virtual space also mapped with the physical. So the customer has an option if he's getting an expiry of say 25, but he wants to take it with him to say US or Europe, he's moving out. So he can prefer to kind of order a 26 expiry, and that is his choice whether to take that batch or expiry or not. So he can very well cancel and maybe try somewhere else. But a real life problem, I'll also tell you, certain because of my previous experience at Cipla, so certain batches, the batch size are huge, and those batch kind of takes almost 2 to 3 years to be consumed at a kind of even at a nationwide level. Those products are very, very slow moving or kind of non-moving but very essential products. So you say, I'm just giving an example, anti-flu, it only sells when there is a flu or an epidemic. So you will be able to get that product, but the expiry may range from say as fresh as giving you a 3 years shelf life, or even 1 year shelf life. So because it's one batch servicing a long time. One question, yeah.
Actually, my question, you can hear?
Let's make it the last question.
Yeah. The question is, do you know any company from pharma who is implementing blockchain technology? And the reason why I'm asking is because I heard that even government of India who is going to implement blockchain technology for government orders, and we are quite a big supplier of government orders, so we want to be prepared. So are you aware of any company so that we would understand and learn more from that company? If you can throw light on blockchain technology in pharma industry.
So during COVID, because I was in the hospital side at that time, managing the supply chain, Cipla had come up with blockchain technology for I don't remember the name of the product, but it was, I think, immuno something. Sorry, I'm missing it right now. But Cipla did implement the blockchain technology because there was a lot of demand for that drug, and there was a lot of malpractices which were happening in the pharmacy part of it, which is why in order to bring that control in and to give it to limited patients who actually required it, Cipla had implemented that.
But do you know any agency who's doing it, or somebody who's implementing, or they did it on their own, Cipla?
No, they did along with some agency. I'm not sure about the name right now, but they did it along with somebody.
Thank you.
So maybe a quick answer on that.
Yeah.
So we have implemented that on our side, but it's more on the financial and more on the process documentation side, not exactly on the product front-ending side. So it's blockchains are there, more on the approval side, the flow of the matrix, etc. They are kind of connected, and we can
But
discuss,
imagine Pradhan
in
Mantri
detail.
Yojana orders are going to come in blockchain technology, so we have to be really ready. That's the reason why I'm asking. So if government is moving so fast, I think the private companies also will have to move that fast. That is the reason why I'm asking.
Absolutely. But there is also kind of cost benefit analysis that has to be very well signified, and I think you
no,
also
but I think
spoke.
government is doing for their reach to the customer, to the last patient, so that they have everything tied up along with the payment and all that thing, in totality. It's a whole system that they're implementing.
Correct. So this already exists for exports from the format of
No, you are right. For domestic, it is.
For domestic, yes, it is not
Absolutely.
yet a mandate, and hence a lot of companies are doing it proactively, but not as yet as a mandate.
Thank you.
Very quickly, since we are on the last leg of the time, I would just like to take one quick bite or one quick word from all my panel members very quickly in terms of what do you think is the need today to be ready for the 2030 supply chain. So one quick word, maybe starting with Manish.
Well, I'm a big fan of technology, right? So I would say technology is something where we'll have to invest. All pharma companies, everybody in the chain, the partnerships, I'm saying the 3PL service providers, LSPs, everyone will have to, invest in technology, because, from a long time we were hearing that, we need to replace inventory with information, right? And technology is a big enabler. So throughout the chain, if we need to focus on something, I think it would be technology.
Perfect. So technology is the forefront to make us intelligent supply chain.
I think if my wish list is there by 2030, I think it is more from the See, in terms of digital technology, I think pharma was a laggard. Okay, if you see, all the FMCG companies were far ahead of us, and we were the last ones to catch the train, and we are on the track right now. But if I think about 2030, I think the most important thing would be the entire ecosystem. How our retailers, how our distributors actually perform, how do they maintain the cold storage, and I think there the government mandate needs to be much guidelines need to be implemented in the real spirit so that the patients can be protected. I think that would be the ultimate goal which will take India to the next level in the pharmaceutical supply chain.
So I think full automation in the supply chain with the taken the confidence with the your partners like logistics partners or freight forwarders. So all should be in line with the basically in line with the automation. So that is my take on it.
We all discuss about supply chain folks usually कर लेते हैं, करना ही है. But कैसे करना है, that is how, which will actually determine the portion of supply chain which distinguishes itself from the remaining fraternity, which is the remaining industry rather, I would say. And I would also say that India is called the pharmacy of the world, right? I see India taking off for the lighthouse journey as well. Now already 3 Indian pharma companies have got accreditation to the lighthouse. I am, just to give you a glimpse, it is a World Economic Forum accredited, certification kind of, where it demonstrates the use of technology in your manufacturing, supply chain and other areas. So I think we are progressing towards that.
Perfect. So I think just to kind of key summarization is, we will, for making it intelligent supply chain, we will definitely need technology, digital enablement, and more partnership and collaboration with both our front end as well as our logistic partners, warehouse partners, the 3PLs and the 4PLs of the world. So I think towards looking forward to a more connected, digitally enabled supply chain with all of the ones which are present in the room. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all my panelists and enthusiastic audience for kind of giving their points, suggestions, inputs and questions in the forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists for an incredibly engaging and insightful discussion. A huge round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Prem Kumar M, Chairman and Manager. Let's give him a huge round of applause. need to catch their flight. So please, I request everyone to cooperate and return on time. Enjoy your lunch. Ventures, Barmer Lorry and Company, Uniworld Logistics, Metcover Global, Bootus, Fleetix, and Godrej Enterprises Group. I trust you enjoyed the lunch session savoring delicious Indian dishes and sweet delights. Well, it has been a really wonderful day so far. Again, thanks to all of you for helping us carry forward the event in an excellent manner and for your contributions in making this event a success, stimulating, challenging, but above all, and providing as a real-time learning platform. Special thanks to all our speakers for sharing inspiring insights, informations, and experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the fourth panel discussion of the day, Advancing Pharma Exports and Rejigging Distribution Management. This engrossing session will explore the ongoing advancements transforming pharma's exports and distribution management. Advocating for effective benchmarking and strategic modeling, the session promises to uncover new opportunities, best practices, and the latest advancements, demonstrating how these innovations drive value across storage, distribution, transportation, and logistics operation, boosting efficiency, responsiveness, and overall performance both upstream and downstream. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce and invite our panelists for the session to the stage, Mr. Devang Vyas, GM Global Head Logistics, Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Kafil Sheikh, Vice President, Domestic Distribution and Global Logistics, Export and Import, Indoco Remedies. Mr. Animesh Gupta, Decision Scientist, Strategic Supply Chain Movements, and Ex-President and Group Chief Logistics Officer, Jindal Steel and Power. And Mr. Dinesh Pawar, Manager, Supply Chain and Distribution, Sandoz. A huge round of applause for them. Mr. Animesh, I would request you to carry forward. Thank you so much.
Hi. So it's little difficult. What I can see just after a Indian lunch, it is so difficult. I can see a couple of delegates are yet to join in. So still, since we are running out of time and we are running late by 70 minutes to be very precise as a supply chain manager. So, but we can always, as in the last panel we said, and the panelists were talking about, we can still make it. हमको तो करना ही है. So, although since the time is in negative now, since if we would have started at 2, we would have ended at 3. So we have already overshot by 12 minutes, and the ticking has started. So thank you, the chief editor and the sub-editor Upmanyu and Mrs. Smriti Suri, and the organizers here to call a person like me who is not from typically pharma industry, but since I had been there in the industry for almost 32 plus years now, and being a chemical engineer and had worked in different supply chains, whether it is started like I'll just tell you so that you can understand. My questions will be not straight from typically from pharma, but it will be on supply chain movements. So I worked for petrochemical companies, Bombay, RPCL, then Castrol, Nerolac Paints, and then automobile 8 years. So it was reminding me, like in the first session when people were talking in the panel, I could see that there are a lot of things which are probably still needs to be updated in the pharma industry, probably what we were doing in the automobile sector in yesteryears. In 98 to 2006, I was working in a procurement department as a section head for automobile OE. Now, procuring of raw materials, components for automobile and maintaining the inventory, how inventory was being discussed in the first session, and what impact it has, and how if we reduce the inventory in our raw materials or the components which go into the manufacturing, how it is so important. 2 years of inventory someone referred. So there are some examples from that industry which needs to be replicated in this industry. While we were discussing before the lunch and during the lunch with couple of the delegates over here from the pharma industry, I narrated it to them. And a lot of things need to be actually picked up from those industries which is manufacturing and working on Six Sigma basis, where the PPM, I believe so most of us understand Six Sigma, and PPM is parts per million defects, we call it. So Maruti runs on about 1000 PPMO. Most of the Toyota engineering is what is known as Six Sigma. Toyota works on about 100 to 150 DPMO. Now 100 to 150 DPMO, to just explain to few of you who do not understand Six Sigma, 1 million is, in Indian terms counting, it is 10 lakh. In 10 lakhs product produced, there is a defect in 10, it is called 10 DPMO. 10 लाख में केवल 10 पीस में खराबी निकली, it does not pass the quality test. When we are talking about 1000, so if Maruti produces vehicles, 10 lakh vehicles, which is 1 million, 1000 vehicles will have defect. Only 1000. So that is the scale. And how do they do it? Keeping the inventory at the minimum. So they don't have a QC, only a QC. They have a SQA, sequential quality assurance. So which is like when the raw material is coming from a vendor to whom you have developed it, you need to maintain his QC over there. So your QC has a subset which is called SQA. Now that SQA goes there in your vendor's place, who is supplying a raw material to you, so it is as good as your own, but at his cost. And you try to uplift his manufacturing, which you call it GMP. In automobile, we call it WCM, world-class manufacturing. So when the material comes, it is not checked, it is not tested, it is straight away goes on an assembly line, it is put in the vehicle, and it is manufactured and rolled out. Mind it, 100% vehicles, when they are being assembled on a line, on a assembly line, when the vehicle starts, it is a frame. The end of the assembly line, the vehicle is started, checked on the BHP and RPM and all those things of engine, and it is taken down. So that is a perfect WCM. Similarly, when we were talking in the second session about the continuous manufacturing instead of batch manufacturing in pharma. Is it okay? या सब लोग को जगा रहे थे हम लोग. Good, thank you. So these are certain things which need to be picked up from other industry. Now when we talk about, we are talking about the second session, they were talking about the HR, the human. So I have a very firm belief. Do try to take supply chain managers from other industry, absorb them. They will bring in new things to your industry. So I can clearly see our friend Mr. Shirvastav from Lupin was talking about in his last closing remarks. So I accept that, and I'm saying that when you need to have good professionals to manage professionals, HR professionals, to manage your supply chain professionals, these days it is not so difficult. Although we all as senior leaders in the industry, we think it is difficult. हमारे बॉस ने हमको लात मार के काम करवाया, बोला ये करना है, everyone accepted here. हम भी ऐसे ही बोलेंगे उनको, बोलने उसके पास भी कोई चारा नहीं है, he has to do that job. Only thing is that you don't have to abuse anyone. You have to be firm, you have to be strict and make them follow what actually has to be as per your SOP. So process adherence, if a person, and we as supply chain managers, we all have to be what? Self-motivated. It's a thankless job, whether it is procurement or whether it is production or whether it is the logistic. कहीं ना कहीं तो कुछ ना कुछ गड़बड़ होना ही है, right sir? और गड़बड़ होगी तो हमको गाली मिलने ही वाली है. और सब कुछ ठीक हो गया तो it was destined, क्योंकि हमको तो ये काम करना ही था, it is expected of us. So we are not going to get any credit of any good thing, but discredit will always be ours. So, but the good thing is in last 14-15 years, say starting from 2009-10 onwards, supply chain managers had started getting recognized, starting from a company where I was working in those days, automobile, then in steel, where manufacturing happens at a very, very high scale, raw material movements is very high. It is all like, here we are talking about say 10 containers, 15 containers in a month, or maybe 200. There it was 30 rakes. Rakes means जो रेल का पूरा एक होता है 52, 54 डब्बे का 30 rakes per day was my incoming in my last company. So you can imagine the volumes. So I actually run a full zone of railways also while manufacturing of a integrated steel plant is happening. And if there are number of them crisscrossing, so what challenges you face in your exports, what challenges you face in your imports at the seaport, we face it day in and day out in a bigger manufacturing scale. So coming from a larger to a smaller, so while I was telling about the experience which I have, so moving on from the automobile to the steel, and by way of gaining the experience, I could see there is lot of gaps in processes. So whether it is a process of a pharmaceutical batch processing, or a petrochemical continuous manufacturing, or a automobile manufacturing, if it is a process, defined process, probably anything and everything goes right. And while I'm just commenting on a lot of things on the last 3 sessions, we were talking about operational excellence. So one word for operational excellence, we will be talking about it more. It is better than before. So that is the only, so you can keep on upgrading. So you have to have only better than before. Whatever you have achieved, you have to do one extra mile. So it never ends. So it is always better than before. And in Six Sigma also it says like that only. So if it is 1000 DPMO, you have to come on 900, then 800, or probably 100. Or less than 100 is something Toyota does that. Toyota car कहीं पे रोड में कभी खड़ा हुआ आपको नहीं मिलेगा. You don't see them getting breakdown except for punctures. Engine does not break down. It runs on less than 100 DPMO, and that is what Toyota engineering later on is called as Six Sigma. So that was one of the comments from the earlier sessions. Now, while we are talking about the exports and our indigenous supply chains, this pharmaceutical industry in India, as the opening remark was given, was valued at an estimated of $42 billion in 2021 as per the record, and it is expected to reach around 130 billion in 2030. Somehow he said 2025 in the morning. It is 2030. We expect it to go up to $130 billion. And mind what the growth pattern is. Growth is about 310%. 300%. 300% is a very big. So where the companies are going to fall back is completely on the supply chain. So what we have to discuss on this only basically. Then India has the world's largest, India is the largest generic medicine producer, and with a volume of 20% of the total global pharmaceutical. India is also the largest vaccine supplier, 60% of the total what is produced across the globe. And India pharmaceutical products are exported to various countries. We all know, we will be talking about it, to the US, to the West, US, UK, European Union, and Canada. I am so surprised to see this on the Google. Why no one mentions about the east of India? Say the Japan or the other side, Indonesia, or back to China? Not possible, because we get lot of our intermediates from them. So the economic survey of 2023, the turnover in domestic pharmaceutical market was estimated to be $41 billion. India's pharmaceutical exports revenue was $25.3 billion in fiscal year 22-23, according to the data released by the Pharmasil. India ranked third globally in terms of dollar value of drugs and medicine exports. And to name few hubs of pharmaceutical, we all are from the same background. To start from Baroda, Ahmedabad, Ankleshwar, Vapi, Baddi, Sikkim, Kolkata, Vizag, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Margao, Navi Mumbai, Pune, Aurangabad, Pitampur, and Ponta Sahib. So these are few things which I collected from the Google. Probably they must be all right. And now since we are talking about the export, now we need to the three pillars of our industry, which I think our Mr. Sheikh as well as Mr. Vyas and Mr. Pawar will agree. It is on the quality excellence, the regulatory compliances, and technological innovation. Although these three things partially had been touched base in the three panels earlier. So I would request Mr. Devang Vyas to throw some light on the regulatory environment presently and next, say, 5 years, because we are talking about 2030. In the meantime, please do introduce yourself, which I think I decided after discussing among ourselves that you should introduce yourself yourself.
Thank you, and that was a very brief and a very, I think, a good run between all the automobiles and the kind of experience you have garnered in the last maybe 2 or 3 odd decades, talking about the Six Sigma, and you touching base upon the critical point was the process improvisation that we need to bring in as a supply chain managers, and meeting the last minute requirement where we don't fall apart, and we always try to gain a success by a tight coordination within the cross functions what we have. Though we are the last at the logistics, but we cannot say no for whatever the things which are happening. With that, I would just like to introduce myself. I am Devang Vyas. I lead the logistics for the Glenmark Pharmaceuticals for the global, and I am associated with Glenmark from past 18 years, and I have gained certain experiences with all the dignitaries which are sitting on the panel and my partners who are sitting it over here. So I think you have touched upon good points about the process improvisation, which again takes us to the regulatory, the governance, the compliances, which are becoming, I would not say as a stringent, but these are the need of the hour. See, India, I'm sure many of them will agree and would be known that India is termed as a pharmacy of the world. Today, maybe out of the 10 pills which are been consumed across the globe, maybe 5 to 6 are exported from India, and which is why it is termed as a pharmacy of the world. You talked about the Japan, exactly. So from Asia, if we have to say, it's India and Japan which are doing the exports. No doubt we are taking all our APIs, intermediaries, and so many other stuff that is from the China and the Korea. But the most important thing is that India does a lot of work on the regulatory. They do a lot of QC check. There are a lot of compliances that we adhere. There are certain expectations from the local FDA, from the destination FDA, and we are complying to all of those requirements, which is very, very important, because medicines are for the human consumptions. And here, everyone come across, they will do their bit of things, whatever is required. When the manufacturing, they do the manufacturing, they run past through robust quality checks, and the batches are then released for the market distribution. And when it is coming to the logistics, logistics makes its own efforts that all these finished goods, the batches, are transported to the other side of the country as per the destination requirement, meeting the quality standards, meeting the temperature requirement, the processes, the documentation, which are very, very important. I think among the process, I would say there is a sub-process, which is the documentation. Though you will have a good partner, a good airline, an agent, but I'm taking this a bit because it's a part of the regulatory, I would say. If the documentations are not correct, no matter what, you have a very good connections, but the cargo will get stuck over there. Unless those documentations are met with the requirement of the customer, the local FDAs, the local customs, all those things, unless these are not met with, the cargo cannot move out of that particular destination's airport or the seaport. So it is very, very important that the documentations are given that kind of importance by the agents, by the manufacturing team, by the export team, by the carrier who are taking all those cargo from one side to the other side. The second point is on the regulatory again. It's very, very important that when we are transporting the stocks, we have certain guidelines. The product has got certain efficacies. The efficacy talks about a particular certain temperature range. It could be 2 to 8 degree, it could be 15 to 25, it could be below 20 if it's a vaccine kind of thing. So these are the norms which are very, very important, and one needs to be very, very careful. Today, if I have to look back maybe 10 or 12 years back when we were handling the cargo, it was going in a particular pattern where the shippers were going as an open, as a loose shippers. Then it came that we should move it as a palletized cargo, because the palletized cargo then ensures that there are no damage or a minimal damage, or at least it is very easy to retrieve the cargo at the destination for the customs, the customers, the transporters, everything. Thereafter, it more evolved that it is a need of the hour that whenever we are shipping out, and it has got a data logger, so then the data logger, the pallet has to be covered with certain more superior packaging that is called as a thermal covers, the blankets. In the blankets also there are multiple types of blankets today, what we are seeing, which has happened in the last 5 to 6 years, where there are a lot of protocols, there are tests, there are different types of studies which are conducted, that is for the extreme summers, for the rain, for the winters. These kind of studies are conducted by these manufacturers who are manufacturing the thermal covers. They come out with those studies, and these are then actually put on the test and the trial by the qualities, and then we are seeing that success. Nevertheless, whatever we do, there are certain areas which are called as a gray areas where nobody can put any kind of control, but the efforts are put by the certain agencies over there also. I'll give you just an example. Today at the tarmac, I think most of them will be agreeing who are from the manufacturing community. At the tarmac, we don't see any controls. Nevertheless, whatever we do, we don't have cool dollies at the ports. That is one of the infrastructure where people are trying to do their bit of thing. But still there is a lot of work which has to be done when we have to be reaching to that 120 or 130 billions of scalabilities for the world, where we can be becoming from the current 10 to 12%, we can see a market share increasing more than 25-30%, which is the vision of our Prime Minister also. But for all of those things, the important thing is that while there is a bit of things which the manufacturers are doing from their side, they are doing a lot of stability data, like how these thermal covers or the airlines are doing this. There is a lot of work at the back end. These manufacturers are also doing a stability data, though the product is in the range of 15 to 25 or 2 to 8 degree. There are certain robust tests done for various different geographies, because if India is like at 30-40 degrees, US cannot be at that. Middle East cannot be at that. Africa can be have a different temperature zone. So the Latam will have a different temperature zone. So all of those things are very, very important as a part of the regulatory, where we will have to come forward and do that bit. Yes, we have succeeded to certain level, but there is still a lot of work at the tarmac, cool dollies, the robust training, the rigorous training that we have to impart to all our partners, and thereby we can reach to that milestone of 120, 130 billions.
Yeah, well understood. So it is basically a lot of opportunities which we can see for people over here, so they can chip in there. And to understand it more deeply, one thought which came to my mind, I had seen lot of pharmaceutical manufacturing in North India, in Himachal Pradesh, Baddi and that area. So is it necessarily true that that cargo does not fly off directly from there, it comes to Mumbai or to Delhi and then it goes?
No, it's not like that. Today we have a lot of gateways. It all depends upon the mindset. Today, if I have to tell you, we are taking a lot of efforts that we use multiple gateways. We go to Hyderabad, Bangalore, Delhi, Bombay.
Because of congestion at different ports.
So it can be congestion, it could be opportunity, it could be certain times
Cost.
the connections, the cost, so many things are there.
So there is a trade-off between the quality on the regulatory part. If we are talking about tarmac ke upar, if the material is lying at 40 degrees centigrade, had it been that we chose everything to be shipped out of only Chandigarh, or say Himachal Pradesh, there is a gateway, and it goes directly. So you can take care of certain things in your control. But now if it has to be shipped to say US and it lands at Frankfurt, and then it is on a transshipment, and if the temperature, although Frankfurt will always have not more than 22 degrees throughout the year, it will always be less. But if certain commodities which require less than that also, so there can be. So this is a controlled environment which our people can chip in.
Sure.
But what happens there then? So it is a global challenge which has to be taken care of.
Exactly, exactly.
So Animesh, just to add on that, since we are talking about regulatory, hi friends, I'm Kafil. I represent Indoco Remedies. It's a 7-decade-old organization. COVID has brought us on the dais, the boardroom, and we have been recognized at all fronts now. Supply chain teams have not only been, we are known as a techno-commercial teams. So we are one who know the quality, regulations, commercials also, a very niche area to be in. So I'm lucky to be a part of it, and my company represents, all of you must have used Carval Plus, those inhalations you did during the COVID for opening up the respiratory system. All my views are personal, not the organization. To catch,
yeah, that's a disclaimer we all need to say
yeah.
it in the, so I would request rather the organizers to record it and then play it in between while you are saying the music, say it all disclaimers,
So
because otherwise we all have lalas in our company. They'll say, "Tum aisa kyun bola jaake wahan pe? Abhi hum phas jayega." On the lighter side, but yes.
So
please
it's all
continue.
about P&L impact that will have in the share market. So just to build on what Devang said is regulatory is a critical road. We are governed by regulatory right from research, discovery till the distribution. So our whole logistic works on product design. So right the time when the product is being in the research phase, we look at the product's life cycle till the end consumer. So your question, if it is in the tarmac or temperature where it is ambient 15 to 25, but there is no AC room in the tarmac, the product stability has to survive. Though the efficacy may be hit, but it's category A, 1, 2, 3, whatever is convenient. So right now the shift has happened because of the regulatory importance from quality management system to quality maturity management system. So when recently we had been to a conference where US FDA was there, and they were all talking about how the management or the pharma industry matures themselves in managing the quality. Earlier it was all about floor shop, the transactional based activity. Agar aap QA ne kuch bola hai to QC, QA would do it at the floor shop. Now it is how the top end people or the top management look at it. There has to be a continuous process, recording it, have a town hall, employee engagement, training. So all has come into a place. It becomes a single baby. No, it's a community that has to drive the project. Since we are consuming pills which may impact your health, hence at every level there is regulations act in place. If you see the stalls outside, each of the product which they try to promote is also validated by many accreditation body like CFR for the blankets, and also in long sense we will all be governed by regulations. There are complexity in each country that we go, but mota moti, if you say in our languages, the product has to sustain. So if you know the product you handle and the label claims are clear, we are all talking about GDP coming into India, and that will be a game changer because many of our LSPs are getting ready to scale up their investments, assets to manage 15 to 25 temperature. But if you see the pharma product, even as of now in the market, if you pick any product, it will say cold store below 25 degrees. Some would say store below dry area, cool and dry area, away from sun. So the question goes back to the regulator is, first standardize your product claims, then my LSPs or our team would be ready for the future. 2030, if you have to scale up those business, the product itself has to be clear. There is a lot of ambiguity when you pick up a product. One would say store below 30 degree, room temperature, ambient temperature. So as a community, pharma domain, as an LSP service provider or as a manufacturer, we need to come to a consensus that what is the product I'm carrying and whether there is a uniform standard across the channel. One challenge is open for everyone to come, put it to the management or the board or the regulators, let us standardize. Sun may put some claim, Indoco may put some claims. The product paracetamol remains same. We used to ship para to some foreign countries under normal temperature, suddenly they used to ship it in 25 degrees. The product can sustain 25, 30. So what is, somehow we believe that we are creating trade barriers, tariff barriers for people like us who are ready to scale up and go exponentially.
So we go, as what rightly understood by me, that FDA is the big brother, जो बोलता है हमको
No,
वैसा.
FDA has a community and
We don't have a community and we cannot
they
challenge
have an
that.
advisory body which industry.
Can we challenge that? Do we challenge?
No, it's our product. I cannot ask FDA to challenge me. I have to put through my research.
No, you can challenge FDA if it is not filed.
Yeah, there are many cases ongoing also. If there is a claim, we have to prove by data, research.
So when we are becoming the world's manufacturing hub for pharmaceuticals, why not we have our own things coming up than FDA? Because
So
FDA, it is very
coming
well
back,
proven.
research, no one wants to be too much into R&D. R&D. So we as an organization spend.
We are only a producing company, not a R&D company.
To come on that part, as an organization, all pharmas are, government has given a lot of facilities for R&D also, you know that. So many of mindsets are getting changed. People are getting into research. But we should also not forget that European and the foreign countries are maybe 10x time ahead of us because they started some 20 years back. So by the time we roll up our pipeline to discover and deliver, they are already out. So the knowledge base in R&D is getting developed. The product lines are there where we'll have future to say, you said it yourself, we are 60% of the vaccine industry is through
Correct.
us. So we have this accumulate this
And
potential.
if we don't support the rest of the world, probably they will come begging to us.
So there is offshoring, ensuring
instead
happening.
of a FDA, we have a IDA. So we say, no, यहाँ हमारा वाला ही चलेगा.
So the
अभी तो
very
ऐसा
fact
बोलेंगे.
US FDA has an office in India shows that they know, they acknowledge there is a knowledge here.
True.
There is potential here. 40% of the global shortage in US is because of manufacturing delays, quality issues, and delays in operational efficiency. So there is a concern.
Also there is a sense of adherence. Whatever they are expecting, we are actually,
And
there
the-
is a
and
skill
the
set.
Most difficult part is the inspector. When any regulation comes and tell you do this, why to do? If you ask, then they say you have to do it. So the
Correct.
question remains back to them is, give us a
No,
sense
that-
to achieve it.
No, that is understood. So Dinesh, what are your thoughts on this?
First of all, thank you.
You introduce yourself
Yeah.
first.
So first of all, so my name is Dinesh Pawar. So since I'm in the pharma industry, last 15 years in the supply chain. So basically, cold chain and cool chain management is my most portfolio in the vaccines and oncology business. So again, thanks to panelists to give me the chance for the sharing my knowledge to the my supply chain professional career professionals here. So when the regulatory and compliance part, so anyone will says that these regulation guidelines we need to follow. The supply chain when come with any proposal, so quality and compliance team says that no, this is a guideline we need to follow. We are not go out of the box thinking. Why not we are not thinking out of box? Because this is mentioned in the guidelines. But so
you have to adhere to the guidelines.
Adhere to
That's it.
guidelines.
So
but
rightly said by Mr. Sheikh also, said कि once it is decided, it is decided. There is a different forum wherein you need to challenge it, discuss it among themselves.
I will just add additionally when COVID is come, so there are challenge of supply perspective. So patient is required medicines at the last moment. So how means for if we looking for India business, so for is as a roughly I am just quoting 1,000 tablet is capacity as example, and the population is more than. So how we will supply the stock within the timelines, because every drugs have their one quality controls and testing and stability. So this will be require more time. So when we go with regulation, we understand regulator also have the people or market responsibility to provide drug to the save their patients, right? So they have own their responsibility. But when we stuck with the only regulatory part and we say that okay, this is mentioned in the guideline, we are not challenging to FDA. So when at the COVID time, we requested them as a part of Calpol or paracetamol or Dolo-like tablet. So this is a very used amount of sale is increases, because in the COVID is required for painkiller as a. But how we will comply? How the stock is provided in the pan India in the one go? But is required 2 time of testing. So we requested them that okay, this is the scenario. Production is ready, but the testing is required 7 days. So how can we, if we transfer the stock pan India, once a quality give control, okay, this stock is very okay, then we will distribute.
So the next question which follows on this is, your thoughts on the distribution management and its optimization, because it comes from a follow-up question from what you said just now.
So again, when we talk on the distribution optimization, so we are dealing with the pharma drugs. So basically, first of all, we need to understand, so pharma drug is temperature sensitive. Then we will thought on that, so supply chain visibility at any given point of in the distribution part. Then third part, we will talk on that, the data privacy and the product safety at the end of the customer, start from manufacturing to till reach to the end customer. Then we will thought on the digitalization of the process, how we improve our process with the digitalization. If we will go with our traditional way of working, definitely the optimization part will never will come. So for one of the session, there was a question is coming the cold. So some of the one pallet is going in the one vehicle. There was a 21 feet vehicle, and we are just sending one cold pallet because of the nature of the business's requirement. So what we thought out of box that, so for example, I want to transfer from Mumbai to Delhi stock transfer. So in between I have another my CFA agent in the Jaipur. So can I merge the both locations stock in the one vehicle and utilize the full vehicle? So it will happen? It will reduce one vehicles, as well as we support to the environmental to reduce our reducing of vehicles.
Sustainability. Logistics.
So whenever we thinking the optimization, we should mind regulatory compliance also is very important. Then optimization your business based on your inventory stock in optimum level. Don't miss. Multiple says that in a safe side we are maintain huge stock, but it definitely will be increase your carrying cost. So we will thought on that, how we minimize inventory with optimum planning.
Just to add on this, India itself is a country with a lot of, you have Europe,
diversities.
You have all temperatures available here. So when I was handling vaccine, the challenge was how to make the product available in 48 hours. So distribution channel is all about right in time, right in place, right at cost. So you need to know your players right. So if you have to send to Jalgaon, you will use Palot distributor or you will use Palande. So you need to know who is good at what first. Thanks to the government that they have built up these road corridors, and that has really reduced the transit time to the end consumer. But predominantly pharma is suffering from something called targets. So when we have targets, all distribution strategies and policies are at bay. And we are talking about inventory management, but in the channel we have 6-month inventory lying. So that's a national waste, I believe, but since everyone wants number, it is all about push strategy. But coming on this side of the panel, so distribution strategy mainly will run only if you know your end consumer, if he's really popping the medicine. Even if I now say I am selling the drug, I don't know whether it will be consumed or it will go in waste, because 3% of the total medicines are destroyed as expiries. It's a it's a national waste for all of us. So track and trace is a big challenge in the Indian context for distribution. Even in exports, we see the visibility till the port only. In India, at least we can see till the stockist level. So if we followed both mechanism, right? Direct to market and through the channel. So if we have a product which is acute in nature, it has to be consumed now, I will use direct to market strategy. So directly to market means from my manufacturing, a super distributor, and then to the end consumer. If it's like building inventory, chronic disease, lifestyle stock, I will use a traditional channel where I'll go to manufacturing, warehouse, stockist, and all those channels as and when I add builds up my distribution cost. Because as of now, I don't know whether this product will be consumed or not. So AI, MLs all will play a role in forecasting whether somebody is going to fall sick next. And I may use sometimes technology to say, yahan kuch hone wala hai, pandemic hai, store up and build those. But unfortunately, this is not immediate things to happen.
So open question which comes to all three of you, what would you think will be the strategies for export advancement in next 5 years, say till 2030, when we are talking about $130 billion
Make in India is already in place. Yeah. That's one thing. Policies.
Backward integration, forward integration, both.
API is taking up. We have a vertical which only works on API development.
Minus China, we cannot.
China plus one is already in place. So quality-wise, you can rest assured Indian products are far more better than what comes, and we understand the science behind it. So maybe it may be a Japanese pharmacopoeia, British pharmacopoeia, or US pharmacopoeia. We are ready to, in the same plant with quality, and we are ready to change over and build the product next immediately. So government policies, readiness to scale up capacities. The biggest problem I see with us is scaling up the manufacturing capacities, because we handle so much complex product across the globe. To be the world leaders in pharma, we need to have those capacities to be built up faster, and certainly technology will be the push driver for us.
What is the constraint in capacity build-up? Like, is it the regulatory or is it the investment part of it? I don't think so. Investment should be any.
No, investment is never a constraint. It is all about the future visibility. One product seems to be very blockbuster, and suddenly it is off the market, because we cholesterol with 350 readings was a big risk. Now it is science journals have said that is not a big risk. So science plays a very funny role sometimes. So we build a product, seeing a market size, we invest, build up the capacities, and suddenly that market is not lucrative. So we have to see the visibility till next 10, 15 years. We are not shying away from investing, but the other countries, China minus or China plus also, should understand that our products and the geography where we're going to sell is going to sustain for a longer time.
Should we not think a wild idea which comes into my mind? Since we all are supply chain managers, not lalas, we can still think wrong things also. So something wrong which came to my mind. Why don't we produce only for India?
So there are
सब export ban कर देते.
There are manufacturers.
सब कुछ यहीं पे consume होना है. So then we know what will happen next. We know there is a Kumbh Mela which is happening. So there is cold. So there will be lot of people who will go there, take bath, and then catch cold. So we understand this well. Forget about the other geographies. Only India. Let us produce it and bloody consume it also over here.
Just to add, viruses don't know boundaries. So,
yeah.
So that's the biggest challenge we have.
So then we have to stop the borders also, right?
It's up to man's thoughts cannot be blocked. So on a lighter scale, that is okay. But within India also, the biggest market prevails. Now most lucrative market is domestic business. The margins are good.
Correct.
The predictability is better. The acceptance is very high. And we know our customer very well. And the psych, the science, the regulators, they are all working together to bring this market up.
Export तो केवल पैसा कमाने के लिए करना है.
नहीं, export में पैसा नहीं कमाना है सर.
Export में ही पैसा कमाना है.
पहले
customs दे के पैसा कमाना है. बाकी हिंदुस्तान में सबको एक पैसे में 10 पैरासिटामोल दे सकते हैं. Free में दे सकते हैं. Generic medicines, it's like the cheapest. What are your thoughts on the export enhancement?
See, like you mentioned, today if you go to see the domestic revenue management, what is there, that is also at somewhere around 30 or 20 odd billions, and if you look at the exports also, it is going with the same run rate. So scalability from 40 crores to 120 crores, 120 billions for the exports, there will be two players. One will be how the exchange rate is panning out, so that will be helping us to reach to that milestone much faster, whereas the domestic, which is only into the INR, so there scaling from the 40 billions to 120 billion could not be that faster. But the way we have become a populous country, I am sure that the consumptions which will be much more faster, and that should enable us to feed our own fellow people rather than exporting. Yes, that's a very good thought, and that's a very good welcome also, that let us first feed our fellow people, then we can go for the export, because in the generic market the margins are very wafer thin. It's a very congested, it's a very crowded space, and there are a lot of more players coming into that particular field, and that becomes a more volumetric. It's not a value that you will generate. Yes, of course, the volumes will be much higher. Every year you will be doing, say, maybe 10 to 20%, but the value generation will be maybe negative, or maybe 2 or 3, 4%. That's because of the exchange rate or some kind of things. So I buy your thought for local consumption.
And the rest of the world is after India, and that your rupee is getting devalued again and again.
Yeah, actually, but if I tell you, the rest of the world is a very good and a very niche market if you are trying to position yourself very smartly, because US and Europe is a crowded. It's the rest of the world, the Latin market, where you will find your pockets and you can make some good money, and you can bring back that foreign revenue for the country and for your organizations.
So we can recommend to the government of India saying that if you are exporting it to US or to Europe, let the that the customs duty and this thing should be higher, and the developing countries probably yes, less.
So for the exports, there are no custom duties actually, but I think like Kafil pointed out, the policies have now become more
stringent.
Not stringent, I would say the policies are very free. Like today you have faceless custom clearance. For the custom clearance, it used to take like a day or a two, but today it's not like that. The processes have become so clean and so neat that you will not waste a lot of time over there, and you can connect your cargo very faster for whether it is air or ocean, and then you can service your customers on the other side.
So as you said, there is no customs duty on these exports. So what used to happen in steel industry, there were huge iron ore which was there in east of India, and the government never realized it, and it kept on getting smuggled out, ships after ships. You can imagine ek do boat nikal gayi ho. Ships, 130,000 tons of ship getting numbers, 10, 20 ships per day getting smuggled out without any duties. So there was a thought process. So they banned the export. So they could not ban it because there are regulations. You cannot ban any commodity which is a resource, a natural resource, and it is for the rest of the world. So they made some duties on that. So that is how I said, let us stop sending the material, our APIs or our medicines or anything to a developed country and continue with the developing countries. Probably anyone and everyone is going to benefit out of it. That country is benefiting, you are benefiting, and there is no. And then probably what Indian government as of now in last few years, what they are trying to build up their case in the rest of the world, that they are becoming a superpower. So one more feather to their superpowerness.
So that is the same thing, like today in the steel also, they are trying to curb the duties, but they are not happening because China is much more smarter. They are not directly pushing to India, they are taking the route of the Vietnam and the Burma and the other routes, and they are dumping all the steel over here, hot roll and your cold rolls.
Sir, it all depends on the person or the company in India who is buying it. If they are truly patriotic, they will buy it at an extra cost and sell it at an extra cost. But then you have to have regulations for its import. And that is what I am saying for the other side of it, the exports part of it.
But today if you see, there are only big four who are catering to almost like 132 or 133 tons of steel that they are producing. But the ask is much more higher because of the infra development, what we are going every day, the way we are shaping the country. We are coming out with a lot of airports today just to decongest our skies. So you know that how the things are evolving.
So there, the
we'll
data,
go to a different topic. We can take it offline.
The data which is there and you are saying is not so correct, and there is a gap over there, and certain things are being projected and for a lobby. For a lobby. So when it comes to the medicines, probably again for a lobby, and this is where probably Mr. Sheikh, what are your thoughts on that lobbying? Because you come from a company you were discussing with me, which is probably as old as the independence of India.
Yeah, so we know, I would not say lobbying. There are associations, there are bodies who are like IDMA. We have Indian Drug Manufacturing Association. There is OPPI, this is the Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers of India. So these bodies bring in all the science, the learning, the policies which would help the local or the citizens where we need to serve and push our product or sell our products for. So lobbying is not in sense of business economics. It is all about developing the capabilities and the product for the future and for the audience. We as an organization, we are not into niche market. None of my product is specialty. It is all me too product. It can be immediately or suddenly replaced overnight. So had it only been lobbying, we would not have existed for 7 decades. So it is all about, you rightly said, patriotism and being there for the country, but also business prevails because we can sustain those kind of things. It is not lobbying, it is representing the organization or the industry to gain better
mutual benefit,
better facilities from the government.
Okay.
Pharma has suddenly come out into the existence for the government of India or last 10-15 years. Otherwise, in 1971 we were the first to start APIs. We were outbidding China, and suddenly China came with a policy to kill everything, and they offloaded the price, and see, we are still struggling to build API capacities within India. So now as a lobby, as a body, we are telling the organization, government, yes, please do something on API segment. Otherwise, sustainability will become a challenge. You know, we cannot become world pharma hub without a key starting material API. So unless we lobby in those sense, driving policy to give facilities for MSMEs to bring up quality product, it would not sustain. So lobbying in sense of building capacities, building the market for the world, yes, we should do that.
So one thought which comes to my mind is ki if we are the manufacturing for the rest of the world, are we not abusing our environment also?
So not abusing, not really, because we learned from the developed countries. There were 2 industry evolution happened, and they did anything bad or good to the environment, and now the developing countries are coming, we have all these regulations. Okay,
It is. So once he finishes,
so
I'll come back to you.
So if yes, we are also, for the gentleman's knowledge, we are regulated by Pollution Control Board. You know, even if I import a material with a plastic coating material, we have to file an EPR registration.
Which is more than 80 GSM or something.
So we have to file an EPR registration, go to the central board, get an approval, then only my shipment gets cleared from the custom. So we are the most regulated industry
Absolutely.
across the globe. And for normal domestic distribution, I am governed by 78 laws. Minimum 78 I can count you and tell you. For opening a warehouse and distribution, I have to comply to all those things directly or indirectly.
And that
so
is
for
one of the challenge why we are not multiplying in our capacities.
So we may be last to adopt changes because we were so much regulated. Inspector Raj, आपको पता है quota system रहा है. FDA has a role, everyone has a role, but that was for the general goodness of the country. So in case of polluting the environment, right from manufacturing, guys are there from the last session from Olon and all who are doing API. All the foreign countries are setting up plants here, but yes, our regulations has been in place. We have in-house pollution control activities going on. We need to comply with some standard without which the plant is not approved. Going to the FDA with the primary body is a secondary question. Prior to putting a plant, it has to be approved by the Pollution Control Board and the development authorities. So all regulations in place, it is subjective whether you say we're polluting or not. Right. So it's an
right. But that forms like clearly states out that there is a challenge, a constraint for
always
increasing
governance
the
in
capacity.
the pharma industry that we cannot pollute the environment because we are doing for the general goodness of the citizen.
So what are your, Mr. Pawar, thoughts on the sustainability part?
Again, when we talk on sustainability, definitely we have some part of carbon footprint, for say that we are emissions some industrial waste management in India. So we have the rule regulation of environment, health and safety.
No,
right?
that is okay. Since you take care of the supply chains logistic part of it, are you using e-vehicles or LNG loaded vehicles?
Yeah, we are planning. We are not currently using because reason is.
So I heard in the first or the second session.
So just to add on that, we as an organization would not be doing, but there are a lot of LSPs which we bind up.
Correct.
Or
So you will
they are
patronize
already
only LNG loaded vehicles which has 70% less carbon emission than 70. And I remember someone mentioned in the morning, first or second session, there were challenges on the heavy vehicles or of electric vehicles. It is already there. So since I come with that background, it is already there and it has started flying. So 40 tons also and up to 70 tons of electric vehicles are flying. It has been approved by the authorities in Pune, and although the numbers is not so big, so it is taking little time for upscaling them. But certainly yes, if it is inside your manufacturing premises, you can always use a e-vehicle. Probably that is one of the best thing to do it, because internal movement is also on your small vehicles or something like that.
I will add in that case. So whenever we have the local distribution parts in the local delivery, that can be utilized of electrical small vehicles. Those are required. So limited times or limited temperature sensitive. So we will minimize the carbon
footprint of it. So Mr. Vyas, on supply chain modernization, please throw some thoughts, and that probably would be the last question we'll take up with the other two panelists also.
So I think most of the bit we have already started on the supply chain modernization. We have got right now TMS, we have WMS, we have scalability on how we track our shipments using the real-time data loggers. There is a modernization which is happening at the plant level also by adopting to new strategies, new technologies, what they call it, onto the testing of the APIs and the lot of machining part that they do on the other side. But the other side of the modernization is that how we are trying to improve our processes through all our freight forwarders, through the carrier partners. These are the things where I think today we are having certain processes which are still a sub-process, where I share my documentation with somebody, then they will forward it. Why can't we come together and there is only one particular document that flows all throughout the chain, and that makes more sustainable and more adaptable, a document kind of thing.
So in fact, lot many years back we had such a system, and while material was, a component was coming from a vendor, it used to be on a chip, and the truck used to just wait at the gate and put the chip, like what we do for our attendance cards as of now. 1998, 99 I am talking about. And automatically the data gets populated, and then the vehicle moves inside, and internally also whichever department has to pick up the stores or the materials or the production, they pick up the relevant data from whatever population.
Correct. So maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, we will have that kind of mechanism where we will have a small barcoding systems where you can directly paste it to their vehicle.
It's already there, sir. It's already
I mean to say that is not an adaptive right now. It is already prevailing, but people are not using it very effectively because that's not a very easy as a mass of the skill. Today, if I have to use a particular vehicle supplier, it is not attached to only myself. It could be used by so many other pharma players. So I cannot be restricted for my personal usage.
Absolutely.
Unless I tie up with him, it will be my own vehicle.
So I remember in Reliance Industries Limited, if a material, a raw material for me is a product for them, if it has to be loaded in a truck or a vehicle or a small vehicle, a chota scooter also, it has to be passing through a safety norms. That vehicle, whichever goes inside, it has to have that stamping. So if we have something which is already existent in this part of the country, which is Reliance, here in Gujarat as well as in Maharashtra, we can always have it. Like we need to take the first step to do it, and probably the LSPs will automatically, they know their sustainability in their business is only if they do this. So then it will be there. Mr. Sheikh on this.
Modernization? My views on modernization?
Yeah.
So
that's the last question. So then in the last we will have it from Mr. Pawar, and one question from probably the gentleman sitting
my
there.
only thing is we can modernize, but we should have capacities. The biggest problem we face is truck पहुंच गया गोडाउन में 3 घंटे खड़े unloading को, तो उसकी capacity में कितना waste कर रहा हूँ. So if we are talking about modernization, before that I would suggest is we look at all the SNOPs, detentions, waiting times, loading times. If we can turn around those things, we can do a lot of difference to all our LSP partners also and to the operational process also. Yeah, modernization for the end consumer is always the driving force, I believe, not for the business or for the organization.
Right, Mr. Pawar, your thoughts.
So in case of modernization, so it's part of whenever we thought on the distribution part or warehousing. So we will thought on that in the ground floor. We need to understand the challenges of the their own thoughts on the process, on ideas. So when we thought on the desktop and we say that key, no, this is not practically possible. We have the guidelines and again regulation, but they have very well ideas. But due to regulation of our challenges, we are stopping them and not come to us. So when we thought on the small things, for example, in the warehouses, multiple documentation is there. So can we minimize multiple documentation into one document? So we will save more time. Also the loading times. So can we standardize our loading times? It will help to minimize our loading process. So same thing is unloading part also.
Just to add on this, domestic India business within Indoco, we have a ecosystem, more than 3,000 stockists who place orders. So this were all happening through the MR, through the order books and all. So that is all now digitalized. They directly come into our ecosystem, place the order. So the reach to the consumer has increased. So that modernization has happened. Within the organization, bots are used to do the automated part of running reports, consolidating, giving an output. So that's in place. Within our R&D system, MLAL is in place so that the process which is repeatedly or the trending is done and we can reduce those time of product development. So it is happening at all different phases in bits and pieces. the need of the time is to synchronize everything and then see the end result. Because there is some research happening in some department, somebody is working on another software. My distribution and export team has another documentation system, R&D has a DMS system, manufacturing has a lean management system. So modernization would only happen if everything is integrated and the time is, the dashboard or everything is seen in time on reality. Though we say we have modernized, even if you see the in-time reality data, it will only be till my department. If the organization level, still the challenge remains.
So this is one of the things to sum up, which I think probably has to be adopted from the rest of the industries, manufacturing industries in the pharma. Like they have complete systems from end to end. SAP is there and it gets integrated, like your logistic, your warehousing, everything gets integrated. In my last organization, we were having paperless management on complete logistic. There was no LR receipt copies, anything and everything was everything online. The material gets delivered in my warehouse or in my customer's place. There is a EPOD which comes in automatically because the moment the vehicle enters in a geofencing area, automatically there is a e-challan which gets created, and that is tagged with the once the confirmation is received of the quantity. Automatically you understand the bill is also released. So nothing, so LSPs, they don't, and companies like steel companies which are good in time paying to their service providers, automatically on 30th day, if it is done 31st day, the check is released.
Accounts payable and receivables are automated for
or everything is automatic. Yes, if there is an issue, it will be deducted. So that you have to fight it out later. So that's a different challenge. So one last question. Probably there may be other questions, but since the time is already up, the gentleman in the first row.
Pharma has so many norms to set up a business in India. So probably this is the Deshbhakti for India. Because of that, China or other countries are not coming in India to set up their business. Because in India, we understand our laws. And because of that, we sustain here and we grow in our business. So already since morning we are listening, Corona is a big pandemic and is a curse or is boon for pharma industry. Can anybody explore it? Can anybody give us the answer?
I would say it is a boon because it has streamlined lot many systems which at least I and people like me who were say 4 years back, so 28 years of exposure and experience in the industry, I always thought office नहीं जाऊंगा तो ऑफिस में काम नहीं होगा, चोरी हो जाएगा, लफड़ा हो जाएगा, मूवमेंट नहीं होगा, स्टोर में कुछ हिलेगा नहीं, प्रोडक्शन चलेगा नहीं, nothing happened. I was turning around a large power plant in those days, thermal power plant, which required almost minimum 12,000 tons of coal every day. Without danda maro, the vehicle will not move. I always thought that. Nothing happened. Everything was moving. So it was a boon for middle age those days, middle age senior leaders of supply chain.
But
कुछ लफड़ा नहीं हुआ.
But nobody has tell us कि कितना loss हुआ था fake forecasting में. जो fake forecasting हुई थी, उस fake forecasting के बारे में किसी ने
So
बताया.
that's a question which is not. It is beyond the purview of
not to be told in public domain.
हाँ, although every one of us अपने गिरेबान के अंदर झाँक के आप देखोगे, आपको मालूम होगा कि क्या सही है और क्या गलत है. आप क्वेश्चन क्या पूछ रहे हो, उसका आंसर भी आपके पास में है. So we all understand. It is now people say or on WhatsApp University, which probably most of us are PhDs from there. So we think कि वो जो हमने एक वैक्सीन लिया था, it was filled with water, and probably very senior leaders who were there, उन्होंने तो केवल distilled water ही घुसा लिया था क्योंकि उनको तो सही मालूम था, उन्होंने हमको झूठ बताया था. So it's all up here. It's all up here.
So Corona not only hit pharma, every industries were on the.
And but the steel industry supplied oxygen. They did not produce steel because steel industry was a lifeline during the COVID time because they were supplying oxygen to the rest of the world.
Dumping duty नहीं आई थी?
हाँ?
Dumping नहीं आया था क्या?
Dumping duty?
हाँ.
ऑक्सीजन में कहाँ से डंपिंग ड्यूटी है?
आयरन स्टडी में.
हाँ, डंपिंग ड्यूटी वही मैं बोल रहा था ना. That's what I was telling. Right. Is there anything, any other question which comes to agile mind? Because I can see people were initially agile, then they slept, then again they again are awake. So, किसी को कोई question हो तो you can ask. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists for an extremely insightful, engaging, and thought-provoking discussion today. Your expertise and perspectives have truly elevated the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, our moderator, for bringing unique ideas and food for thought that truly enriched the session. His innovative approach to the conversation made this session even more exciting. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Sumit Bansal to felicitate, he's head of marketing, Godrej and Boys Manufacturing Company, to felicitate our distinguished panelists. Please give him a huge round of applause. We will be meeting here in 20 minutes from now. Please enjoy. Thank you.
People talking about 70-hour work week, 90-hour work week, for us in supply chain, and we have a 24/7 kind of a work week, right? So we are on call all the time because I would say we have a responsibility, right? And that is what motivates us. That is what kind of takes us to our offices, manufacturing, quality, and all that. And that's where we all are part of this larger ecosystem, right? I have a set of questions which I'll put to the panel, and some of them I'll just throw it open to people to answer. Some of them probably you guys can also chip in and answer, right? We've got about 40 minutes. I think we've got 50 minutes. The timer says 50 minutes, but I thought it was 40 minutes. We'll see if we can wind up early and and go to the next session, which is awards, which is very interesting, right? So I'll start with the questions. Temperature control has become increasingly more important because we would also say that, okay, if a consumer or if a person goes to, say, a shop, right, and he orders a analgesic, say, a Disprin, right, he's more bothered about, buying the Disprin, stepping out, probably taking that medicine, and probably doing away with whatever problem he has had, right? But he doesn't understand what goes behind, say, putting a Disprin on the shelf of a pharmacy, right? So there is a lot of back-end work, right from, the planning part, the S&OP, S&BP part of it, to the procurement part of the APIs, KSMs, packing material, the process of manufacturing, the process of distribution, and ensuring that, okay, the product reaches the pharmacy, right? So that is something that he's oblivious to, but from a supply chain standpoint, we are very, very, very aware of what goes into it. And increasingly with specialty medicines coming in, oncology products coming in, cell and gene products. I heard someone talk about cell and gene products coming into the portfolio. It becomes increasingly more important to focus on how we store, how we handle, and how we distribute these products, right? I come from a pharma background. We had a product which, again, this is a Novartis product, which is a 2 million single dose drug, right? So it is for SMA, and it's also a global launch which was done a couple of years back. It has very tight controls around how the medicine is made till the time it is administered to kids who are, say, around 2 years old, right? So increasingly temperature control is becoming an area of increased focus for all of us in pharma. We also talk about RH control, not just temperature control, but humidity control. I was in a company which was making therapeutic lasers, right? Where we had to keep products not just in temperature control, 15 to 25, but we also had to maintain a RH of about 60% plus minus 5, right? The simple fact was that if condensation happens on the optics of the machine, the outcomes, the results could be very different. It's not a therapy, it's not a, diagnostic machines where, it can diagnose something or probably not give a desired result and it will pass. In therapy machines, even a micron difference can make a huge difference in the outcome, right? So increasingly, my point is, and what I'm trying to stress is that increasingly temperature control, humidity control is becoming very, very important in the entire pharma ecosystem, in the entire pharma supply chain, right? With that background, there are some questions which I'll ask the panel, and I have a very distinguished panel. I have friends from the industry here on the podium with me, and some friends across on the table here. But we'll restrict it for now to the panelists here, and we will throw it open in case somebody wants to add a comment or give a suggestion, or if somebody has a question, right? So my first question, and this is open, probably, Surinder or Subhash, you can comment, Vikas, you can come in at any time. The question is, while we see a lot of standardization and modernization happening across industries, in the logistics and distribution space, there is minimal adoption and impact seen, right? There would be adoption, but the impact is not seen to a great extent, right? Is it yet to be made evident that understanding substantial investment in this warehousing, logistics, distribution environment serves as a primer on key safety and compliance basics? We've talked about compliance, we've talked about quality, right? So what are your comments? What do you think on this, Subhash?
Hello. Hello everybody. My name is Subhas Talukdar. I am having around again 30 years of experience in industry. I started my career with FMCG company HUL, and then last 20 years I am in pharma industry handling. But cold chain is very core to me because in HUL we used to handle a lot of refrigerated products like ice creams, quality walls. Since then it became a very liking subject for me. And now I am in Lupin, and in Lupin we handle lot of temperature control products. Now one perceptions we need to change in our mind. We only understand the cold chain products or the temperature control products where the product is between 2 to 8 or below 8 degree temperature. It is not, because in India, as the earlier panelist Mr. Kafil was telling, that we have to standardize the level claims. You know, there are a lot of level claims, and which is creating confusions in industry. Below 25, below 35, store cool and dry place, away from the sunlights and all these things. See, all this in Indian, when the global warming increasing the temperature every year, there we need to understand whatever the ambient climate is, that whatever the level claims, we have to maintain the temperature there. So on what means, how we will control the products, it is a subject itself. You know, it's a vast subject, and it's a pharmaceutical products. What we say, it's basically it's a life-saving food for us. When I'm taking life-saving foods, when I intaking, we have to ensure that it is our moral responsibility to ensure that that the medicines we are supplying to the community, that as is the integrity and the quality of the products is the same when the patient is consuming the product. Now, now the basically, if we understand the 3 C's, you know, the cost is the actually the main part to maintain all this quality of these products. The cost, but where, you know, in an organizations, whatever the spending is allowed and the free spending to the marketing, sales, and to the guys. Whenever the cost saving comes, the subject comes, lot of brainstorming happens how to save cost. The first target is the distribution and the logistics. You know, how to procure the materials at the lowest cost, how to handle the products, warehouse the products, and distribute the products, transport the products at the lowest cost. That is the evidence. They don't understand that certain quality to be maintained, and for that quality cost is involved. So here that was the mindset earlier, but the basically in India also the sensitivity is increasing day by day. All the industries understanding that they should spend a lot on the warehousing and the transportation and the logistics to maintain the temperature, to maintain the control the temperature, be it start at production site or the warehousing site or to the distributor site. And the mindset is changing. The one point is that once the new GDP guidelines is ready at the final stage, implementation happens, and that there is a vigilance, definitely it will be further strengthening the process. But one challenge is there. As a corporate or the industry definitely maintains controls the temperature up to their warehousing level. But from the warehouse to the distributors, that also they are maintained. But at the distributor point, the last leg, at the retail, it is pathetic. Means at this stage, at this stage, 20% level, yes, when the corporates, the retail chains, the emerging channels has come, definitely they are maintaining. But the Me Too, family-run business, the conventional business, they don't understand the quality of the products. They are basically the businessmen. But some of the places I have witnessed that the product like insulin, product like vaccines, product like the biotech products, it is handling very means what I can say, it is they are not handling its proper manner, what to be. So there it is a huge scope and opportunity from the corporate side, from the trade body side. that to be educated, it's a bigger way, and so that it shapes up. But yes, cost versus the quality is always a challenge. But we have to change our mindset so that we can we can supply the products on the right quality as per the temperature control is concerned. Thank you.
Thanks, Subhash. I think very valid points, right? One is on the cost part of it. I think cost is important, right? While we say that okay, quality and compliance come at a cost, but yes, somewhere it is our onus to see okay, how do we optimize cost, right? And we definitely have to ensure efficacy at the last level, right? The medicine has to, yield the desired results at the end, right? So I think that's a dilemma that we deal with day in and day out, but it's a good problem to have. Vikas, would you want to comment on this or?
So, hi, this is Vikas here from Savia. So, just to add on the points what Subhaji told and the question what Mr. Manish raised about the modernization and standardizations and how we are doing compared to the other industries. Definitely, the pharma sector have seen the changes in recent years, though we are not as per compared to the other industry, that we have not speed up our changes and the modernization done in our supply chain, which are required, which is the need of the time. But there are challenges because we are governed by the regulatory authorities, and we have to test every method we change in the supply chain, and we have to ensure that the product efficacy is not affected. So that is the reason sometime we are not that much fast in changing our regular supply chain processes. So but we have seen lot of changes, and we have improvised a lot, and we have seen that a lot of manpower has come into the pharma, and they are trained on day-to-day basis for understanding the product, what is their importance, what is the efficacy of the product, why product efficacy is very much important, and how supply chain is important, because when we are deviating from any processes, it directly affect the product which is consumed by the patient. So patient safety is very much important when we are thinking for any of the change, but definitely we are improvising in the supply chain field, especially in pharma. So that's my view on that.
Thanks, Vikas. I think it was a journey, and it's not that we have achieved that level across the chain, but yes, it's a journey, and we continue to improve. We continue to focus more, and perhaps we are while we had global benchmarks, but I think we are doing well on. I won't say catch up. That's not the right word, but yes, somewhere also focusing on having proper temperature control, at least in the part that is in control with us, right? Because a big leg, and some panelists in the previous discussions also said that while it is in our control, it is all good, right? But when it goes to the channel, when it goes to say the stockists and the pharmacies, right, there could be some compromises there. But there was some regulation which was being talked about, some GDP guidelines, but we still have to see how those will be implemented. And somebody also talked about the license Raj in one of the panels, right? When you empower someone to check, right, it also leads to, and this is off the record, malpractices, right? And people get away with not having the best or the most compliant systems, right? But yes, increasingly for pharma, temperature control is a very big focus area. Thank you, Gus. My next question is on the design part of the networks, right? So what are the key factors that we should consider while designing those storage solutions, or the supply chain distribution, and how do we manage time-bound deliveries? How do we focus both on quality as well as cost, as well as the timing part of it? So if you could just throw some light on that, Surinder. Okay, Subhash.
See, it's the means again, be it the cold chain or the non-cold chain, we should go to the basics. The basics is same. our distribution network or the network should be three key parameters. First thing is the sourcing. What is our sourcing? It is in which geography, because India, it's a vast country. So in which geography the product is getting manufactured? It is India manufactured, or it is imported products, in which port it is landing, where it is landing, and the nature of the product. What kind of product? Means cold chain, even it's cold chain, what is the product shelf life? What is the stability of the product? At what temperature the product is stable? Second thing is that the customer and the consumer base, and what is the demand pattern. Based on that, a lot of things happen. I mean, some of the products is high demand in the eastern part of India, and some of the products it is not. That product is not that much demanded in the southern region. So your warehousing should be, the distribution network should be the closer to the market to make your distribution system very agile. So, and many of the companies means basically maintain the central distribution systems, and many of the companies the regional warehouses. What we follow, that it is a hybrid model for the cold chain product is concerned. So my company, we had created a facility and the calibration capabilities at 4 regional places where we keep the materials, and there are around 27 sub locations is there. We do the milk routing from the regional warehouses. So that we handle. So it completely the logistics and the warehousing distribution network should be based on the product and the organization's demand pattern. What kind of demand they are having. Third thing is that you need to keep it in mind the cost. Means we should have some calibrated storing places. When I say the calibrated, all these machines, means we call the walk-in coolers or diffusers or the walk-in chillers, whatever it is, that should be well qualified. So many of the places have seen that the machines are not qualified, and at the time of crisis, as they don't have the qualification documents, any kind of excursions, we can't take the right decisions that we should reuse the products or not. When I say the calibration, it starts from the design of the instruments, which we call the DQ, then installations qualifications, operations qualifications, and the performance qualifications. These 4 documents is basics you should have in your place at any point of time, and the performance qualifications has to be performed every year, well on time, and you need to capture the seasonality factors also. So these are the very basic things to handle the cold chain products, because it is life-saving drugs, and also the cost. When come to the cost, how you can optimize the cost, then definitely you should have the hybrid things. You should use the refer vans based on your volume. Also you should have the calibrated packing materials where you can do the pack and you can do the air courier. The calibrated packing material should be 48 to 72 hours, so that in Indian climates, in case the air courier or something shipment fails to deliver well on time, then you are still have time. So within 48 hours, so 72 hours packing calibrated packing material, you still have time. Also, you should have the product stability data with you for the cold chain products, because in case there is an excursions, you can refer to the product stability data and review that and take the right decisions, that should be reused or not. So these are the small things and the basics. If you can follow, definitely it is not the rocket science, but you can handle it very efficiently. Thanks.
If you want to add something, Surinder. Thank you, Subhash.
Yeah, sure. Just a small comment. Okay, my name is Surendra Devdar. I come from a company called Reliance Life Sciences. I take care of the materials management group out there. Totally in industry for about 34-35 years. Half of that outside of pharma, last 70 odd years in Reliance in pharmaceuticals. About 90-95% of our products require cold chain. They are it's 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, 90-95% of the products. So automatically we get drawn into a cold chain arena for a long period of time. I just wanted to do a quick catch up on the first question, wherein it was talking about a standardization. My only humble point was that standardization, modernization, anything that we talk about, whether it's management focus or investment for that matter, wherever a customer sees a value, wherever regulation forces it, automatically the focus, management focus gets drawn there, automatically investment flows there. In most of the pharma companies, at least my perception, what I have seen is, for example, digitization is something which is getting driven for the last 5, 6, 7 years. And that's coming from manufacturing, it's originating from manufacturing and now slowly getting into the distribution and warehousing, because that's where the core value was. So I think it's a matter of having where the focus is. Secondly, when we talk of standardization, I think if we ask a question to this audience, which is very well experienced in pharmaceuticals, in the cold chain conference, what is the meaning of cold? Think about it, what is the meaning of cold? If you look at EU, they will say cold is 8 to 15. If you talk about WHO guideline, it will say 2 to 8 degrees. If you look at the US pharmacopoeia, it will say it's less than 8 degrees. And if you look at the Japanese, they will say it is 1 to 15 degrees. What is cold itself doesn't have a standard definition as far as we are concerned. Think about, Mr. Talukdar was referring to label claim. Cool and dry place. What does it mean to you? Cool and dry. There are a lot of things which are at a very grassroots level which are not standardized. So unless they are standardized, things cannot move further. And for them to get standardized, there has to be a focus coming to there, which is where the value has to come. So that's my brief catch up on question number 1. The second question wherein we were talking about how do you create a network. So in terms of network, we have something which is completely different than most of the other companies. We have no CNF agents, no distributors. Practically everything that is getting produced here is delivered directly, packed and delivered directly from our manufacturing location, which is at Rabale. That's because obviously we started organically in a very small manner. That's how it grew. But initially we had CNF agents. But I think that was also getting driven from a very different perspective. Initially, or even now, the market demand is so much that we don't have anything that we produce much in advance, deliver it to somebody who breaks the bulk and then start shipping it or putting it into small packs. As soon as it gets produced, most of the material gets sold. So why do we have to really send it to some distributor and then start breaking the bulk out there? So it's a bit little, there are different considerations that get into deciding a network. That's my humble point which I wanted to bring to the table.
Thanks, Surinder. I think I'll give you a chance, right? So I think a good point made, and every company has their own unique set of requirements. Sure. If you can manage demand and you can do a JIT, it's fabulous, because that means that much less handling, that much less storage, that much less waste, right? And I think a great point made by Subhash talking about how we have to design for what we do, right? And India, we have, in some geographies, we have all 4 seasons which are very pronounced. We have to look at, okay, the storage requirements, also qualify the warehouses, right? And also the entire chain in terms of validations that we do for not just boxes, but also for our facilities, right? IQ, OQ, PQ, we have to do cold mapping, we have to do seasonal mapping, we have to do empty mapping, we have to do loaded mapping. So there are a lot of regulations which are coming in, and I'm happy that all the supply chain folks in this room, I'm sure they'll echo that yes, in this journey we are doing great, right? I remember when this idea about cold chain was first floated to me by my quality folks. It was more of an adversarial kind of a relationship that I had with them. Also with finance said no budgets, right? We can't do it, you manage whatever you want to do. But obviously now there's greater sensitivity to understand what is there, what is the need, and obviously whatever you do, ultimate test or ultimate result is echoed by the customer, right? So that is what it is. But great insights. My next question again, India, while it has seasonal challenges, it also has diverse terrains. So have you seen cases where because of the terrain, because of the geography, we've had issues in distribution of cold chain products? Any thoughts around it? And how have we handled it, or are we still grappling with it?
See again, Manish, I told that see as an organization, so the industry is really there is a paradigm shift of their mindset. Industry is also gearing up because they knows that the pharma guidelines, GDP guidelines is coming and it will be implemented very soon. On that time, they have to be follow the guidelines very stringently. That is there from the industry side, but when the challenges comes, how trade handles the product, because till the time the consumer consumes the product, we have to maintain the integrity of the product, the temperature integrity. Their role comes, the trade bodies roles comes, means the distributors and the retailer, farmer retails. Yes, certain geography in India, as we told that India is an incredible country. There some geographies is really good, like South states are really organized, and the distributors also very good. Their mindset also very positive, and they historically they handles the product efficiently as per the regulations, and the required temperature is there. But some of the geographies is very pathetic, you know, like East, like some of the northern central Indias. They are really, they need to improve a lot. So from the industry side, we are trying to educate them time to time, and also keep some clauses in the agreement, and also you regularly try to educate them to follow the means basically the first of all they don't know how to handle the cold chain products. They handle the products like the other products. There is the main challenge. But again, they are also their mindset is slowly changing, and they also trying to understand the importance of these things, how to handle the temperature control products. Hopefully, we are very hopeful, and looking forward that they will also shape up. Thanks.
Thank you, Subhash. I think I just skipped a comment or a question from a gentleman here. Sir, would you want to give your question or comment?
Breakdown, and how you'd handle, how you cross over the vehicle.
See, all our vehicles, we engage the vendors who is having the real-time monitoring systems, temperature monitoring systems, and they are all AI enabled. Uh, uh, why I am telling you the AI enabled? AI triggers in case of any temperature excursions, like the temperatures to be maintained 2 to 8, but actually AI triggers when it is below 4 and above 6. So you get some time, you know, and through that AI, our vendor gets a call as well as the WhatsApp and the messages that this temperature excursion is happening. They are having the backup vehicles also nearby, and we are planned in such a way that vehicles suppose going from Bhiwandi to your Mumbai to Kolkata, and in between our 4 warehouses comes, it will take to the nearest warehouses, it will be immediately stored there. And our like vendor, the SD Cargo, say they are the pioneer in handling the cold chain products, the reefer vehicles, and it goes to the nearest our warehouses. If our warehouses is far off, then they takes to the nearest, take the facility from the others. Then it gets locked, and we take that. Then from there we take up the materials. Our CQA take over the matters. They investigate, they again requalify the products, and we use or not. They take the decisions.
I think that's a good question, right? And I think very well answered by Subhash. Look, one is the choice of partners that you choose, right? And if you have partners who can, give you some backup in terms of if, say, vehicle breakdown happens, that's one. That's still manageable because the aircon is still running, right? Second is if the aircon, conks off, if there is some problem. So there are suppliers who have backup options. They are nearer destinations or locations en route who can provide vehicles. And then the last thing is that if you have to look at the stability data, requalify the product, that is the last option. So people design their networks in a way that, if in case, something happens, there is a backup available. Right? So that's what I think most of the cold chain pharma companies who do it are looking at good vendors, good suppliers, and they also pressure test some of these situations.
Selecting the vendor is the most important thing. Their experience, how they handle the product, the historical parameters, that is the most important. That's a key factor. We see that what kind of experience they are having, what kind of vehicles they are having. All the vehicles is inspected and qualified by our internal QA team. It is not that they can hire from outside and they hire and then provide to us. It is not like that. All the vehicles. So as an organization, we are having all the vehicles that they are having, maybe 200 vehicles. We are having the data of that. We maintain the data. So if they provide any backup vehicles, that also we are pretty sure that that vehicle is qualified to carry that materials.
Coming back to, I think, the same point that I was talking about, terrain-related challenges. I think across the globe, we've seen in certain areas which are inaccessible in Africa and all. A lot of companies are trying out drone deliveries, right? So in India also, some pioneering work has been done in drone deliveries, especially in cases where critical medicine supplies are concerned, blood and tissue samples, phlebo samples are concerned. People are engaging and employing drones, especially in hilly terrains, and also I think drones are doing a good job in transporting some of the phlebotomy samples, right, from say the source where they take the samples to their main labs, right? And I know for sure that in North there are certain companies which are doing drone deliveries or drone pickups, right? While at this point, at this stage, drone deliveries is not a very cost viable solution, but yes, people are exploring newer solutions where terrain or time is a challenge. My next question again is around the vulnerabilities in this changing world around global supply chain. I heard that there are a lot of on tarmac excursions which happen in terms of supplies which are coming in or supplies which go out. Cold dollies are not there, and sometimes when it goes out of your control, there are challenges which are very pronounced, right? So any thoughts around how we can reduce such instances or issues?
Should I? Okay. Fundamentally, I mean, I believe it's a maybe a slightly bigger answer to your small question. A slightly bigger answer is the whole ecosystem always works together. If you keep looking at one component at a time, whether it is experience of out of control on tarmac or something else happening somewhere else, etc., we probably may not get a correct solution. But a whole ecosystem that is the end-to-end, absolute end-to-end delivery of our products, from the point of origin till the point of delivery, including all the intermediate nodes. As long as we have a fairly clear visibility. Now, tarmac, we are saying it is out of control, but it is a known fact. Everybody sitting here knows that it is going to be out of that thing. So we can design a solution for that. Then we can put in some extra precaution in our packing, in our let's say passive packs that we will be producing, because we know it's going to happen. It becomes difficult when things are unknown. When things are known, something can be taken care of. Now, unknown things are not much in this domain, but like the gentleman asked, whether if there's a breakdown, how do you handle? That could be one of the unknown things. Once I remember one reefer was stuck en route to Jammu and Kashmir. There was some, I think, heavy icing or some terrorist, some issue, and then the Jammu Kashmir highway was stuck. All trucks were lined up, and one full reefer was standing there. So that is the kind of unknown thing. There we had to come out with lot of let's say community support. We had to garner many contacts, and somehow it was rescued, diverted back to the nearest place where it was available. So there are unforeseen things. But otherwise, for known things, we can design, and we should design for
No, good to know that, and I think that gives a lot of confidence that okay, we can control, to a great extent, the distribution of products incoming as well as outgoing. Because I remember, in some of my friends in the room remember that when COVID hit us, right. We had a lot of issues in Mile in Mumbai, right? But we took cargo from aircraft direct. We also asked Mile to augment the reefer plug-in capabilities, right? So I think a lot of collaboration happened with the government agencies as well as within industry that time. But yes, what we can control, we definitely control. But still, there are certain uncontrollables which often crop up at times, right? But we have to be quick. We have to be nimble and find solutions to that, right?
As you said rightly in the beginning, we are 24/7 on the job.
Correct, absolutely. Now, coming to the
directly contracting with any of the distributor, we are ensuring that that stockist or that our partner has the experience in the cold chain, and here they have the capability. And especially some of our products, especially some of the cancer products, that needs to be taken care very well. So especially on those kind of for those kind of products, sometime it becomes a little bit slower to reach in the particular area. That is just because we want to be mindful so that product efficacy is not lost, and the product whatever whenever it is getting delivered to the patient by way of stockist or by way of any retail chain, or by way of when we are supplying directly to the hospitals as well sometime. So when it is getting delivered to them, it is delivered in a proper temperature, and it is not losing its efficacy.
Thank you. I think that's a great point, right? So I think earlier when we were choosing partners, we would just do say a stockist agreement or a distributor agreement, and we would have a clause that you have to take care of the temperature conditions mentioned on the label, right? But I think a lot of people are now doing the qualification of such stockists. They're also auditing such stockists, distributors, and that's a positive thing which is happening to ensure that efficacy of the medicine or the drug remains consistent throughout the chain, right? So great strides in that area. Now my next question is something related, right? We see a lot of advancement in packaging solution, right? And I was talking to people here in the room from companies like C-Safe and all, who also have validated solutions for transportation of cold chain shipments, right? So what are some of the trends there in the industry to manage the packaging innovations, and how do we pack and how do we ship our products? Subhash, would you want to comment on that?
See, basically, it's depend on the product nature, but whatever it is, if we see that the product is below 8 or below 15 or below 25, so there the conventional method, definitely it is there that there is a calibrated packing materials, thermocol box and cool box, and also the thermal jackets. There are a lot of thermal jackets provided which actually reduce the can hold the temperature 24 to 36 hours. So that helps also, but you need to put the temperature monitoring systems inside there. In case of any excursions, that can be handled as per the quality protocol.
No, correct. So there is a lot of innovation happening, and this, yes, there's a lot of demand also from certain agencies, because certain institutions, certain big hospitals, large chains and all also demand the complete traceability in the chain of temperature, right? So for whatever NABH or JCI qualification, sometimes they ask for traces, right, of temperature. So I think there is a lot of innovation happening in that area also, where a lot of packaging solutions are being developed, validated.
Color sensitive products,
Correct.
That in case of the temperature excursions, the color changes.
Correct.
So you can take the right decisions that are for use or not.
Correct. So it all comes at a cost, but yes, I think a lot of people are now baking in those costs in the supply chain budgets, because obviously efficacy of products is of prime concern, right? So a lot of innovation happening, and we are approached by a lot of companies saying that okay, we have developed a new solution which can sustain, say, 45 degrees, or can be abused and kept outside in 45 degrees or 50 degrees ambient temperature, but it will maintain say 15 to 25 or less than 25 degrees temperature. So we look forward to a lot of innovation which comes from our partners, especially who are working on the packaging solutions, both Indian and global companies, and that's a very welcome step for us.
I just wanted to say there are two key factors on which we see generally happening innovation or directionally. One, in terms of increasing loadability. Second, with keeping the external dimension same. Second, extending the hours for which it is validated. So the quality of cool packs, maybe better PCMs, different permutation combinations of that to increase the time period, and playing around with the material of construction. Maybe not just from traditional EPS to XPS to maybe PU, some combination, layering, etc., to increase the thermal insulation. So combination of these two is primarily giving, and somewhere of course people are adding a digital bit to make it a little more intelligent in terms of understanding.
I think a lot of technologies are going into it. As we said, in trucking there's IoT, and also in some of the large payload shipments, people also are putting in probes which give a real-time information. Right, the retrieval could be a problem, but a lot of these packing solutions are single-use, so it's a cost, right? Once you ship it, it's a cost, right, which is sunk, right? You don't retrieve it, but there are solutions, companies also doing retrievals to ensure that it's not just a one-time cost. But I think it's a concern, but yes, people are working towards finding solutions to it. Now with a lot of products and also not just pharmaceuticals, but more outside pharmaceuticals, people getting into quick commerce, direct to customers, direct to consumers. Do you think the time is right for pharma also to get into this domain, right? Because we hear a lot of chatter that okay, why not if groceries can be delivered quick in a quick manner, can we deliver pharmaceuticals, right? And I am in this field, so I'll go last in this. But what are your thoughts?
Yes, this time it is required because almost all the industries, they had implemented this, the quick commerce, like the FMCG, consumer durables, with the food industry. E-commerce, quick commerce is widely used, but in pharma, the pharma is having his own challenge, because yes, for OTC product, maybe where the self-medication, the prescription is not required, it can be handled by quick commerce and the e-commerce. But for the most of the products, 95% plus IPM, the products is not self-medicated products, where be it the chronic or the acute therapy, you have to have some doctor consultations and prescriptions for that, and through that you can buy the medicines. So here is the challenge is that how you can integrate the doctor's advice and the patient's demand and the requirement, and how quickly, because e-commerce means quick commerce serve you within 10 to 15 minutes time. So within 10 to 15 minutes time, all the documents, the compliances, how it will be in place, that is a question mark. But with time, it will definitely evolve and come out with the solutions. And this is the time where that we can start the thinking how we can bridge the gaps. Thanks.
Vikas, any comment from your side or Sundar? Okay.
So for e-commerce area, so especially during COVID, we had seen their businesses, and they had been become a very instrumental in from perspective of delivering the goods to the patient when they were not allowed to go out. And but thereafter we have seen some decline also in the sale of the e-commerce, and people again shifting to the traditional model, going to the local chemist shop to buy their goods. But again we are seeing that people are now, like, they are habitual, like for other Amazon and Flipkart that we talk about, or any other website we talk about, they have habit of buying the goods online, some their personal stuffs, some electronic stuffs. So slowly going further, I see it would be a very convenient model for the end patient to buy the goods but still we have a lot of interior areas where the chemist shops are available, and sometimes the online and those deliveries, sometimes it's become a challenge for those areas as well. So yes, definitely going further, e-commerce would be very instrumental in delivering the goods to the patients.
Yeah, it's correct. Look, if we talk about the e-commerce scenario, right? E-commerce never anticipated quick commerce, right? If you ask some of the veterans in e-commerce, right, did they anticipate quick commerce? They will clearly say no. And quick commerce is a phenomena which is very recent. India has, demonstrated that quick commerce can be successful, and when it was launched, 15 minutes, 18 minutes, 20 minutes delivery, people said that why, right? But now everybody, I think they'll everybody in the room, I'm sure, has experienced quick commerce and do it on a daily basis, right? So there are great benefits to it, but yes, it comes at a cost, obviously, yes. And also, for medicines and for pharma products, there are certain compliances which have to be met, and sometimes we say that probably quick commerce cannot happen in pharma, right? Because there are certain regulations, there's a certain way in which products are to be handled, right? And certain compliances which have to be taken care of, not just in the documentation part, but also in the handling part. But I would say, it will come very soon, right? So it will come while if you look at the dark stores on which quick commerce works, right? If you go into those stores, they are really dark stores, right? It's a labyrinth inside, and you see a lot of activity, a lot of action, and you sometimes hold your head and say, what's happening here, right? Obviously, pharmaceuticals cannot work like that. So they will have to be, whenever it comes, they will have to be done in a certain way with all the compliances getting ticked, all the boxes getting ticked. But I'm sure quick commerce will come very soon in pharma also. Pharma buying typically for e-pharmacies and all, for chronic diseases you would buy in bulk, right? You said, you think that, okay, I have to take this medication for say a prolonged period of time, I'll buy it and I get a good discount, I get some loyalty points, whatever. But now we see increasingly chronic medicines also coming in, right? And if you look at, the chemist universe, chemists were always doing quick commerce, but not 18-20 minutes, right? They were probably delivering in an hour, half an hour or so, but now they've also been jolted out of the sleep and slumber, and they're also looking at quick commerce solutions, right? So I think for the consumer, for the patient, it's a good thing, but there's a lot of development which needs to happen to make it compliant and make it really change the game.
Actually, for acute therapy, quick commerce will help a lot. Where the doctor immediate, you need to take the medicines immediate after doctor prescribes. There you are having around 1 hour to 1.5 hour time to take the first dose. Where that the e-commerce can't supply the medicines within that short period of time, but the quick commerce can. So here it's a big opportunity because they are also in business. They knows the pharma requirement, and they understand the market, pharma market, and the how big it is. So definitely they will put the efforts on that. And then the compliance part, as you told Manish, that compliance ones, definitely they will take care of that, how to overcome that compliance.
No, absolutely. I think compliance is a big point and will be the focus, right? And but we'll hear soon about it, right? So it's coming, I know for sure, because I come from the industry on that side. But yes, probably the consumer preferences, consumer needs, and also the demand is changing. And for acute therapies as well as for chronic, okay, not to that great extent, but for acute, yes, quick commerce will offer some solutions very soon. Now coming on the LSPs, and we talked about this briefly. Do we also have certain checklist or delivery performance matrices that we check in how some of these LSPs are performing? Do we also monitor their KPIs in terms of number of complaints which have come in, or say temperature excursions? What are some of the best practices in managing the LSP's performance, especially for temperature controlled products? Any thoughts around it?
Basically, we need to, as I told earlier also, that we need to evaluate the vendors in 3 parameters. Based on their experience, then their capabilities, what kind of, how many vehicles they are having. And then third thing is that what's the track record, and definitely you told that what's the complaints coming. But the point is that how will identify all these things, how many complaints you get. One complaints, then definitely you have to nearly investigate on that, what kind of complaints it is, and the complaint is real or not, and what kind of the actions, mode of actions there. But most of the times we don't get complaints, means as per the temperature excursion is concerned, because to whom we are delivering the materials, some of the patients are really they are educated, they understand that yes, the medicines delivered to them is not actually as per the temperature required. But most of the them, 99% patient, they don't understand, they just take it and consume. So there is a big challenge. So here LSPs means basically you need to build up your own capabilities to monitor the LSPs, putting the data logger there, or monitoring end-to-end real-time monitoring systems, that the capability develop within yourselves. That's the way out. And the consumer feedbacks, you need to regularly take the consumer feedback, and consumer, maybe the consumer, maybe the doctor, how the patient is doing after taking the medicine, like insulin, that we supply medicines, insulin. So after taking the insulin, how the patient is okay or not, how the insulin is reacting. If we take the feedback, then definitely we'll get some insight also on that.
Thanks, Subhash. Now the time is running out, but my last question, and this is very important, right? And this is about people, right? And people are our strength in all our organizations. And we've seen, in terms of people, from what we started off when we started our jobs to now, we talk about boomers, Gen X, millennial, Gen Z, and now Gen Alpha, right? So how do we take care of the people aspect of how do we hire them, how do we train them, what are some of the best practices that we do to ensure that okay, our supply chains run seamlessly and deliver the desired results, whether it's the cost part of it, the compliance part of it, the quality part of it, and ensure that okay, our products are handled well for our consumers, for our patients. Any thoughts around what we do in terms of developing our people? It starts with hiring, and then developing our people. So any comments on that?
I think it's actually not very specific about cold chain as such, because this question is all across. Whichever domain we are talking about, the question is same. And so more than talking about how do we hire people, especially in the context of cold chain, I feel it is more relevant to find out whether we have the right talent in place, whether from the people who are already hired, already on board, and not just within the organization, but within the supply chain. And when I'm specifically talking about cold chain, in fact, there is not much realization about what is mastering cold chain. Let's say, when we really talk about we go to a school, elementary school, high school, then we go to graduation, and then we go for masters. So when we are talking about mastering cold chain, it obviously means that we understand the basics. And if you really talk about basics, cold chain is it's a cross-functional, I would say, I'm not getting the right word, but it comprises of several different domains, right from even physics. Somebody has to really understand the basics of conduction, convection, radiation, latent heat, from where the energy is coming, why in a closed box energy, you get higher temperatures, something about the materials which are being used, EPS, XPS, PU, why EPS, what kind of properties does it have, etc. I mean, those kind of basics are essential. We were talking about hard terrain or different temperatures. How many of us really very clearly, sharply understand the shipping lanes that we are operating in? The shipping lane definition, there is obviously no standardization, but it's extremely important to understand and define your own shipping lanes for that matter, and follow through with some physical understanding of the shipping lane. One example, quick example, when I was initially we were trying to follow and understand our shipping lanes, everything was okay on paper, But when I went to a railway station in Mumbai, when they were loading a cargo from a distance, I was observing how they are doing it. 23 tons were getting loaded in 20 minutes. All products, including pharma products, and it was an absolutely horrible situation. But it gave us a clear understanding that okay, this is how your product is going to be handled. So better design your packaging accordingly so that it can take this kind of load. Or when we are talking about Mumbai to Delhi or Mumbai to any other thing, it is not actually the product is just getting it from here and going there. Every journey is I would say is a multiple logistics journey. There are people who are handling in between. There are different logistics service providers. So we cannot really understand the whole thing unless we walk through some of the things. If you go to port, you will look at that the trucks will go inside, the reefers will go inside, and when they are getting plugged, they are unloaded and plugged into another stack, and then they will go to the ship before it is loaded to the ship. You will find that you know trucks which are standing there. You talk to the drivers, observe them clearly. Most of them will tell you, "Sir, वो बंद करते हैं, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता अभी." It's just getting there. So, I mean, a physical, very clear understanding of shipping lane itself is something which is important. Passing through Rajasthan or some of the cold states during winter and during summer, it's a completely different definition of a shipping lane. Understanding regulations very clearly, as I said, maybe cold means different things to different people. What is cool, what is cold means different things to different people. Understanding the let's say data loggers and the whole electronic ecosystem around that. So it's a question of really understanding and mastering this, and when that comes with a lot of passion and care from the management, and then we pass it on to our own people plus the supply chain partners. Or as Mr. Talukdar said that okay, every container, every vehicle is audited. When they audit it, that itself is a statement that okay, we care. And when the care is introduced from your side, you will get a matching understanding from that side. That's my take on this.
No, absolutely. I think very valid. I think, look, one is controllable, which is in our control, right? We can have the best of training programs for our team, for the people who handle, under our eyes. But yes, some of the partnerships also are equally important. Sensitization of how products have to be handled, how to be transported is also very important, and their partnerships are also important. But yes, some of it, like you said, the train example, right, those are absolute disasters and horror stories, right? So that also happens. You see a lot of times stockists, pharmacies also keep their boxes out in the sun, while the products would have clear mention, or the packaging also would have a clear mention that these cannot be stored in direct sunlight. So I think a lot of work has to be done. While I'm not saying that it's all bad, but a lot of work has been done. But it's a field where a lot more needs to be done. And yes, we probably also would want some regulations to come in from the government side, regulations which are more implementable to ensure the customers or the patients who are getting our medicines have the desired result coming out of taking those medicines, right? So it's a journey. Yes, a lot of strides have been seen, especially after COVID, during COVID, but I would still say that there's a long way to go, right? And that's where I would end the session. I think there is a gentleman who wants to ask a question or a comment. Please, sir.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Dilip Sonar and I'm from Bayer Pharma. So my question is to all the panelists, three of you, and to you, Manish, as well. So we heard from you about the cost. We understand about the lot of things are regarding cost. So just I wanted to understand from all of you, as a general, as a industry benchmark, of what, or rather I'll say whenever I'm handling cold chain, one of the complexity I face always is the freight cost. So what is the freight cost percentage in terms of while handling the cold chain, primary as well as secondary? First question. Second question, do you think is there any area where as a organization or as a industry we can look at the area where we can develop something to bring down the cost.
Do you want to answer, Subhash?
See, freight cost, again, you say that that depends on the product niche. If it is the high value, low volume product, freight cost definitely will be low compared to the percentage. If you ask me, it varies from 0.6% to 1.5%, sometimes 2%. Depends on the product to product. Second thing is that the reduction of cost. If you really, as I told, that you need to identify the right distribution network. It depends. You know, like to reduce the cost and the increase in the efficiency, we use 4 original central warehouse. You know, there we keep the material, maybe that 60 days inventory we keep there, and through refer when we do the milk routing, there we get the cost efficient operations. But if you keep the material in central places, do air couriers all the times and all these things, definitely work, because air courier versus the cold chain refer one usage, it will be always 3 to 4 times cost it will come, you know. So there your cost will increase based on your product demand, your sourcing pattern, your forecasting efficiency. There are all the functions you need to keep in your mind, and you have to set your logistics network in such a way that you get the cost optimized operations, you know.
Yeah, I think Subhash answered it well. So look, there is no North Star. There is no global standard. It all depends on your mix. It all depends on your product. You know, sometimes what you can do is, you know, you can control your first mile and your mid mile or your line hauls there, right? But last mile depends on the product, what you're servicing, what is the distance being covered, right? So it's P into Q kind of a formula. But yes, a standard of keeping your cost, say, I would say a rough benchmark below 2% is considered good, right? But again, depends on the mix of products you have, the dimensions, the payloads you transport, and you know the frequency at which you transport these products.
Yeah, so the same thing I was asking, why I asked this, because the area where according to me, according to my organization, we worked in a solution for the primary freight when it is the material is picked up from a manufacturing unit and it comes to the central warehouse or to the some CFA location. We found that a standard container, 20 feet, 24 feet container, say it's having a dimension of 8 by 8 by or 24. So we just thought, why can't we have a high cube container instead of 8 by 8 or 20? If it is 9.5, which is a high cube, by 8 by 24, my CFT volume goes up. With the same freight cost, my around 25% of my payload get increased. So that's one area I think we have worked and we have achieved that. Similarly, I would like to know if you have something in your mind where we can focus and we can bring down the cost.
Look, I think network design is very important. How you design your network, your partners, and also innovations like what you said, right? High cube containers, right, where you can fit in more in the same, freight, right? So those are efficiency measures which companies keep taking and innovate. And there is no one size fits all kind of an approach, right? So you have to innovate. You have to see what best will work for you, what best will reduce cost. And sometimes we see that some of these solutions come out from diverse places, right? There could be somebody not in supply chain but from outside supply chain suggested, hey, why don't you do this, right? And then you say, yes, I never thought about it, right? So those kind of solutions also come up, right? But yes, I won't say each to his own, but there are a lot of innovations happening, and a lot of permutation combinations that people are trying to bring down the cost. But yes, it's a tough battle. It's a big trade-off that you have to work on, right? To reduce costs, keeping in mind that sometimes the distances also increase, especially if you look at deliveries in the northeastern part of the country, right? While you are, and I'm coming from an e-commerce standpoint, right? While you would be happy to service 19,000 pin codes or 20,000 pin codes, right? But there is a cost associated with supplying cold chain products in far off and remote locations. Right?
Thank you.
Yes, please. Can we pass on a mic to you?
Thank you. I'm Ravi Kumar. I'm representing a company called Enviretainer, and I've been there in the pharma industry for quite some time. Hearing about some of the questions, Manish, which you posed, which were very relevant. One was with regard to the tarmac excursions, and the second one predominantly revolving around the capabilities what we have or we don't capabilities we don't have in the domestic distribution network for the cold chain products. Probably, if I have to summarize, or with the permission of the panel, if I have to elaborate the kind of solutions what are available for the industry to adapt. Tarmac excursions predominantly, if you look at, for the export products, export-oriented products, predominantly it is controlled because the airlines, ground handlers, or the cold chain facility at the airports are much more developed now, rather than previously about 10 years back the things were very bad, but now every airport has got controlled environment, temperature controlled storages. The monitoring is very good. The knowledge about the temperature controlled products, how it has to be handled, is much better. The people are trained, mostly on the export front, one. And second, the manufacturers or the shippers are also very well aware about what are the GDP requirements, what is do's and don'ts for the export products, because if you have temperature excursions on the exports, the QP release is a problem, and then you will have to work on your CAPAs. So probably on the export side, we are not worried so much on the temperature excursion, but we are more worried about the CAPA to be prepared, which is more painful. So nonetheless, it is more under control, where the solutions are also available, whether it is passive or active. I think Surinder briefly touched upon that. There are a lot of passive solutions available, there are active solutions available, and most of them are qualified also based on the lane. I'm more concerned about the domestic distribution because we don't have a GDP policy in place. And until unless there is a policy, until unless there is someone holding a stick and then behind you, then we don't put our house in order. Sorry to say, but there are very good companies, there are very few companies who are having their quality systems in place, and then they want to set up the system irrespective of anyone else policing or not. But broadly, if you see, we still use EPS boxes. We still use unqualified, non-qualified packaging. Despite having 45 degrees temperature, 50 degrees temperature, we still ship these products in the high temperature zones. And mostly, everyone is using the EPS boxes, which is just an eyewash for us, because the EPS boxes or the ISL packs what we use, when you test it in high ambient temperatures or rather high outside temperatures, you don't even get a qualification of 4 to 5 hours, forget about anything more than that. And we send these EPS boxes by air just to ensure that they reach the destination in 48 hours. But when the qualification is only for few hours, how do you deliver in 2 days or 3 days? The products are already exposed to high temperatures. And this is a problem which we need to look at as an industry. Do we wait for the GDP policy to come? Do we wait for the regulators to really come back to us and then implement stringent temperature control or monitoring mechanism? Or do we take it in our own hands and then we start putting house in order? So even in the domestic market, we do have a lot of qualified packaging solutions available. In fact, today, most of the courier companies, most of the logistics companies are offering reusable packaging because these qualified solutions are expensive. And no one wants to take that burden of buying these expensive boxes. But there is a rental model. There is an reusable box model which we can adapt and then bring the overall cost down, keeping the compliances in right perspective, delivering the right product to the patient, whether it is the first mile delivery, last mile delivery. I think it is only up to us as a community, as an industry, to adapt to these new technologies which are available already in the market. I just want to bring it to the panel's notice, and as a community, that we need to adapt, we need to really embark the journey sooner or later.
No, absolutely. I think you made two comments, and I would want to comment on both, right? So one is, on the export part of it, right? And some of us, during COVID, when the real pressure test happened, right? When we had cargo stuck at the airports or at the ports, right? That's where we all suffered, and we still have war scars, right? From there, if you look at us, we still shudder to think about those times where we were seeing excursions on tarmac, at cargo, at ports, different ports, right? So while things have progressed to a great extent, yes, to your point, on the export side, it is there, but the real test happens when the crisis happens, right? I don't want a situation where a crisis happens and we realize that, okay, yes, we are good or we are bad, right? But yes, a lot of people went through a lot of pain during when COVID hit us, when the ports were choked, they were stuck, cargoes were stuck, excursions happened left, right, and center, and we were running helter-skelter to ensure that, okay, there's no impact on the products that we were shipping in or shipping out, right? So that is one. Second, I think forums like this is when we also hear about the developments what are happening in the larger world, right? While some of us might be exposed to global best practices or innovations which are happening in the larger world, but these kind of forums also help in kind of letting us know about the recent developments or recent innovations which are happening, say, in the world. It could be packaging, right? It could be certain solutions around temperature control boxes, validations, or some other supplementary packaging. So I think it's good, and I would say that yes, we learn from each other, we collaborate with each other, and see what best we can do, and definitely considering the cost element also, right? Because that's also a very key point, a very key lookout for all of us. Right? Thank you.
Manish, with your permission, just wanted to correct the perception with respect to EPS boxes. They are not as bad as you think they are. They are extremely good, and we are getting validated, valid validations of 2 to 8 degrees up to 72 hours. In fact, more than that. And we do random checks on a massive scale, and every excursion is in fact discussed with top management in a weekly meeting, and they are doing excellent job. So they are not as bad as
Sir, not everyone is following your quality standards.
I'm not boasting, I'm just saying they are not as bad as what you think they are.
Okay. Any more questions, comments? Yes, please. So you were saying, how to avoid use of plastic packaging, right? And this is especially for temperature control products, right? Okay.
I think sustainable solution is definitely one big gray area, because today all the passive packages that go on to transport one payload, one unit of payload, typically most passive packs will be 5 or 6 times volume which is moving. So that remains a question. But as we have more solutions which are moving out, so it's actually a play of whether it is instead of EPS you use probably XPS, which is having a better temperature coefficient, temperature resistance offering to that. Maybe add some layers, change your gel packs from gel packs to some PCM packs, different kind of PCM packs, and somewhere when you keep on experimenting, the magic happens. It's not a perfect science, but beyond that I don't have any idea, but it works. We've been able to make it from 48 to 72 plus hours by doing some magic.
Thermocol boxes.
If you consider the total cost, if you change it from 48 to 72 hours, there will be much more destinations which will be accessible through rail freight. Consider air freight to rail freight switchover, and then do a total costing, it will still be much cheaper.
Any more questions? I think we've spent enough time on this topic, but thank you very much for your comments, and thank you panelists for having a good discussion on this topic, right? Very close to our hearts, and yeah, I think big strides we are taking around managing temperature, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manish, and thank you to all the other panelists. Their insights have brilliantly set the stage for a progressive approach to sustainability and innovation. Now I would like to call upon the stage Mr. Praful P. Bhandari, Vice President, Production Planning and Inventory Control from Ajanta Pharma, to felicitate our distinguished panelists for the session. Please, sir, may we have you on I request the team from Barmer, Lorry and Co. to graciously come forward to receive Can we have the team of and graciously accept our token of appreciation and heartfelt for this extraordinary event. Now I would like to call upon my colleague Ajit to come over to the stage and deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we bring the 10th edition of Pharma Connect Pharma Supply Chain Conference to a close, it is my honor to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all who have contributed to making this event a tremendous success. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to all our speakers. Your invaluable insights and expertise have greatly enriched the conference. The presentations and panel discussions have been extremely insightful, offering fresh perspectives and practical solutions that will undoubtedly have a lasting impact on the pharma supply chain industry. A special thanks to our sponsors and partners. Your unwavering support and commitment have been instrumental in bringing this event to life. Your contributions are a testament to your dedication in advancing the pharma supply chain sector, and we are deeply grateful for your partnerships. To our wonderful audience, thank you for your active participation and enthusiasm. Your engagement throughout with questions and lively discussions have made the conference dynamic and impactful. It is your curiosity and dedication to continuous learning that drive the success of events like Pharma Connect. Thank you everyone who joined us here today. Your presence has made Pharma Connect 2025 a memorable and significant event. We hope that the knowledge and connections gained here will continue to inspire and drive progress in your respective fields. And last, but definitely not the least, it will be our privilege to have you all in the evening for the scintillating Pharma Connect Pharma Supply Chain Awards. We will have to take a break for 15 minutes so that we arrange the ceremony in order. After 15 minutes, we open the bar for 20 minutes so that we all grab a drink and get ready for the evening awards. The bar will again open after the award ceremony. So just a 20 minutes break so that we are arranging the ceremony in order. Thank you all.
Okay, the bar, I think, is about to close. We'll get it open after the awards. So relax until then. Well, I'd request all of you to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, towards the back, I'd request you to take your seat. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you to the Pharma Supply Chain Leadership Awards 2025, co-organized with Pharma Connect. 2025 is year's biggest gathering of pharmaceutical supply chain professionals. Tonight, we gather to celebrate the visionary leaders, the companies who have set benchmarks and are transforming the pharmaceutical supply chain and repurpose and affect the entire value chain system. This influence extends across the entire industry ecosystem, and this evening is dedicated to honoring their excellence, recognizing their innovation at every level, and celebrating their leadership in one of the most dynamic and essential sectors of the industry. As we gather in this grand setting, we acknowledge the incredible achievements of individuals and organizations, enterprises that have transformed challenges into opportunities, ensuring that the supply chains driving the pharmaceutical world are nothing short of exceptional. It is a true testament to the power of precision, perfect pharma supply chains. As we move forward into an era marked by complexity, uncertainty, unpredictability, precision in pharma supply chain has never been more critical. Tonight we celebrate the visionaries, the specialist organizations, and exceptional teams who are dedicated to maintaining an unbroken supply chain, ensuring the right product is designed, dispatched on time, transported under optimal conditions, and delivered to the right destination, safeguarding the health and safety of millions around the globe. From supply chain design and innovative cold chain management, integrated and intelligent logistics, to groundbreaking risk mitigation approaches. Tonight we'll recognize those who have set benchmarks and in many cases redefined them. We'd like to express our deepest gratitude to our sponsor partners for their unwavering dedication and support.